RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, FC2, Car System, Solentuna Emballage Hantering, Hallgruppen. Season 10 continues in 3, 2, 1.
Since its inception in 2015, RallyX has captivated audiences worldwide with its adrenaline-pumping action. Over the years, it has become the birthplace of numerous stars in the world of rallycross. RallyX has consistently delivered excitement and drama to fans across the globe. Let us extend the legacy of this epic battle for another decade, where heroes will rise, challenges will be met, and the spirit of competition will continue to flourish. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary of RallyX.
Brilliant year to pick up the 2023 Supercar crown in RallyX. A brilliant drive, unbelievable. Hello from Nysumbanen in Denmark. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. Good morning, Mr. Ridge. Well, good afternoon by the time you see this. We're here at one of our favourite RallyX tracks, another one that we've discovered on this brilliant series. There's a bunch of cars out on track already. We're just above the pre-grid. I love this place.
Amazing, isn't it? A proper old school venue with loads about it, massive long straights, big commitment. The over-under of the bridge and the crossover is also amazing, and yeah, we're in for some brilliant action today.
Yeah, it's also got one of these weird starts which crosses over the track, which you don't get in many places. So the start is here, it goes out across the track this way through turn 1, which is epic. Turn 1 here is absolutely
terribly
brilliant.
Difficult for working out what lap you're on, because the first bit of the lap doesn't count.
It's kind of 0.5 of a lap, isn't it? And then back rounding it, but how good is turn 1 here as well?
Amazing, yeah, well, and super wide on the exit, big commitment, high speed, quite tight in the middle part, but it's so wide, so you can really, how many times we see someone run really wide on the exit. My voice is terrible, by the way. Really wide on the exit, and either get away with it or not. It's brilliant. You can go 4 wide.
The other lovely thing about that is it dumps gravel on the highest speed braking zone on the track, so as they come down over a double crest, they're already unsettled, then there's a lot of gravel in the road for the braking zone down into the left-hander, so we see some good passing there. Have you been working too hard, mate? Too many weekends in a row?
Too much rallycross. There's never too much rallycross.
It's too much rallycross. He's actually inhaled so much dust that he's broken his voice. He sounds like Pat Duran, doesn't he? Right, let's head up this way. First of all, look at all these lovely people watching here with us. We've got an absolutely fantastic crowd in Denmark, including dogs. Dog down here, Peter. Can you come down to the dog? How's it going? Who do you think is going to win this weekend? I think the microphone may have been licked. Everything's fine.
You can keep that one.
Yeah, I'll keep this one. So yeah, pre-grid down underneath us here. Some of the teams up here spotting as well.
This is classic, bringing a big rallycross series to a region that has strong national championships but doesn't get this sort of thing every week. So brilliant to bring all these different drivers to this event. Lost Peter for a moment there. But yeah, fantastic, and they really love rallycross here, don't they? Of course, home hero is Ulrik Lindemann. There's lots of Danish drivers across the categories, and yeah, they absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We are 4 hours or so from Copenhagen. We drove up yesterday from down there, so it is a fair old schlep from down there. There's a radio control car track up here, which we're going to do something with tomorrow, which is going to be good fun. Good fun for me, hopefully, seeing as how testing went yesterday. We had a shakedown. I was very happy with my performance.
But this is like inviting Johan Kristoffersen to do a rallycross race, isn't it? Like, it's just not fair.
I know, that's the idea, Hal. It was actually Peter's idea, and I was like, yes, Peter, definitely. It's not fair. Right, let's run. What we got? Right, first of all, okay. As they're right behind us, open two-wheel drive. Now, Simon Tiger, 5 wins. Last time he didn't have it all his own way because we had a couple of interlopers, but they're not here this weekend.
We do have more interlopers from Denmark and Norway and Poland. Open two-wheel drive's really strong for the last couple of rounds, isn't it, here and in Germany next week. But you're right, Simon Tiger's been phenomenal this year. hasn't gone his way in the heats necessarily, has it? And he's had to fight for it, but come the finals, he's generally been gone. And yeah, it's been a champion's performance all season. Difficult to see anyone beating him at this stage.
Yeah, like I say, it was Adam Oman and Westman, wasn't it, who last time were really quick. They're kind of North Swedes. Our other North Swede, of course, is Victor Johansson. He's been waiting for that engine to come back, I feel like, all year, Hal. Have you any idea if he's got it back? We haven't seen him properly for a chat yet.
He was hoping to for here, wasn't he? He'd planned to for Elsbin, but he was so busy running the event that didn't have the opportunity to get his engine ready. So, yeah, hopefully he has, and we know how quick Victor can be.
I quite like Hal's voice. It's kind of sexy, Hal Rich, isn't it? We're getting to some sort of phone line or something. Right, so these are the open two-wheel drive. Let's head into. I'll tell you what, let's head down towards the edge of the track. Now, as always, we've got a ton of categories for you. They're actually going to do an open two-wheel drive Pro-Am category here as well. And we were talking to Kevin about that yesterday. Did you understand it? Because I was getting all excited about next year's format, which we're not going to talk about yet. But
yeah, I think the basic concept is that when the Supercar Pro, or Open Four-Wheel Drive Pro and Pro-Am, Supercar as it was, worked so well, they wanted to introduce that concept for Open Two-Wheel Drive. And the original concept was to split it on engine capacity on 2.4 litres. But you can have an absolute beginner in a 2.4 litre car and an absolute hero in a 2 litre natural aspirated.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more complicated than that. And just like Open Four-Wheel Drive, they're going to start implementing a process where it could be you in a 2.4 Open Four-Wheel Drive, or it could be a Timmy Hansen.
Yeah.
And that's not the same thing. So,
no, absolutely, it definitely is not the same thing.
But so you wouldn't necessarily both be in pro. So so it's all about finding a balance. And I love how adaptable this championship is. That they've gone, right, this isn't necessarily working.
Sorry, look at the sticker on the Larson sticker on the side of that car's been made with tape. You're gonna have a quick look at that. Look at this. But I like that. But yeah, I think what's fascinating, say how adaptable, is also how much experience Kevin Eriksson's got in this series. And he was honest enough to go yesterday, look, we did this thing with the engine split. He goes, but I didn't really understand it doesn't work. And then he was talking about a smaller engine. So say what you have a multiplier. If you have a turbo on an engine, you multiply the capacity.
It's usually 1.7% to have a turbocharger. That also skews things a bit because same concept. You could be a beginner or an expert with a turbo with a lesser capacity, still brings you up to that 2.4 level, and then the pro and the am split needs to be defined. On this car, this is Kjetil Larsen. You'll remember him from all sorts of European supercar and touring car. I remember him rolling at Lytton Hill and then thumping the ground on the inside. This is a car that Magda Andersson used to drive when she nearly won the European title a few years ago.
Magda, of course, being Clara's older sister, Clara Anderson of World RX and Extreme E fame. So yeah, a lot of people won't even remember Magda, which is a shame. I'd love to see Magda come back. She's studied to be a lawyer or something, hasn't she, I think?
Something far more intelligent than me.
Yes.
I just know about rallycross.
But yes.
But this is what I mean. Open two-wheel drives brought the drivers back, like Kjetil Larsen, who's done loads of open four-wheel drive / supercar, depending on which championship. But with the grids growing, it's chicken and egg, isn't it? I think if these two rounds can go really well here in Germany with loads of new open two-wheel drive drivers, there's no reason why it can't grow lots more next year.
And that's what I was actually going to mention to you before we move on from Open Two-Wheel Drive. We've got the likes of Derek Tohill coming back for Estering. So the entry at Estering is also full of kind of local heroes, and it's going to be a good couple of weekends, I think.
Yeah, watch your back there, mate. Simon's going to run you
over.
Here
he goes.
I knew that was coming.
He's such a legend, isn't he? So that's Open Two-Wheel Drive. So Pro-Am, we've also got Pro-Am in Supercar. Let's do that as we're talking about Pro-Am. Tepainen at the minute leads both classes. The Pro-Am, he's absolutely dominating, but he leads both categories. He's 15 now, or he was at the start of the season. I mean, he might be the grand old age. It still is. Grand old age of nearly 16, and in a supercar, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, racing a two-wheel drive car in the Finnish Championship, also racing here, of course, in that M Sport built Fiesta. Stunning job. Like you can't take anything away from him at all. Okay, there's no Johan Kristoffersson or Izzy Baby right at the front, but that consistency has been really important. And I think in Elsbin, he really stepped up a level, not making mistakes, consistently there at the front, and also making amends when others like Martin Edlund, super quick, but does like to send it along and does make the odd mistakes. So yeah, consistency is key, but also being really quick.
I particularly enjoyed the fact that Martin really likes the nickname that Hal made up for him, which was Sendland. So he has been certainly very sendy. Down this side here, we've got the lights starting to come into the grid, so it kind of feels appropriate that we can move on and talk about them. We're trying to run you through all the categories because We've got this double header here this weekend in Denmark. Next weekend we go to the Estering, the second oldest rallycross track in the world after Lydden Hill, with its wonderful turn one. I haven't been there for a while. Hal's been back with World or Euro?
European Championship.
Euro, yeah. So it's a great circuit if you've never seen it before. So we've got 4 days of full-on rallycross action in the next 9 to settle these 2 titles. And how his voice is going to last, I've absolutely no idea. Well, excuse me, my voice might not last at this rate. So that's why we're running through these. Now all of the points count, except you can drop 1 score, but you have to count your last score. So that last day's racing in Estering is crucial. We're 6 rounds
also
into 10.
forces people to go to the last round, which is great.
Yeah, of course, which is a clever way to keep the entries
because if you're out of the championship, or if you're, and you might be 2nd or 3rd, or if you've already won it, you might not go. So brilliant to go to the last round.
Yeah, so it's all about these ideas to try and build this series. And Kevin's got some great ideas for next year. We'll see if we can get him to come and talk to us about those on air at some point. So Supercar lights, we've got a bit of a battle at the front, haven't we, between Anderson and Janssen. And what I find fascinating about it is that 2-wheel drives come tearing past us. Casper Janssen, who feels like we've been talking about as this brilliant driver for ages, he's won Nitro a couple of times. He's not won this series, and yet he's been the front runner in it, arguably, for the last 3 years.
And this year, he's really struggled, hasn't he? He's not had that consistent top-level performance that he's had in previous RallyX campaigns. I do wonder if he came in and he was wild, wasn't he? Remember watching him here a few years ago? He was absolutely wild. He's gone to America, to Nitro, and those tracks require a very different driving style. You come back to a circuit like this, while this is an epic old-school rallycross track, it still works to be neat and tidy and clinical, and they're 2 different disciplines, really. So he's obviously struggling to get back in that groove, had a bit of contact, had some traffic, it hasn't been drama-free either. Meanwhile, Lucas Anderson's been really just improving on what he failed at last year. Last year, Lucas was super, super quick, didn't have the consistency, didn't make the most of the bad days. Yeah. And I think that's what he's doing this year, and that's why he's top of the points.
He's had a couple of off races, hasn't he, Anderson, but not terrible. I think he had the last 3 wins or something. I think he has. So these guys, Tobias Darback and his brother coming in behind, obviously Danish, competing at home. So like Ulrich Lindemann, this is actually their home track. They came last night, so they're going to race us with radio control cars on Sunday. We were having a practice with them yesterday, and we finished practice, they're like, you must come with us. We have Danish draft beer and you must try. And we and Hal were like, well, I don't know if we went immediately, and we had a lovely Danish draft beer with them. But they've got their sponsors coming. It's a big race for them.
Massive. It's so important to have a home crowd. Sponsors here, family here, makes all the difference, and I would love them to have a great result this weekend.
Very nearly got a win last time, had a problem with the engine. I'll tell you what, we're both struggling with the dust down here. Had a problem with the engine, which they then changed ahead of Hollius, where they did the support category, didn't they? Watch out for Casper. Here he comes. So Casper in that championship fight with Lucas Anderson, and here is Lucas Anderson. So Anderson coming in. A little wave from him as well. Look at the dust. Right. So what have we done? We've done open 2-wheel drive, we've done Supercar, we can come on to Crosscar. Let's do Crosscar Junior first, because Oliver Solly is here. Now, we've had a really interesting bout between him and Hampus Hagström. Hagström, Hal, has had 5 TQs in a row, but for a long time, this man was denying him the conversion.
Yeah, well, Solly's really stepped up, so's Hagström. Like, the whole point of a junior category is it's a feeder series to the higher levels, and we're really seeing that over the last few years. Now we've been doing this championship for now a 5th season. You see the juniors progress, and Solly has been there or thereabouts the last few years, now has stepped up to be a title contender, same as Hagström, and Solly's been brilliant in that middle part of the year, certainly come the final stage of the events.
So yeah, he beat Hagström on his first 3 out of 5 TQs. You'll have to excuse us, it really is dusty here. 3 TQs to be beaten, that's really demoralising. When you dominate qualifying like that and then lose in the final, you feel like you're losing out on the racecraft. You feel like you're being beaten, man to man. You might not even be in the same heats in quali. But Hagström's got it done at the last 2, so he's now had 5 TQs in a row, and he converted both times at Alspin. That's got to be a bit of a confidence boost for him.
It's a massive step up for him this year, isn't it? His first win at the first round was his first podium in the championship. So while I agree with you that it is demoralising, to be a regular TQ contender, keep your head, and you're going to be there, aren't you? So an amazing performance from him, and I can't wait to see the title fight, because it's going to be brilliant.
No, me too. Right, we're going to wander along this way. I wanted to try and find Ulrich Linnemann. Now, he's normally down at the far end, so we'll have a wander this way and see if we can find him. That's Olofsson with all the back 40 stickers on the car. What's going on there?
Had that massive role announcement, didn't he? Did the Swedish Championship race in Hüljes just 4 days later. They totally rebuilt the car.
They rebuilt it in the 4 days?
Yeah.
My goodness me.
And now it's sporting another livery, which is fair enough.
I just wondered if he maybe borrowed some panels from,
I think
from the back 40.
They existed from the Sandra Holgen obviously helped significantly with the back 40.
Yeah.
And they're converting their cars to FC2, of course, so there is that lights bodywork that still exists conveniently with the sticker still on them.
Yes, nice and ready to go.
Speaking of FC2s, Oliver Eriksson back this weekend in an open four-wheel drive. Kevin not driving.
I think he's going to do tomorrow. I asked Maria this morning, so Oliver's going to do
They've got one
today.
car basically, so
yes,
they're going to share it.
They've sent one of the two green FC. Good, because we were struggling to identify the difference between them anyway. They've sent one of the two FC2s to America already. Who was I speaking to?
But I
recently?
did enjoy them running into each other in Elsa, and that was quite entertaining, wasn't it?
I'm sure we'll see that on social at some point. So yeah, one car's gone. So Oliver today, Kevin tomorrow, which actually is quite cool, isn't it? Because they've got to go for it then. There is no crash into each other, give way to each other. They were always going to be in a very similar position on track because of how equally talented they both are. But yeah, one of those cars still here.
Yeah, and will be great to see how that compares around this circuit, because it's very different to Alspin or indeed to where we've seen them so far this year.
Right, where is Ulrich Linnemann? Is he going to be where he always is?
He'll be on the back of here.
You reckon he's going to be down the end?
Yeah.
Now, as we come down here, we're walking through basically the Crosscar paddock. Yellow Lamy here. Naomi as well. And Crosscar is arguably the closest category this year. Elias Svensson.
When was it not? It's so
brilliant.
stacked with talent and competition always, isn't it?
What about Svensson in Alvspin, mate? That was terrifying and then incredible the following day.
Yeah, I mean,
if you didn't see it.
Yeah, so it had an engine failure. The flames were up in the car. We were
worst
pretty worried about him.
Really worried.
And then, like 3 minutes later, he's in the commentary box talking about it with no eyebrows. His eyebrows were literally gone.
Yeah, and also his eyelashes, the end of his eyelashes were burnt. Like if you burn your hand on a barbecue and you see the end of your hair, it smells like pork scratchings. Genuinely horrible. The poor kid, his parents were there, and he went back out the following day and he won. I mean, that is unbelievable. Amazing,
yeah, and he's been a regular contender in this series, but never quite managed to get it together over the last couple of years, and he really needs a strong weekend, because I think this 4 rounds in 9 days thing, if you leave Denmark with a strong hand, it's going to give you so much momentum going into the final round in Germany, isn't it? If you're on the back foot, there's a lot of work to do in no time.
He's up against Thomas Eek-Merstad, who was P3 2 years ago, P2 last year, and he's looking to take the title this year. So he's there. Bowdings is in P3. Romet Cerner has had 2 TQs in a row with a pace.
But you could put your hand on the entry list, and all of the drivers underneath it would be a contender.
Ulrich! Hang on, we're going to doorstep him. 1 minute. Thanks, buddy. Oh, he's got the GoPro on. He's all ready to go. Come on in. So we'll finish with Ulrich Linnemann here. Hal coming next to him. Home hero. Great to see you back in RallyX, mate. And are you looking forward to racing here in front of your own crowd?
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It's nice to drive at home. I live 20 minutes from here, so I think I know the track very well.
You've had a terrible couple of weekends in the European Championship, Germany, and then Hüljes. How much are you looking forward to putting that wrong right this weekend and enjoying driving?
Yeah, I will take one heat by heat, because now I really need to enjoy racing, and hopefully it will pay off. We will see.
One win here before 2017, 18, something like that in the wet. What are the chances?
I want to win it proper this time. Last time it was by penalty, and final what was a mess. So this time I want to win it by speed.
Oh, well, you're not going to win it if you don't go and do your qualifying session. So get in the car, mate, and we'll leave you to it. So hopefully we'll see that GoPro footage from Ulrich soon. I want to head round to the side of the track here, Hal. Come on through this way.
Just to conclude, what I referenced there is he had a huge accident in the European Championship round in Germany the end of last year.
Yeah.
Rebuilt the car, went to Hüljes for the season opener in RallyX this year, and had another massive crash. So much work being done to repair that car, and wouldn't him and all his massive amount of fans. If we look in through this window, Peter, they've got a lot of hospitality for all of your sponsors this weekend. Be great for him to get a home result.
I think I know where we might be heading for lunch later, Mr. Ridge, via the tire banks for some beers. But right, we'll finish up over here. Look, so this is the straight basically. There's 2 straights, aren't there? There's one under the bridge and one over it. So the cars are coming round now. It's a long left-hander off tarmac onto the loose, and it's very fast, isn't it? Here we go.
Yeah, here we see Ida Tornholt on her way by, under the bridge. All the Crosscar juniors be on the limiter for a long time there. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So they've got a long right-hander, then they come up and over. The Joker used to be in there, didn't it? And the Joker's over in turn 1 now, which I think is better.
Yeah, fantastic. And let's have a look at this wonderful track with the track map.
An aerial view of Nysumbanen, and it's a great kart track over in the back corner. We managed to get them to let us do the radio control cast this year, but so far we've not managed to get anyone to let us do the karting. Joker is just after turn 2. Remember, turn 1 is only used off the start. Then you got the sweeping right, the big gravel straight under the bridge. That's the corner where the enormous shunt was for one of the lights cars a little while ago, a couple of years back, wasn't it now? And then the big long braking zone down to the end of the straight. I love this place. Hal does too. We're going to go for an onboard lap, which Hal can talk you through with Oliver Eriksson in the FC2.
Riding on board with Ollie, former RallyX champion, of course, developing the FC2 for this year. This first corner is so fantastic. Loose gravel, so wide open. Ollie actually takes quite a tight line there, which really makes the entry into turn 2 a bit sharper. Joker is to the left. We're going into the Joker. This is a big bump down the hill. Long right-hander here, and you merge back into the track, into an immediate left-hander. We've seen plenty of action here, and that big curb on the inside, and the exit here is so important, running right to the outside, clip the wall on the left as you're heading down this super fast straight.
Tighter than it looks, isn't it, the left onto the straight? I like the fact that Joker comes out on the inside. In theory, Joker gets the right away. A little bit dusty today. How dry weather this weekend?
Yeah, and this is one of the hardest corners on the track, isn't it, to get the inside hooked up through the right-hander and then driving back up the hill. We've seen so often that people make mistakes on the way up the hill, and you're compromised all the way up this double crest. In an FC2 car, a supercar, you'll get air off both of those bumps, and then the super difficult braking into the left-hander at the end of the straight, where the gravel is being pulled on throughout the weekend from that first corner, and then down for the final time into the last corner, running the car right to the outside to cross the finish line. A brilliant lap here in Denmark.
What a mega little circuit, eh? Very much looking forward
It's
to...
not that little, is it?
Well, no, it's just a turn of phrase, isn't it? Medium-sized.
Mega big circuit. It's not
quite
big.
Is it big?
The straights are long. You don't often get straights this long in rallycross.
It's quite compact because of the way the start straight goes across the middle, and I love that. I'd like to see more people do it. I still want to see someone build a rallycross track. Don't go and modify some F1 circuit. Hello, mate.
Hello,
How's
mate.
it going?
How's it going?
We need to give him a
Good to
headset.
see you.
Give him a headset. Here we go.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, put it on. Let me switch you on. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Hi there.
Daniel, how's it going?
I have had some plans behind your back, and also there's somebody who has a plan with some tires here.
Oh, goodness me. Is that you, Hal?
It wasn't.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you guys,
You're
and I know
always.
you are producing a lot. But in my research for this race, I heard something about Ronald Baldens up in Kovala, maybe.
Yes.
He have give you some shots, and I think if anybody have shots in the world, Denmark has his
Yes.
own.
Now we're
So
talking.
this is from the M&J, the motorsports organization in Denmark, Danish Automobile Union,
Oh.
Gammeldansk.
No way.
Gammel
All
Gammeldansk.
Danish for you both.
We saw
Mate.
Gammeldansk on the
running order.
On the running order. And
You saw it.
but Peter said, and we said, what is this? And Peter said, oh, don't worry about it.
I said,
Don't
what-
worry about it.
I said,
It's
what-
because I got a new friend here in RallyX. It's Peter. So
Yeah,
behind the camera
brilliant.
there. So actually, I'm up and running. You know.
Mate, that's brilliant. Daniel is the local commentator. Commentates the circuit.
Thank you,
He
mate.
does an absolutely. I understand that there. Does an absolutely fantastic job getting the crowd going here. You've got a podcast as well, I think, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yes, I
Yeah.
have.
Are we going to get me and Hal on the podcast at some point?
Yes, I think we are going to use some technology, and then we can do it abroad.
Okay,
without
perfect.
any
We're up
problem.
for that. We're
Yeah,
up for
it's,
that. What was your thought? We're going to see a review in a minute of Q1 and Q2, but how's the action been so far for you?
The action have been quite good. The pace has been enormous. Oliver Glenneman set a really fast time in practice. Actually, one of the quickest times set here in RallyX at NYSUM.
Cool.
38.7. But Johnny Turbinen, sorry, he was faster here at the Q1.
No way.
Actually, there is up for some great action.
So there we go.
I'm looking forward to it.
15-year-old is throwing down to the locals here in Denmark. So who's your money on for the win? You think Lindemann can do it? He's under a bit of pressure, isn't he, being at home?
I think, despite that, I know Lindemann in private. We started the racing together, as I told to you guys last year. Lindemann is up for a big pressure, and Lindemann is determined to win. I'm 100% sure about that. He have 100 people with him here, as he always has. But I think after the rolling we have seen in the series, he is. I think his head down and do the job. I have never seen him as focused lately as he is right now, because I think now we're gonna get it home.
See, this is what we want the Danish win at home, don't they? So stick around. We're going to look at Crosscar. So let's take a look at Crosscar.
But actually, I'm sorry, I have 15 minutes because I have a crowd out there. So really, guys, come down to me, and if you have the time,
come and say hello.
Talk to the Danish people, because a lot of those guys knows you guys.
We'll try and do that in Q1 tomorrow when we're getting ready for TV.
Let's do it tomorrow then. But we would just want to give you a bit a present and get in on the tradition.
Daniel, thank you so much, mate. Take care. We'll see you later on. Cheers, buddy.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you.
Bye, mate. What a legend. I love that. He hasn't got time for TV because of the crowd, and we've got a lot of time for that. So we've got time for you guys at home. We promise we won't drink too much of this until later, and we won't drink too much of that either. But Rainis Nitish won't either, will he, Hal?
No, he doesn't like
drinking
anything.
Let's take a look back at Q2. So we got Q2 for you with Crosscar Junior and Crosscar. We can give you an update on what the standings are on the championship situation. Here we go. This is Hagström in the number 7 car. You can see taking the lead off the line. Hampus Hagström at the minute. Hal is the championship leader. He's won both the qualifying sessions this morning, so a good start for him.
Yeah, and important, as we said in the preview, between him and Oliver Solly, just to get that first marker down. Solly finishing third in this Q2 race. Let's have a look at the first corner here as Hukar makes a brilliant launch in this Q2 race. By making the best start, you really open up your opportunity in the first corner. You can afford to run that bit wide, whereas when you're side by side, and remember these cars don't have spotters, so it's very difficult for them to be aware of who's around them. It's tricky in the first corner if you're side by side. You don't have that opportunity to really maximise the exit, do you?
For me, I'd be looking, win the start, get everybody checked up and nail it onto that barrier on the inside. So many times you see the person in turn 1 run super wide out on the loose. Then you see somebody else taking a chance, waiting and cutting back in on the inside. You'll see that the person who goes for the round the outside move, it's a great turn 1 here. It really is.
That's the classic rallycross if buts and maybes, isn't it? Because let's have a look at this start, which neither of us have seen before. But if you can nail the start, you really have to commit. In my opinion, you have to commit to using the best line rather than defending immediately. Yes, you're right that you need to defend the inside. This is where we're talking about, but on the next lap, that brilliant braking area. I always forget quite how good the braking into that corner is until we come back here. That's probably my favourite part of the lap.
I think this is a great circuit. I know I keep saying it, but we really mean it. And you'll see that come out in the racing because the opportunities are just there the whole time. So, championship protagonists, Hampus Hagström, who sits in the TQ at the minute. He's had 5 top qualifiers in a row, and he won the last 2. So, Hagström here is definitely throwing down a little bit to Oliver Solly. Remember that Solly, if he finished 4th in qualifying, would lose another 4 points in terms of the championship lead. At the moment, he's 15 points behind, so he could be 19 points behind. And Hal, if he can edge it up towards 30, obviously that's a clear advantage for the end of the season. On to Crosscar Senior, if you want to call him that. 6 cars wide because we've got an extra car in the entry here. So that makes it hard work in turn 1. Look at the dust if you lose the start. The Joker splits off to the left directly after turn 2. So much fun.
And look at that for a start list. Hume, Mørstad, Yulilami, Hukar, Osterberg and Svensson. There is nothing to choose between any of these drivers. Mørstad takes that race win ahead of Hume. Hume, remember, had those engine issues in the previous round in Alvspin. That feels like a long time ago, doesn't it?
It was 5 weeks ago,
north of Sweden.
We had those 2 events close together at the start of the season, then we had a 5-week gap to Alvspin, then another 5-week gap to now in Denmark. Now we've literally got a 5-day gap this time between them to finish off the season. In terms of standings, the top 3 after Q2 are Eek Mørstad, Baldins and Svensson, which is the top 3 in the championship. So it could not be closer. This class has delivered all year.
And always delivers, doesn't it? The level is absolutely mad, and the pace that these top drivers carry is just unbelievable.
I want to. So there's been some brilliant chat recently about the Olympics, which I'm sure you've seen online, saying we want to see a normal person in every event so that you can see how good they are. So, you know, you want to see a bloke like you or me doing the 10-metre diving, just so you get an idea of how averagely crap
you
most
do
humans are.
swimming, don't you? You want someone like me who doesn't swim at all.
Fair enough. Yeah, so diving I'd be rubbish at, but we need the same here. It needs me to go out and do an absolutely terrible lap so you can get an idea of how good they are.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, that's maybe I've done a bit. Maybe somebody normal go and do a lap, but you're comparing brilliant drivers against brilliant drivers, and just like at the Olympics, don't look at this and think you can just get in there and do it, because you can't. They're very good at it.
And that's where you see the flip side to that is where you see the cream rise to the top. If you can consistently execute in that pack, then of course you're an absolute genius.
Very good. You are, yeah. So you're looking at the people who are very good here. The consistency over the whole course of the season as well. Let me bring the standings up. I'm just going to move Daniel's bottle of drink. Let's look at that now. Aren't we lucky? Thank you to the local ASN.
Will you be thanking him tomorrow morning? That's the question.
Well, I'm not planning on drinking the whole thing in one sitting. Famous last words. Famous last words.
Words later.
Let me have a look and see how the championship standings are exactly for you, just as a little reminder. Svensson on 137, Merstead on 131, Bowden's on 123. So Bowden's actually really needs a good weekend here to get himself back up with those front two. He's only 14 points off the lead. That's, you know, it sounds a little bit disingenuous, but at the minute, him and Merstead, who are P3 and P2, are ahead of the championship leader, Elias Svensson. So they would nick a point each off him and start to bring it in even closer. Remember, every round counts except one drop score, which cannot be round 10. So round 10 next weekend has to count for everyone. So you can hear in the background, I'm pretty sure you can hear anyway, yeah, page 2, to be honest with you. If you're on page 2, well actually, yeah, top 18 will make the semis. So because we have such a huge... Is it 31 here, Hal? I think in Crosscar it is, isn't it? Is there a page 3? Come on, graphics. You got a page 3, or have you been binned off number 31?
Look at the names down here. Tamatudo, Lucas Orav, Pasi Penttinen. It's interesting the pace guys are down there. We just spoke to the pace team before we came on. They haven't tested here before, so they're in a Voyager Discovery this morning, and actually having a big team like that really helps because they can mix the data up and try and find some pace. But yeah, ending up 20th or 28th or something after Q2 is a big challenge, isn't it?
I'm twiddling with our little desk here. It's different to the normal one, isn't it? I can hear cars, and I don't think they can hear them at home. I think we're hearing cars in the background, and I think that we're open to what drives me and Hal can hear. We need engine sounds to constantly... Basically, they play us engine sounds. They play Hal chewing sounds to annoy him, and they're revving now in the background. I bet you can't hear it at home. And it's basically to keep me and Hal enthused over a marathon session of rallycross. Just occasionally they drop engine noises in.
I think they can hear it at home.
Yeah, you can hear that. Yeah. They can hear it, you think?
I think so, yeah.
You think they hear
Can you hear the engine
noises? Yeah, let us
at
know
home?
on YouTube. Can you hear engine noises right now? And if you can't, well, unlucky.
What a shame.
Right. Let's get our ducks in a row, shall we? We're done with that. Grids are out. They put the lights over my side, Hal. That's my normal grid storage area.
It was in my rider, actually.
In your rider, what? You don't want to switch the lights on and off anymore?
No.
Too much?
I'm not qualified for that.
I'll just turn you up a bit, mate. How's your voice?
It's struggling.
There you go. That's what we've been able to hear. If you haven't been able to hear it, I'm going to turn it down a bit, actually. Just get our levels right. So, yeah, they broke our desk. Me and Hal have a favourite sound desk.
And, yeah, the hot... sound in television is often
questionable.
Just tricky, isn't it? Tricky to get right.
It's hard, yeah.
And we've both championed that in RallyX this year. It's been perfect every round. It's not perfect now. It's just slightly different, and as we're simple, it takes a while to go on top.
But it was Hal was like, "You've ruined it by saying it's been perfect all year," and he was right. That's exactly what I did. I messaged him. I was like, "The sound in RallyX this year has been absolutely bang on the whole time. I'm so stoked." And then we got here, and the guy's like, "Yeah, your normal desk is broken. So we brought you these two in." Hal was like, "That's because you said that the other day," and he's right. So we're about to go racing. Simon Tiger's down there on the grid. Tiger at the moment is sitting in P5 after Q1. He was 5th in Q1, which is why he's on the outside of the grid. Gabrielsen was the winner of Q1. Remember, Crosscar Junior and Crosscar do their Q2 before lunch, which is what we've just had here in Denmark. They have a lunch break to re-prep the track and give all the drivers and mechanics a break, assuming they're not putting cars back together, which some of them most certainly were. 3 heats of open two-wheel drive here with some, are they locals? I don't really know. We've got Emil Hammers here from Denmark. Kenneth Kong is Danish. So we've got 2 Danish drivers, 4 Swedes in this first one. Gabrielsen, Johansson, Stur, Persson and Tiger. Simon Tiger trying to outpower everyone on the run. Tell you what, we've got some micros down on the start line, haven't we? That's outrageous. You can hear the contact in the first corner. Gabrielsen is on the inside. Johansson has kept Tiger at bay. Gabrielsen looks on the inside of Simon Tiger. Might go Joker from there, he does. So Gabrielsen decides to go Joker. Quite a late decision, but not too much time lost, I think.
I wonder if Rainer's Netters will have a look at that start again, because Simon, to me, moved over quite early. You need to stay in your lane for a while. I don't know where the merge is on this track, it has to be said, so not totally sure if Simon was in the wrong or not, but certainly he came across that little bit, didn't he? But up front, Victor Johansson locks the inside front into the hairpin, and look at the rotation that Simon Tiger has in that BMW. He is so hooked up in that car. Yes, they're always going for power, they're always looking to evolve this BMW as it lifts the front wheels over that jump, but he looks absolutely at one with it, getting it rotated into the corners.
He does, doesn't he? I think he's looking back in the form he was when we had the first season of Open two-wheel drive and he destroyed everyone. Then Johansson came along and made things tricky. He goes Joker now, he'll come out behind. Johansson, remember, it's 3-lap qualifiers. That's not what he needed. He would have hoped to have come out just in front, but he's not done this time round. It's Michael Persson who's got in front of him, so if Persson holds him up, that will be annoying for Tiger, because what he's hoping to do here is get the overlap. And if you're new to this, which some of you might be, remember every driver has to do 1 Joker lap in each of their races, be it the qualifying rounds, of which there are 3 each day, the semi-finals or the finals. And these guys, Hal, actually will have semis this weekend as well.
Yes, indeed, which is fantastic news for the Open Dual Drive Brigade. I think Simon Tiger's, I'm interested in the psychology of sport, but it's certainly in racing drivers, and I think Simon Tiger has had a lot of reliability problems, and I think whether he's aware of it or not, struggles psychologically. When you get into that rut, it's hard to get out of it, isn't it? But as we've seen time and time again, when he's in that rich run of form where he's at the front, he is very, very, very unbeatable.
Look at that, backing it in. Gabrielsen followed him in. But the reason Gabrielsen couldn't hold that rotation angle is his wheelbase is about 3 feet shorter than Tiger's. Yeah. So basically, he's chucked a square in sideways, and Simon's chucked a very long oblong in. That's something else I've realised, Hal, which we were talking about. It gets quite confusing on the laps because you do a half lap, but actually it gives you 4 opportunities to do the Joker in a 3-lap race, which is really, really unusual. I was looking a minute and going, Victor's missed the Joker, and he's going to take the win here.
And does mix the strategy up significantly, doesn't it? As Johansson crosses the line.
It's really good for us, really good. So yeah, Johansson how's that compare? 2:33.1.
So we're championing about Tiger's form, and he's yet to win a session.
Well, he has won 5 out of 6 rounds though. So I mean, he crawled round in Kovala, didn't he? Do you remember when him and Victor had the race of the slow drivers, because they do you remember they both had problems with the car and crawled around to the line? Didn't they?
Okay, I take it back. So I don't think Simon did move there. It was just the pack coming across at him a little bit. Look at that front wheel lifting up. Fantastic.
Victor Johansson 2:33.1, and Simon Tiger in P2 there. Lucas Gabrielsen, who won the first session, is 5th, so it'll be a little bit closer at the top of the standings. Race 2 underway. This is De Warrenberg on the inside, new driver for me from the Netherlands. Then it's Larsen, Verhoeven, Neyens and Emil Hammer, all keeping it fairly sensible in the first corner. And Hal, we're going to have to do some recognising here. The yellow and black one we know is Ron Verhoeven, because we've just seen Victor Franks and he's here helping to coach him a bit, but nice to see some new drivers in here and some different kit. Mark II Escort, I didn't spot that on the entry list. Now we're talking.
Nick Neyens came to the final round of British Rallycross Championship last year at Linton Hill and put on a show. I love seeing the variety in this category. It's absolutely fantastic, and yeah, brilliant that these drivers from other countries, as we see.
Nick Neyens trying to go around the outside in the Mark II Escort. We've been waiting to say that for a long time.
Emil Hammer just defending the position going up the hill, but yeah, it's brilliant being saw as Neyens is going to go side by side over the jump. We're not seeing that at the moment. Doesn't quite have the pace down the hill.
This is that lovely braking zone that we mentioned in the preview that you guys watched a few moments ago. The dirt gets dragged from turn 1 into the braking zone for the end of the straight, and it's just fantastic. It means that the grip levels change there every single time, and what's optimistic one lap is miles off or miles on the next. It makes a huge difference.
Larson already carrying front damage on the Fiesta, chasing the race leader down into that oh so difficult braking zone. We'll look to the inside. There's not going to be a gap. A little nudge in the rear of the BMW. But ultimately, that's just going to compromise them both. Larson does look to the inside over the curb. Car bouncing all over the place, but gets the job done.
Yeah, little nudge on the way in. I don't think he's too untoward, but I think you got to look to joker tactics when you're following a car that close in. You can't get through.
Larson's going to joker this time around. That is, if Victor Franks is spotting, then he's probably better as a driver than a spotter, because I wouldn't have sent his friend and compatriot in at that moment, but easy for me to say. I would have definitely stayed out a lap and tried to get some clear air.
He was
Larson.
very happy, wasn't he? Victor was saying that he was pretty stoked with P8 in the previous session. He was looking for top 10s, and I understand that. He's come to a new series. It's quite a high level here, and he was stoked with top 8, top 10. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think we get sort of accustomed to the level that Tiger, Johansson and co were on. And
Also,
Gabrielsen.
Christopher and Ekstrom, Larson. You know, that's the thing, isn't it? You forget when someone's making progress how much it means to them. You might go, well, he's only 12, but if he was spin 15th all year, you could be pretty pleased with that improvement.
Yeah, for sure. But I think you're right. In open four drive supercar as it was, you know, you can come here as a good national driver and you're competing against the best in the world. And you know, arguably we've got the best in the world here in open two-wheel drive as well. So it's a big ask to come and take them on.
That one went to Niels van der Vorenberg, Dutch driver in the Volvo. Oh no, the Mark II Escort's smoking away. Denied. So another look at the start. Easy off the start, wasn't it, for Verhoeven in the middle.
Had that Beamer, hooked right up. And that's exactly the tactic that you suggested. Tucking to the inside of the barrier in the first corner. This is Larson using all of his experience to get up the inside. Nice, clean, tidy move. Over the crests and on his way.
Check a flag at the end of that one. And Vorenberg 41.9. You can see the difference there between the likes of Simon Tiger on a 33.1. But to be fair, I mean, sorry, Johansson on a 33.1. Simon Tiger was what, 38.7. Doors open for the drivers. It's fairly warm here. I'm trying to see if we've got a temperature on the screen or not. I don't think we haven't got track temperature here, have we? But I mean, in terms of air temperature, it's kind of mid-20s, low to mid-20s. So warm enough when you're sitting in there with a race suit on, and your fireproof underwear and all the rest of it. Any air you can get. Plus, don't forget they'll have been in the pre-grid probably for 5-10 minutes waiting for their race. Go on.
If you were by a pool, you wouldn't need your flip-flops on to get to the water.
Okay, so you did the old check of the level of the concrete?
Yeah.
What did you check it with?
My hand.
Okay, good.
That's the only sensor I've got.
Good, I like that.
I was going to lick it, but I
sometimes go barefoot on the tarmac to check if it's too hot for the dog. Apparently that's a good way to do it as well. So I basically live in flip-flops from April to September as much as possible. You're not allowed to wear them at tracks, very annoying. This is Roy Ras, Liskovic, Van Hove and Kenneth Kong on the outside. On the inside it is Roy Ras who gets a great start in the Zara. Wankel rotary engine in that, but Kenneth Kong edges him on the run to turn 1. Look at Kong getting sideways and then Roy Ras back up the inside. This is what we're talking about with turn 1. It's epic.
Roy Ras, such an experienced rear-wheel drive competitor from Norway. Fantastic to have some of the Norwegians down here this weekend as well. I think we've gained massively from being a little bit more towards Central Europe for these final 2 rounds to get some of the Dutch, the Belgians, the Polish and next weekend the Irish as well. But brilliant to have some of the Norwegians because RallyCross is so strong in Norway, and I really hope we can get more Norwegians into open two-wheel drive next year because that would really boost the class.
It would indeed. Derek Tohill was supposed to be here this weekend, Hal, wasn't he? He's let us down.
He has massively, yes.
Yeah, I know he'll be watching, won't he? Who else has let us down this weekend but not him?
Peter McGarry, he should have been here as well, but they're coming next week, and it'd be fantastic to have them.
Well, it will, but I'm disappointed in them. They're going to have to buy us some beers to make up for it at the Estuary.
I'm sure beers won't be a problem, but I'm also sure they don't care what you think.
I'm sure they don't either. Lucky them.
Interesting joke strategy from Kong to go early, given that the relative pace is unknown of the other cars in this race.
Oh dear, big flames out the back for Roy Rash. You saw there, huge flame throughout the back of the Zara. So I love the look of the Zara.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah,
I could see your thought
straight. You can see. Yeah,
like a straight cut gearbox. You were like,
yeah, it's
love a Zara.
Yeah, I do.
They do look epic, though. They
do. They did the kit car, didn't they, as well as the World Rally car and the Rally Cross car.
Yeah, but the slightly more curved headlights, like Roy Rice's car, is the one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Battle of the BMWs up front. Kong's early Joker strategy is going to pay off here massively because he's going to take the lead. So I can eat my humble pie.
Can I just point out the child who's obviously stood very close to one of the track microphones? He's going absolutely mental every time the cars come round. It's pretty hilarious. If you're wondering, no children are being harmed. They're just extremely excited about Rallycross, which is great. Absolutely brilliant. What you got, Hal?
Kong arrives here on the back of a best ever result, I think. Second in Owlspin in round 6, so we'll be looking to improve on that result if he possibly can.
I mean, maybe there's one of this child's favourite drivers in this race. Hal's trying not to cough up a lung, bless him. He has been working extremely hard recently. He did, and yeah, you'll be all right, mate.
2:37.8. Where is that 2:37.8? That's going to be good enough for P2 overall. So despite that early Joker and risking the traffic, it really worked. Roy Rice, I think, would have troubled Johansson based on the pace we saw on the first couple of laps.
Halk's dropped it on the in lap, or is that a problem on the in lap?
Seen some attrition in open two-wheel drive.
Might only be two. Maybe no semi-finals tomorrow. Who knows? We've been offered food live on air. Very kind, thank you. It's Team Roma next door offering us pulled pork, which would be great, but it's pretty tricky to eat on air, especially alongside Hal Ridge. Alongside Hal Ridge.
Roy Rice has obviously been in the wars, hasn't he? Based on the white front bumper and the white left, right front wing. There's the flames.
Watch the flames. Ah, there it is. Ah. Yes, look at that. Though I say yes, it's probably not so yes if you're the engine man for Roy Rass. No. He's out the car. He's not looking too happy. There's Tiger. No Tiger, sorry, it's Kenneth Kong in the final race as I get myself ready. Well, as we get ourselves ready. There's Quad Bike Man who virally put the dirt down on the track a couple of years ago. Kenneth Kong takes it and goes P2 in the session. But it is Victor Johansson who wins the second one. And as Gabrielson was in P5, that is going to move... Actually, Gabrielson ended that session in 10th. He was 5th in the first race. It's going to put Victor Johansson into the TQ spot. So here are the championship standings for Supercar Lights. Lucas Anderson leads Casper Janssen. And in terms of results, Anderson has had 4 wins. Casper Janssen has had 3 P2s. Tobias Darbach very nearly got a win up in Owlspin, but his engine let go on the run to the lines. Had to change that prior to going to Hollius for the Swedish national round. They did there. Then you got Olofsson and Mounier. So those 3 drivers, P3 to P5, would have some pretty serious work to do if they want to get into championship contention. And Casper Janssen needs a solid run to the finish now. Yeah, we're talking about being at the end of the series. What you must remember is we're only 6 rounds in to 10. There are 4 still to go. We're only just over 50%. So it is still very much on for people to get into the championship fight. We'll leave you with this recovery. Back in a moment when we get the cars on the line. Okay, Supercar lights on the line. Olofsson, Janssen, Darback, Anderson and Ida Tornholt on the inside. Olofsson's got away well. Everybody equal on the run to the first corner. Look at Anderson, drops back straight away. Very, very clever. He'll look for people to run wide and slots up the inside. Oh, but he doesn't. Olofsson goes round, running the back 40 livery, and actually that's hurt Anderson big time. So having to avoid Olofsson. The ideal was great. Unfortunately, the execution didn't work out. Casper Janssen's gone joker in front of him, so Anderson stays out, which is a good choice.
I would like to see that again, because I was watching Anderson, who was getting the nose up the inside of Janssen, and that was working perfectly, and then Olofsson sideways in front. So obviously Olofsson's had a different issue to end up in that position.
Yeah, whether he's been tapped or lost it on his own. At the minute, though, it's Darback who leads. So Tobias Darback racing an hour from home. Went and sat with him and his brother and his mum and dad last night. They're all smiles and chilling out. They've got guests with them. Was that a bit of tyre smoke out through the long left-hander, or was it just dust? So hard to tell, isn't it, sometimes?
I love races like this where everyone's got a story. So run down the running order. Tobias Darback obviously racing at home and will desperately want to win here on his home track. A multiple Danish Crosscar champion, a ludicrous amount of Danish Crosscar titles to his name. I think it's something like 7. Has raced a Supercar here before as well. So of course he wants to do well. Casper Janssen, remember he came here for the first time, I think, in the start of 2021, I want to say, and was absolutely wild, and we loved watching him.
Didn't we give him one of our medals, Hal?
We did, yeah.
What were the medals?
The full send medals.
Full send, yeah. Thank you to whoever made those. I can't remember right now. Send me a message if it was you. It was good fun.
Ida Tornholt, who's currently running second, stunning job. She was 5th overall in Heat 1, took that first race victory. So,
and she had a good run in Elfspin, Hal.
Amazing step up for Ida. Fantastic to see her up there. Lucas Anderson, of course, had a mega debut weekend. Remember he won back-to-back here?
Yes.
Last season in his debut weekend in Supercar Lights. And Simon Olofsson. Simon dominated here. I think it was 2 years ago on his way to the title. Do you remember he was almost unbeatable? One of those Simon Olofsson days where he is just extraordinarily good. So the quality
you've always said
Supercar Lights this weekend is really
hot and cold. He is a bit hot and cold. It's Ida Tornholt. P3, remember, up in Elfspin. Yes, there was a little bit of help there from other people having issues, but that's that confidence thing again. That's that confidence thing, isn't it? You get the good result and go, I can do this, and so much of a driver's performance, so much of anybody's performance is in their head. So Janssen is out on the standard lap and has gone joker already. Darback has been overlapped, so Janssen's going to get it, but Darback's going to hold on, and Anderson is going to end up further down the order. So Janssen takes it, Anderson ends up down in P4.
Tornholt's time there was brilliant as well. We're not claiming that she's no good and all of a sudden she is, but,
no, but
she's right in the mix now, and you're totally right. Your biggest opponent is between your ears, isn't it, sometimes?
Yes, for me, often. And I think that when you get to the likes of the top drivers who've had all the sports psychology training and they have that confidence. They sometimes I think people come across as even arrogant, and it's not. It's that confidence that is necessary to perform against the best in the world at that level.
Olofsson was unlucky there. Just that the brilliant shot to see it from.
Inside.
So Darback's just shut the door a little bit on Janssen. Janssen's done absolutely nothing wrong, and it's just nudged into the rear of Olofsson that's upset the car on that loose gravel, and Simon had nowhere to go.
Racing instant though, isn't it, when that happens? One person shuts the door, they get tagged sideways, he tags the side of someone, so Olofsson lost out.
There's more time
in P5.
There's more time in this race though because of the amount of time that cost them. So coming up next, we could definitely see this time beaten before the end of the session.
So we've got in this one Julian Munier, Eric Hesler-Berget, Victor Christensen and Kevin Darback. Now Kevin Darback you'd fancy at home, but also Julian Munier has put into good performances out of P2 and a P3, out of P3 in Elfspin last time. So Munier, who is on the inside line in the old Olsberg's Extreme Forces colours, gets the whole shot, runs the car nicely wide. That's a perfect start in terms of blocking everybody off. He's even covered them on the brakes because he can't see where they are in the dust and the dirt behind him.
And Berget looking to the inside of Christensen, who jokers there somewhere around. Remember Berget won that absolutely crazy lights race in Elfspin in round 5 on the Saturday. So again, there's drivers in here that can really upset the order. Munier with a clean run here, based on how good Julian has been this year, could easily trouble, I think, well not easily, but could well trouble Casper Janssen's time at the top of the order.
Be nice to see. So at the minute with Munier sitting in P6, where was Casper? Casper ended where? Oh, sorry, Casper won the race. Yeah, not going to overtake him for the TQ spot at the minute. So Ollison's probably the biggest loser there. Hal was sitting in TQ and ends up P5 in that one. Should drop down. I think Janssen will go up when he into the top qualifier spot. Anderson was sitting 4th and was 4th again in that last one. So yeah, Mounier could move up the order here from P6. Capitalise on other people's issues. Got to get it done.
And of course, you've still got to get through the 3rd heat as well, haven't you? So just about being consistently there or thereabouts and then executing when others don't.
Mounier on the brakes at the end of the straight. Good to see these French drivers coming up. Oh, it's a move by Darback. Yeah,
that
nice.
Was from a long way back, wasn't it?
Go on, have a go. Have a go.
Christensen doing a pretty good job as well, I'd say. A couple of test days in Sweden for Victor stepping up to Supercar Lights. This is all about testing the water for next year, really, to see.
Where's he come from? What's he done?
To Junior Crosscar, didn't he? He was there or thereabouts towards the podium. I think he was 4th. Was it here in Kovla last year with in the Junior Crosscar? So yeah, has been competitive in that class. And if you can be good in Junior Crosscar, you can be definitely good in Supercar Lights. You just need that little bit of seat time.
Was he run by JC in Junior Crosscar as well? Not sure.
No, he wasn't for the most part. But
good team to join.
Such a good team to join, especially when you're right next to Lucas Anderson.
Exactly.
Because even if Lucas isn't going to give away all the trade secrets, just having the V-Box to look at, which is the V-Box being the data system that looks at the different inputs in the car and the driver's making, but also looks at the video and what lines you're using, and you can overlap,
overlay.
So such a useful asset to be with someone that good.
Mounier's going to take it. Look at the target time. I think he's going to do it. So Mounier crosses the line and absolutely smashes them. He doesn't. Yes, he does. 232.5. He's gone what's he gone? 230. Yeah, 2.2 seconds quicker than Casper Janssen. So all that trouble at the start means that Mounier is going to be at the top of the table. And looking at it, I think, well, it will be. If Mounier holds on to that, Lene could trouble him in the last one. But Mounier, that would be his first session win, Hal, if he takes this one.
Soderholm's got a chance as well, hasn't he? Anton was quick in Aalspin.
Let's see. Mounier did have an outrageously clean race, didn't he? I think, if they get in any trouble in turn one, it'd be tricky. What were the lap times like? Did you see?
I didn't know. I did look, and then
they've deleted them.
Yeah. But it's so nice to see Lights strong again as we see the results. Mounier taking the win from Christensen on his debut. So nice seeing Lights being in a position where anyone from the 3 races could, in theory, take the fastest time with a few issues for the regular fastest guys. We haven't seen that so much through this year, have we? Because when it's 9 cars and 2 races, it's not quite the same. So having those extra couple of cars makes a massive difference to the order. And it's still a great format. It's still a great concept.
About half these cars anticipated to be turned into FC2s. Good start by Marceau Lene on the inside. It's Anton Soderholm in the dark blue car who's also done well. Then you've got Niels Christian Haug and Lars Erik Haug. But down into turn 1 first is Marceau Lene, so look for the tactics in the background. Perfect. I think if you're on that inside line, you know you're going to lose out in turn 3 as it goes to the right. You might as well go Joker.
Both the Haug brothers Joker on the opening at the opening opportunity. I wouldn't have done that if I was in their position, because
maybe one spot between them. Hal, Joker, which one of us? Both of you. Okay, fine.
It just compromises your strategy, doesn't it? And if Lars Erik has any sort of problem, if he drops it or if he gets a puncture, then you're only going to compromise Niels Christian. Really, you want to drive your own race, but also Niels Christian that little bit less experienced than Lars Erik, so help get dragged around a bit, maybe find a bit more pace. But really up front, we want to be watching Lene, who in a first year of Supercar Lights, just like Mounier, could well be looking for a top time here.
Now, I reckon we've either moved the microphone or moved the children. I think moving the children would be quicker. They've probably gone for an ice cream or something, haven't they?
Yeah, maybe they're not Supercar Lights fans, but they'll be
massive open two-wheel drive fans, though. Massive open two-wheel drive fans.
Aren't we all?
Hello, by the way, to Adam Anderson, who I think has his nephews this weekend. I was discussing with Hal yesterday how we would educate them in the ways of late 90s, normally aspirated front-wheel drive rally cars. We started with the Zara early. You may have noticed we started early with the F2 references this weekend.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He does. He absolutely does.
There's an interesting debate going on in the YouTube comments about the greatest rallycross track.
Oh,
that will take some time to discuss.
That will. Hollius is very, very high on the list.
The purple sector says only Estering and Hullius is on a par of this circuit. Amazing track. Lots of people liking Hullius.
Estering's got a spectacular turn 1, but it's hard to pass out other than that. I think one of my favourite things about this is the fact there is the opportunity to pass in several places.
It's funny, you can tell where people are from because they're championing, obviously, the circuits where they come from. So, Develsburg in Maasmechelen getting a good shout. Hell, Loiec, Trois-Rivières. I really enjoyed Trois-Rivières, but it was more about the event than the quality of the track. The track was good.
When you say the event, do you mean what was it called?
What was what called?
The bar.
Oh, Contrabandiers. Linné comes round the final corner to cross the line.
Is he quickest?
2:34, not quite.
No.
But
does he get the others?
2:34.4, so that's going to be second fastest. A
so
French
1-2 for the French.
Brilliant result.
And a brilliant first ever session win in RallyX for Julien Meunier. Nicely done. Julien Meunier takes the session. Yes, Contrabandier. It's relevant, Hal, because it's in French Canada. So
absolutely.
It's a French name for the bar. But yeah, in all seriousness, the great thing about Trois-Rivières was the fact the track was literally, half a K from the town centre. You could walk home in 10 minutes from the track, and I mean home to the riverside. It's brilliant. It's in a horse racing stadium / on the famous, of course, Trois-Rivières road circuit.
Passion for the sport as well. And
the straight there was fun, wasn't it? Because it was the first time we'd gone somewhere where rallycross cars were absolutely flat chat, and people started. Subaru went there and tested. Do you remember when they brutalised the carbon fibre rear wings? They thought they might have too much drag. They literally got a saw out on the test day, the Monday after the event, and cut the middle section out the wing, just mullered it. A beautiful carbon fibre Subaru rear wing to see if less drag would make a difference. So open 4 drive. Tapainen leads at the moment from Martin Enland in the championship, from Philip Martinson, Matt Zoman and Philip Toren. Tapainen's only had 1 win and 1 P2. Michael Tatmer's had 1 win, 1 P2, 1 P3. Martinson's had a win and 2/3. Martin Enland is 4th in the standings and hasn't had a podium, but consistency still sees him up and amongst the mix. Now, if you get into Proam, which will only separate the categories later on, Tapainen is way ahead. But Linneman is the man who won Q1 on the inside line here. Linneman didn't look like he got the greatest start, but as he gets up through the gears, he does. Tapainen is level with him on the run to turn 1, or sideways. Oman gets fired out of a dusty cannon on the run into turn 1 and gets the whole shot. Is he going to run wide? Linneman on his inside line trying to go with him. Enland goes straight into the joke lap. So 3 cars out in the standard lap. Tapainen down in P3.
How well did Matt Zoman do there to get back to the inside for turn 2 and defend from Linneman? Linneman ran really deep in the first corner in Heat 1 and lost out, and then had to fight hard to get back to the front of the order. Did well to set the fastest time, but now Linneman's stuck in the dust of Matt Zoman here, and that is going to be compromising his overall time.
If I were him, I'd go on this next lap. He's just basically to get out there. He's going to try and go on the inside line now. Late on the brakes from Linneman, but he's not quite brave enough. Matt Zoman using those hand controls back to the Audi in, and Linneman slides up the inside, passes him on the standard lap. That's a great move by the Dane racing at home.
Knows every inch of this circuit like the back of his hand, and that's when you really come to your own and you know where the grip's going to be. Even when the gravel's all dragged down into that corner, you know where it'll be most slippery, but also you can afford to pull those moves on a driver like Matt Zoman, who is so respectful. Very rare you would ever see Matt get stuck into anyone. Those moves with somebody else would be risky when you try and get around the outside, but you know that Oman's not going to put you in the wall.
I love seeing Oman back it in, Hal. When you think about the fact he's controlling those brakes from that speed using hand controls is just epic. I know we talk about him a lot, but it's tough. He's a bit of a legend.
An absolute legend.
Tapainen, is Tapainen going to go Joker on this lap in the background? Yes, he has. So Tapainen's gone Joker. This is try and cover off Enland, only just gets out in front, so it's a good call. Didn't see Enland's previous lap. Enland was doing, what was he on I can't see the previous lap times. Yes, you can. 38.8. Not has gone now. Tapainen 38. No, they were very equal look on the previous lap.
The front on Enland's Fiesta, by that I mean the front axle, the way he turned into the final corner is so there, isn't it? So positive. A totally different concept to the Fiesta of Enland, with a different transmission, different engine configuration. An M-Sport built WRC car essentially that Tapainen's driving, and an older Ford Focus concept, Ford Fiesta concept, from OMSC for Enland, as Oman's going to come out just ahead of Tapainen. Tapainen drops the Fiesta onto the left.
Linneman's going to take it though. Checker flag for Ulrich. Linneman goes over the line and should. No, Ericsson's coming up next. Ericsson had issues in the first one. Unless Ollie Eriksson has got that FC2 absolutely dialed, Linneman here might have won both those first 2 sessions, Hal. He'd be pleased with that for a start of the racing weekend at home.
And taken 2 seconds off the best time he set earlier on, but neither of them have been clean runs, have they? Had to fight back through on both occasions. Arguably had to try that bit harder this time.
Look at Oman there, pitching the car into the apex. He knows Linneman's going to check up more on the inside to line sighter.
Just gets beautifully to the apex here, on the brakes early, nice and tidy. This is what I mean about Linneman knowing every inch of the track. Oman's come to the inside to cover. Look, he just lost that bit of traction on the dust, runs that bit wide. Linneman's going to get the nose in nicely.
Linneman moved back out, didn't he? That's the thing, when he realised he wasn't going to get inside, he's come out to give himself the exit. That's great awareness, but you say, knows this place very well.
And a driver with lots of confidence, as Daniel was telling us before we started the racing. When you're in that mindset, that psychological warfare thing again, you've got that composure not to keep going with the move you're trying and to mix it up and go for the outside.
So we are missing Maiko Tam. So Maiko Tam is not on the grid. You got Ollie Eriksson, Stefan Christensen and Dennis Roma. Eriksson stalled at the start last time. They had problems with his FC2 and they were straight into the engine bay. They've been running different power configurations. He loses the start to Christensen. We'd expect that. The FC2 is not quite so quick, but he dives up the inside using pure class. And now if he can nail the lap times, he could threaten Linneman because of Linneman being in that battle with Oman, but I think it'll be hard work in the FC2.
So do I. We don't actually know what configuration they're running. Basically every heat they hit the track, they're trying something different because they're evolving this concept both for a supercar equivalent across all the different championships, but also for Nitrocross Next, of course, or Nitrocross Next Evo, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the next season of Nitro.
So it's roughly speaking, it's 450 horsepower for Nitrocross Next Evo. It's capable of 550 horsepower. Now, they'd had a run in both configurations. Yesterday, I think in practice, they did the Nitro settings. This morning in FP1, they did the full-on supercar-esque settings. Then they tried the anti-lag in Q1, and there was a problem with the map. So, you know, that's testing. I like the fact they're doing it live. It's brave.
There's no replacement for testing in the field, is there? Because you can't simulate some of these scenarios. You can't simulate dust, for example. You can't simulate being in traffic, but you also can't simulate how a driver drives. And even the best drivers in the world drive slightly differently when they're under pressure. I am sure of that. Than when, maybe the best and the coolest headed of them, and I'm thinking the Johan Kristoffersons of this planet would, he's relatively motionless in the car, would probably drive pretty consistently.
Yeah.
Ollie and Kevin are probably right up there on that as well, but generally a driver will drive differently if they're in a head-to-head fight than it would be just testing.
Now, I understand from conversations earlier they're using a different damper on the car this weekend as well, and how the rear end of it is pitching around a lot less than it was before.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were fully on top of that in the previous races, but again, they're so focused on sorting out the engine concept that maybe the chassis is every engine change you make, you need to bring the chassis to it as well. They've all got to work in harmony. So
every change at all, it's really hard, isn't it? You can do something at the tyre pressures and then go, well, it was good, but it wasn't as good. Was it the tyre pressures, or did I make a mistake? And all of those things have to be factored in. He's on the last lap. Eriksson's heading in now. He gets very sideways in the Joker. He's a little bit wide. Will have cost him a couple of tenths, I think, in the Joker. Through the long left-hander now. He's aiming for the time of Linneman, 2:24. He's not going to get there. Oh, it's only a second off. I thought it was a tenth off from it. 1.1 off is very, very impressive, I think. And I'd say he lost a couple of tenths in the Joker. So, in theory, Eriksson there, under a second off the pace of a supercar in the FC2. We'll have to try and find out what settings they were running. Decent.
Yeah, very good. Nice to see some clean running for them as well, and that'll really help with the data acquisition.
They lost the start here, Hal. That's supercar versus FC2, isn't it, off the line? It just got out-dragged, but then class on the exit. Yeah,
Christensen making his first start in the Audi this weekend, but Ollie using all of his experience just to stay nice, neat and tidy, not to get over-rotated and be nice and calm on the brakes into 2, which is still pretty clean through the rest of the day. Turn 2 is going to get a lot more gravelly.
Eriksson takes it with a 2:25.9. Where that music's coming from, you can hear some music at one of the various venues around here. Who are we missing from this? So Maiko Tam was missing from the previous one, and I think Toren is missing from this. So Philip Toren is missing from this one. So you've got Martin Ovs, Martinson and Morten Schnack. Martinov's in the rolls, Bowden to run Peugeot 208 on a 308 on the entry list, which it absolutely is not. And Philip Martinson in the Clio. Martinson, of course, who had the win at Kuvula earlier this year. Martinson gets the whole shot. And at the back of the pack, straight into the Joker lap goes Morten Schnack. Dennis Romer's just pulled into the pretend next to us. You can hear Anti-Lag sort of overrun, rumbling away in the background. Oh, spin, Martinov's.
Just got that bit wide. I wonder if there's a broken drive shaft or something. Slightly weird place to drop the car, but got very wide. It'll be super loose and gravelly on the outside there, but that's given a nice clear run to Martinson. Martinson could trouble the time of Linneman here based on his performance earlier in the year, but remember Linneman's so knowledgeable about this venue. If it was someone else, I would back Martinson to get right up there, but I think it could be tricky. Martinson in all sorts of wars, wasn't he, in Alvspin last time out, but was brilliant in Kuvula.
Did he have a half roll in Alvspin? I can't remember. He did, didn't he, in turn 2?
He was involved in the roll for Kevin Eriksson in the first corner, if you remember. Very controversial, that was well investigated, and we went through that with Raiders Nittis, who I'm sure we'll hear from a lot more today from the race director position. Best lap time for Oliver Eriksson was at 38.3. Best time for Martinson so far is a 38.5. So Martinson's there or thereabouts into the Joker this time around. Through the final corner, looks well on top of that clear now. Just clipping the apex onto this super long straight. Vigo doesn't go under the bridge. We go.
He has done, hasn't he? He has done under the bridge.
I think it's a bit risky, isn't it?
I think he'll do it. Maybe Vigo will do it. And do you reckon it's too easy to get shot down by the gravel?
Yeah, probably. And too easy to hit the bridge.
That lake looks fuller than past on the inside of the braking zone. Did anybody have a nose in the lake before? I got a feeling we have one year. Anyway, Martinson still leads. Last lap, coming round. And the target time bottom left is at 2:24.8. Actually, Hal's right, he could very well trouble this on the exit. Is he going to go quickest? I think he might. 2:24.8, what he does, he goes quickest by about 0.07 of a second. Philip Martinson edges Ulrich Linnemann at home. That is a brilliant performance. Fantastic by the Swede, a winner in Kuvula. Sticks himself very much on the list for being a potential winner here in Denmark as well. Great drive. Less troubled as, I would say Linnemann had a clearer, easier run than this. I suppose he gets the whole shot, but Linnemann looked great. So Martinson's edged him on pace over the laps.
Linnemann lost a reasonable amount of time behind Omen on the first lap and then had to pass him.
Yes, of course, correct. Okay, there you go. That is a bit unusual, isn't there? Well, yeah, I suppose you can see a fair bit of dirt. The car performed well for the rest of the run, but
it could easily have been some sort of problem for Martinov as he continues his learning through RallyX 2024. Great run though for Martinson.
So Martinson with the 2:24.8 goes quickest in the session ahead of Ulrich Linnemann, Oliver Eriksson, Mats Oman and Joni Tapainen. Looking at the standings, if I can find them. Linnemann was in the TQ and he has dropped. Well, will he drop back? He was TQ before and he's P2 in this one. No, he'll hold on to the TQ. Philip Martinson, I think, will move up. Yeah, what was Martinson?
11th.
Philip was down in 11th. So yeah, he should very much move up. So there you go. Right, that is Q2 done and dusted for everyone. So stick around because Q3 is coming up. But in the meantime, we are going to take a look back at that monster crash, which was caught on the drone here. It was Ostland in 2020. Absolutely massive crash up at the far end of the circuit. So nice story here for you about Ostland and the big shunt and the repairs and all the rest of it. So stay with us. We'll be back very soon for Q3, the final qualifying session here for round 7 of RallyX 2024. No, it's one long open corner and it's turn 4 at the hairpin, and that's just the different teams looking at it in different ways.
I think in Per Ekland's day, the hairpin would be turn 3 as Linus Austin takes a joker. Linus doing a good job here actually. He's not too shy of Kallio. Tiny joker.
Good time. Oh, doesn't want to go behind Enland. Just alongside Enland. No! No! Massive off! Absolutely huge crash. Enland came out. That's a huge off. And that is championship over. Linus Östlund has been fired at the tiny bit of contact between them. Can't call what happened. Östlund, though, with a huge crash. Linus Östlund was in. He was second to Henrik Krogstad. Climbs out of the car. The car is absolutely destroyed. He's really shaken. That is one of the biggest RX2 crashes I've ever seen. He's okay. He's out of the car. He's okay. Haug takes the checkered flag, but that is a shocker.
That was a massive crash, wasn't it?
Huge off.
Amazing, given the relative speed of the two cars, and it's uphill. It was
He's
a
touching
huge
wheels
barrel
again.
roll.
He's touching wheels again.
Look at the state of the car. Of course, it looks a lot worse because the rear bodywork's gone,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah.
So it's not like a conventional car. You can see the rear clam there. Thankfully, Linus is out okay.
Oh, I'm gutted for him. It's championship over. The championship fight is over. Big hugs from the family. He's as close as he could be to the spotters up there. I think it'd be. He's really shaken.
His dad looks pretty shaken as well, doesn't he?
He would be, Hal.
He
would. No, do you know what? That's the one time you'd be grateful to be so close as the spotter to the. They will. You know, the accident is awful. He's fine. He's fine. He'll know that's done. I will be staggered if that's back out today. I don't think it can be. What do you think? We need to see the car a bit more to see if the cage. If the cage is damaged, it's game over basically. But it is a huge amount of damage. What we're on Q2. How many cars do we have? We've got 16 cars. No, he's done. Even if they get the car repaired. We need to see the front angle if we've got a camera from the front. Here we go. Have a look at this. So Östlund into the Joker. Enlund hasn't even appeared. It goes to show you how long the Joker takes here. Now, Enlund obviously is going to try and defend the position. Östlund comes around the outside. Enlund's on the inside, but how? I think. Look at the roll. Just look at the roll. It's a massive accident.
Enlund didn't open the steering, did he? Look, he's still got the lock on.
We've got the drone right over it. My word, we're gonna have
like
some
we were
pictures of
saying,
this.
it's just the rubber on rubber, isn't it?
But look at where it is. Look at it. Look. 1, flinging all the glass out in the clamshell. 2, 3, 4 full rolls. Categorically the biggest accident I've ever seen in an RX2 car, and hats off to the construction of that vehicle, because the safety cell in that is absolutely intact. And you might think it's repairable, but look, the look on his face is that it's done, and I'm so sorry for him. I spoke to him this morning. You saw the interview with him. He was in the fight. It's a big, loving hug, which is what he needs right now, because he'd be gutted. That's family, that.
They were hard impacts on the roof, weren't they? I was thinking maybe, you know, I'm not saying it's impossible to fix it now, either, but the impacts on the roof have got to mean cage damage.
Well, can we see the roll again in the truck? If we could see that roll again from that same angle, we'd love to see it again, because we want to see
the first impact. So watch as they make contact. So it's his rear wheel that's going to touch. So the steering's open, isn't it? So the wheel's exposed from the bodyweight. You can see the body get pushed up, and it's just. So he's now applied full lock and buried the throttle, and I hope it's going to sit back down, and it just goes over. And it's this impact here.
The second, it's the right side of the cage, isn't it, of sitting in the car.
Yeah,
the first impact of the top left corner isn't so bad as when it bounces on the top right. After that. Okay. Well, look at that. Look at the fluids flinging out of it. I mean, it's just. I took the drone out. We're saying hit the drone and took the drone out on it. Okay, watch for the drone then.
There you can see the drone just.
Okay, here's the drone. Watch the drone above. So the drone's that's how high the car gets launched. Here's the drone. Watch this. What? Oh, it gets struck by the clamshell. It's off in the middle of the track. Oh, I wonder if it got driven over. Well, 2 people. Let's see. Oh, just misses it.
Just offline, isn't it?
Well, I feel sorry for Vigo, because we do have the shot, we think, or we don't? What do we think? Soon. Okay, so we think, sorry, that's us hearing from the TV truck in our ears. We think that Vigo, bless him, who's had a drone written off by a rallycross company. We said, was it yesterday? We said it'll never happen, and it has today. I think, we're pretty sure. Here we go. This is what I want to see, is whether or not Östlund has damage to the cage. They're in the front end of the car, so...
And on the far right with the woolly hat is the man you want on the job, isn't it? Sebastian Eriksson, incredible driver, but he knows these cars better than anyone. They'll know immediately whether they can fix this car or not. And I think we're going to see the footage from the drone that got hit, which is going to be very interesting indeed.
So we're following Enland on the run up to the... No, we're not. So that's, sorry, Ostland going in, and Enland will come in underneath us. Here comes Ostland now. Watch this. I'll tell you what, you will never, ever see another shot like that of a motorsport crash. That is an incredible piece of flying from Vigo, and we are sorry for his kit, because that's an expensive racing drone with an expensive camera on it. And I'm sure he'd be billing someone for it, but that's a shame for Vigo, but what a talented young man he is. We're really grateful to have him on the TV team here with us. Now, this is the point, Hal, at which they're looking...
You cannot speak highly enough of Sebastian Eriksson. I know I'm a bit of a fanboy. He's the first person in there with the jack to get it off the back of the loader. Linus is absolutely destroyed. I wonder if they've realised there's damage to the roll cage or something that means it's not repairable.
Oh, poor Linus. Oh, man.
We are in Nysum in Denmark, and this is the sharp end of the RallyX Nordic 2020 season. The two trophies you can see in the foreground of our studio are two of the big trophies that will be given away in the next 3 or so hours, 4 hours maybe. That is the Supercar trophy, and then over here is the RX2 trophy, which is of course one entire championship in 2 days. And it was a dramatic session that we took a little break after the qualifying 2 session. It was particularly dramatic because of this, Andrew Coley. Talk us through what we saw from the drone.
Yeah, this is Vigo's fantastic drone. I've just seen Vigo, by the way. He only broke 2 plastic propellers. That was it in this. But unfortunately, the same can't be said for Linus Ostland, who you're following here. Comes in from the Jokler, merged with Enland, and rolled the car 4 times. It was a big, heavy roll. Here it is from the outside. Okay. 1, clamshell comes off, drone gone. 2, 3, fluids are pouring out the roof. 4. His family were up there, the spotters. They were down to see him immediately. You can see he's okay in the car. Here it is, look. And this is a big emotional hug because it's a massive moment. He was P2 in the standings. He was hoping to fight for the championship. And to be honest with you, I think we all thought that was game over because the car was an absolute mess. You then went up there at the end of the session.
Spoke to him.
What were they saying?
Well, I mean, they clearly thought that it's salvageable. I spoke to Linus himself. He says he has, it's quite matter-of-factly said, I have rolled rallycross cars before, but never that bad.
Not 4 times.
Yeah, and of course he's quite emotional because A, it was a big shock to the system. He's hurt his knee, but basically because, you know, he knows that's possibly the championship over. But this is live pictures now from the OMSE tent. Now, interestingly, of course, the car next to it is the car that he had contact with to cause the roll, which, you know, whether there's tension there or not, but they're certainly doing everything they can. There's even Andreas Eriksson in there working hard on it.
Let's take a look at what's going on. So so Maria Eriksson up on the roof, clean the roof off. That's probably fluids. Bear in mind, it's a mid-rear engine motor engine car, so you can see the header tanks are up the top of the clamshell of the body is there. That looks like the one that was running before. So all of the spindly pieces of metal at the back there, you can see they are mostly to mount the body shield. They don't really matter. The bigger tubes you can see, those are the chassis / the roll cage. So the roll cage obviously is the safety cell that the driver is in. That's new parts being unwrapped. That's a rear hub on the floor. So they're putting rear hubs on either side. Is that Sebastian Eriksson? I think it is. Yeah. So, you know, Sebastian Eriksson, winner of World RX from Sweden last year. An absolutely incredible driver, one of the key mechanics. 2 new wishbones, both the rear left wishbones have been changed. Look, you can see upper and lower wishbones are done.
That's Kevin Eriksson there with his back to us.
Yeah, for Kevin Eriksson, that's a new
Everyone's
drive shaft.
In, basically.
Yeah, but look at the parts they're chucking at it, Neil. You know, this is not a, so, you know, there's tape. Yeah, it is. They're taping the screen in. They've taped the side window, and you can see the driver window there. If we can have a look around the front end of the car and see, you can see where the clamshell attaches. You see both the hinges are still on the car, and the clamshell's been ripped off. And you can probably see at the top of the clamshell there. You can see they've put 2 metal plates on. You see either side on the roof, so either side of the Swedish flag, they've put metal plates on there, riveted those in place. Andreas Eriksson is at the back. There's a number of other checks to make. You know, the engine's been run upside down, so you've got to hope that you haven't done any damage. I don't think it will have done because it's turned over so quickly, and will probably have been stalled fairly fast. But they have done a massive amount of repairs there. Is that Linus as well?
Yep.
So Linus is actually mucking in on his own repair. He's out of his race suit, look. So radiator, so that's for your cooling system. Look at this. Ollie Eriksson, Supercar Championship leader, champion-elect, drilling holes in the top of the car to make it fit. Maria Eriksson, Andreas' wife there, fixing things up too. Even Joel Kristoffersen was up there from JC Race Technique, helping to get that car out. Absolutely brilliant. Sebastian Eriksson, World Championship winner. Kevin Eriksson, World Championship race winner.
How many race wins had their hands on
that
that car at that moment?
But
That's
it's
amazing.
Brilliant, isn't it? What a story.
There's his dad.
Girlfriend to the right in the grey hat. It's been a fraught couple of hours, hasn't it?
I feel pretty emotional seeing them there. They're there. They were the first 2 people to him after he'd rolled the car 4 times, and they will have been gone over the door on the other side because it's all taped up. You wanted to go around there, and this could be anything. They could be plugging his comms in, sorting the belts out, cleaning off some piece of fluid they haven't spotted before. They're just doing the last minute things, desperately trying to get it so that he's got the best chance possible of continuing. But these are the first 2 people who were to him after he destroyed the car, and they're there as he rolls back out to the pre-grid. And that is why I love sport. It doesn't actually matter what the sport is. It's those stories for me of underdog or hero to zero or lifetime's dream or ambition achieved.
Collective human endeavour.
Yeah, sport's a wonderful thing. If you, yeah, it's funny. I mean, he won't be watching this if you don't like sport. But I was people say I don't like sport. I'm like, well, you're a bit weird, really. It's not like in dogs. You know what I mean, don't you? There are certain things in life which you just can't not like. Like, it's a nice view. I didn't get it when I was a kid. You know when your parents say, look at the nice view, boring. Like, you grow up a bit, don't you? And you just appreciate these things. And I think sport is wonderful. I often get involved in a sport that I'm not even interested in.
Oh, yeah. And you can feel yourself choking up when you're not even
like
involved.
The Olympics is the best one for that. You watch a random sport at the Olympics, you find yourself in tears because someone's won a gold medal and the commentators telling you some amazing story about how it'd been their dream and their mum had wanted to do it and they couldn't. And, you know, all these things. It's actually one of my favourite bits of my job is getting involved in the emotion of it all. I love it.
It's Eriksson and there's Andreas there talking to Morgan Osland from Julius. That's been an incredible effort for those guys to get this car fixed. Andreas has seen it all before though, hasn't he?
Oh, come on,
Not the first rolled RX2 car they've fixed.
No, come on, Linus. Right. I'm cheering for Osland in this one. It's tough if you don't like it. It's a brilliant story. I told you many a time, if you've watched other stuff, I can't resist a good story. That's what me and Neil and Hal were talking about with sport in general. Whatever the sport is, you can't beat a good story, and this is a great story. Osland away from the line in slot number 2. The car looks in good health at the moment, putting a squeeze on Foss on the inside. Oh, a tiny bit of contact from outside. Osland holding onto the inside line from Scotch to pole. Going to be right up behind Enlund. It was Enlund who he had that really unfortunate contact with. Sorry, we love to look relaxed when you come back, when genuinely we're not. Hal's still printing. I've made a couple of teas. We've had a chat. Kevin Ericsson's going to come and talk to us at some point. And we're just doing a bit of juggling, really. It's quite a small group of people working here, as you may have told from the past. There's also a fairly small group of people. Where's the studio? Hal, where's the truck? Sweden? Is it?
Sorry?
The truck people are Sweden, aren't they?
In Stockholm, yeah.
Stockholm, yeah. Hey to Henke, Kalle and everybody else there. Hey, yeah, they're saying hello back in our ears. So yeah, we're getting ready for...
It doesn't work great on TV, does it?
No, not really. It's like radio, isn't it? Talking about things that people can't see.
But I'm sure they could put themselves into the broadcast if they wanted.
Yeah, they probably could, actually. Perhaps you guys should have the talk back in your ears, then you'd have an idea of what's going on this end. But you also have to do some printing whilst talking about a live broadcast for the full experience. Okay, we're getting ready for the final qualifying session of Round 7 of RallyX 2024 from Nysumbanen in Denmark. Crosscar Junior, Hampus Hagström, top of the table. Those 250s show you that he is the top qualifier as it stands. You only got a very brief glimpse of them. So I can tell you that Oscarson is P2, Kinnunen is P3, and Solly is in P4. Hagström to Painen, Nielsen, Solly and Kinnunen. So Solly in the 195, slot number 4, who has a bad start and drops back. That is not what Solly needed, and Hagström, who's had 2 clear session wins, gets away nicely. Oliver Solly looking to see if he can get up the inside of anybody on the run to the first corner, which he can. He manages to get past, I think it's Nielsen, up the inside. Kinnunen is the 33, who's at the back of the pack. They've both gone into the Joker lap, so Solly got away with that, ends up P3, but his title rival Hagström leads.
Not working out for Solly at all, this, is it, today, from what we've seen so far? Didn't get the job done in Q2, but Q3 equally difficult in the opening couple of corners. Now it's all about getting your head down, trying to execute the Joker strategy. That's all the harder, as we always say, without having a spotter in your ear in the junior cars. But they're so composed, aren't they, behind the wheel? They know exactly what's going on around them. Meanwhile, Hampus Hagström is... we were talking in the opener, weren't we, about how he'd had all the TQs in the middle of the year, but just hadn't managed to pull it together until recently. But great job this weekend so far, really, when you need to execute most. And yes, there's 4 rounds to go, but if you...
Oh, Solly moves up the inside. That was beautifully done. On the lock stops as well. Get in. Now he's on the outside. Might lose out. He does. Oh, makes a wonderful pass, but then loses the exit speed and ends up dropping the position down. You can see they've watered a little bit on that straight to try and keep the dust down up here, and Solly comes in, backing it in again and looks to the inside line of Nielsen. Can't find a way through, and this is costing Solly time while Hagström's checking out front.
Talking about composure, great from Nielsen there to get past on the inside, but then immediately get the run to get up the inside over the start-finish line, and that's really helping Kinnunen, who's just managing to edge away a little bit as Kinnunen goes into the Joker.
Painen's gone in ahead of him as well, so 2 cars into the Joker. Painen's going to make it. Kinnunen is not, but might get out in front of Solly. Solly is having an absolute shocker here.
And it's so close, isn't it, that one small issue, like getting side by side as he did with Nielsen last time around, and you lose out massively as it's so fast under that bridge. These cars are on the limiter as Kinnunen gets a bit out of shape on the gravel on the outside.
They've got a limit, haven't they? Rev limit of 9,500 revs, and this is one track where we hear them on that rev limiter twice, the whole way down under the bridge, and then this whole way as well. Because they're not quite as quick as, say, the Supercars, you'll see the Supercars skip twice over that bridge, so there's 2 crests and it can make it really tricky. Now our leader, Hampus Hagström, has just come out from the Joker on the final lap. He's won both qualifying sessions so far. I think he's very likely to make it 3 from 3 with that performance. What's that, a 241.6? That is the fastest he's gone all weekend. 244, a 243. Now he does a 241.6. That is brilliant. Okay, let's have a look. Back at the replays here. This was Solly. Look at that. He backed it in. To be fair, he was given enough room there by Nielsen. Just gave him space on the way in, but that was very wise from Nielsen because then he found just enough space to get back up the inside. Great racing from those 2. Hagstrom with the fastest time of the day in Crosscar Junior. Oscarson on the right-hand side of your grid, then Schnack, Antila, Schnack and Svedland. There's Carl Schnack on the outside, Axel Schnack on the inside. Oscarson is sitting in P2 in the standings at the minute, so we'll want a good start here. The number 11 on the right-hand side of your screen doesn't get a good start. Middle of the grid, it's Alex Antila who's got the best start. Shuts the door. Oh, contact in the background, rode up over the wheels and ends up with a spin, so that wasn't ideal.
Between the two Schnacks as well, which is definitely not ideal in their home round. What a shame for them to get tucked up together, but these Crosscar machines are strong, aren't they? I wouldn't be surprised at all if they both recover from that, but it's so competitive that losing that much time in the first corner spells bad news.
I was looking actually, Hal, a minute ago to see what the difference is in terms of times between Crosscar and Crosscar Junior. So remember, these guys got 9,500 revs. Crosscar have got like 15,000 revs, and the difference is that Hampus Hagstrom is an absolute genius and has done 3.5 perfect laps in his junior Crosscar. Those extra 5,000 revs would put him 27th place in Crosscar. So there is a big speed differential with the extra RPM, if you wonder, and that's for safety. Some of these drivers are as young as 11 years old, and you can't just put them in a rocket ship straight away.
Antila running out front under pressure from Pontus Oscarson, who's doing a solid job here, while also under pressure from Carl Svedland. Svedland in the JC Race Technics squad, who has been regularly on the podium in the last couple of rounds, a second and a third in half spin. Looks to the inside, Svedland on Oscarson. That's a beautiful move, just got the front wheels hooked up on that curb, nicely up the inside, going up the hill on Oscarson. The two Swedes going at it. Great job from Carl Svedland. And that has all played into the hands of Alex Antila, who should be able to pull away that little bit, but is now under pressure from Svedland. Oscarson's gone into the Joker. There is Oscarson, but we want to be watching the battle for the lead up front, because Svedland is all over the back of the race leader.
Contact between them on the brakes there, just a little bit at that end of that very, very tricky long straight through the right-hander. Again, look at the difference in the clean track and the dirty track here as well. There's a tiny hole on the inside of that right-hander as well, Hal.
Svedland can be going so much quicker here, Andrew. He's eaten up the gap to Antila, having got past Oscarson. Looks to the inside, so confident on the brakes in that so slippy braking area. Is going to cover off into the Joker as well. Great move.
Lovely, and to cover it in the Joker as well is brilliant. Oh no, drops it and goes back the other way. Oh, now look at that, couldn't be closer. Oscarson tries to slot in between them and loses out. Going to end up third in this one. Great racing from these youngsters. Absolutely brilliant.
It doesn't matter about the result. The racing is brilliant. The dicing for position, the respect they give each other on track. I'm impartial. I don't care who wins that particular race, but the battle was brilliant.
So they there with a look at the time they've cost themselves there, Hal, 2:48.9. So as a comparison,
Antila did a great job as well, because was under huge pressure towards the end from Svedland, but kept his nerve when Svedland got up the inside and got back past when Svedland ran that bit wide into in the Joker section. There's the contact between the two Schnacks in the first corner.
Hagstrom is killing them. I've just been looking at the times, because I was thinking 2:48's a long way off, yeah. In Q1, Hagstrom did a 2:44.7. The next nearest driver was Oscarson on a 2:49.6, so 4.9 seconds slower. Next session, he did a 2:43.6, and the P2 driver was a 2:47.1, so again, nearly 4 seconds faster. Hagstrom's destroying them here. I love that when you hear a driver late, immediately on the limit, that hooker on the outside. Then you got Carlsen, Murtik and Stupperberg Fredriksson on the inside. which is an awesome name, but unfortunately Stupperberg Fredriksson loses out at the start, and it is Hukar, which is a little bit easier to say on the run to turn 1, who takes the whole shot.
Hukar made a great launch. Murtik didn't get the best reaction, but then obviously found a load of grip because the car just hooked up, and now it's Murtik all over the back of Hukar, the Estonian, taking on the Finn at the front of the order.
So Stubber Fredriksson at the back there, Hal, Danish driver, new to the series this weekend, and changed his mind about going into the Joker lap. You could see he was considering it, and then the car in front went. So good awareness at least, having lost out at the start.
Yeah, don't follow. Even if you cost yourself a few temps, I would never follow, because you just compromise them immediately.
Especially not here where you've got 4 opportunities. When you've only got 3, sometimes you've got to hedge your bets. Yeah, a lot of, because we only do 3 laps in qualifying, there's 5 cars. Some cars are going to have to do it, but here we've got more of a chance to try and miss somebody else. So in fact, obviously with only 4 cars in these last 2 races, in theory they can all go on their own lap now. This one is Antila, I think, who's gone in, is it?
Murtik, I think.
Sorry, Murtik on the wrong race, wrong grid. Yes, correct. It is Murtik who went in.
181 in the very distinctive pace machine.
TN11 they're
That's
running.
not a dig at you for not recognising. They're just all bright yellow, aren't they?
Yeah, they are bright yellow, yeah. It's me looking down at the wrong entry list, basically.
Absolutely classic.
Looking for the TN11 that was in the previous race, and then realising there were no TN11s in the previous race and getting wholly confused.
So I've also made a decision about my approach to commentary. I think if we're ever in a boring final, I'm going to just start looking at the timing screen more, because usually when I do that, there's some massive action that I miss.
Right, so look away if you need to liven it up a bit. So yeah, there we go.
Great move from Arvid Carlson down into the bottom of the hill. Gets past the local driver, who now does Joker. As you say, Andrew, great decision to mix up the strategy there.
Locked wheels at the end of the straight, bit of dust coming up, and then almost going deep. You see, you want to leave the braking there, almost to the tarmac if you can, but not quite. And when you jump on the brakes hard on the loose, it will lock them up, so you kind of need to modulate the braking with the initial impact, and then when you get to the tarmac, increase the strength of the braking massively, exponentially, as the grip level comes up, and it's hard.
This is a brilliant drive from Carlson, the second JC driver in this session, to really put on a show, coming round the final corner. Nice, neat and tidy, jokered on the opening lap, and has absolutely got about it. The time is a 2:47.2, so P4 overall.
Yeah, solid though.
Thought it might have been quicker than that, but did have some overtaking to do during the race.
Have a look at this. Stay with this final race of qualifying for Crosscar Junior coming up. So Arvid Carlson with that 2:47.2 slots into 4th. Murtik slots into P9. So there's 5 cars difference between those 2 drivers. One on a 2:47 and one on a 2:49. So just a couple of seconds will drop you down by that. If it was Crosscar Senior with a slightly deeper entry, you'd drop back even more. So this one then, on the inside, NYSUM, then it's Sebastian Isaksetra, Hugo Lundgren Jr. and Theo Johansson. Hume gets away really nicely on the pole. The other 3 cars very equal. So now it's about what you do. You've got to keep it relatively tight. You know there's people making moves behind. That's perfect for Hume, because everybody has managed to give their run to the second corner a bit of a problem, if you like, with the various bits of contact. Now these 2, look, neither of them's decided whether to go Joker or not, and end up with more contact in the background. So NYSUM out front now needs to get his head down and just try and get away, really. No mistakes, get the lap times in.
Current chat on the YouTube comments about...
Yeah, go on, Hal, what's going on?
Well, someone's asking how difficult are these cars to drive. I'm assuming they mean the cross cars. Someone's responded saying, Hal and Andrew have both driven cross cars, they'll tell you. And then people talk about their own experiences, etc. I've driven a cross car. But I drove a Crosscar in the UK that was definitely set up for autocross, so it was much too soft for the track I was driving it around. So it was and it was early in its development. It was quite a few years ago now.
You've driven the RX 150s a lot though, which is a very similar concept.
Well, they're a single-seater rallycross machine, and they race head-to-head in the British Rallycross Championship now.
1000cc engines
with the FIA spec cross cars, but they have a diff, don't they? The RX 150s. They're a bit heavier. They have a diff. They're quite a different driving experience, I think, to a cross car.
I think I'd get on better with a cross car, so I like backing it in.
Because you're more sandy. Whereas a diff in the RX 150 makes that a bit of a different experience.
It's a smoother driving experience to exploit the car, whereas with an RX 150 you drive. Sorry, with a cross car So if you've ever gone corporate karting, and by that I mean not proper karting, which gives it a bit of a disservice. The only way really to make up time on people in those things is to back them in. If you want to pass somebody, you jump on the brakes as late as you can, cross it up and stick it up the inside of them, and you can cross those cars up to make them turn in.
But we're already being very specific. If the question is, are they hard to drive? I think the answer, to drive them, they're like a supercar, an open four-wheel drive. So you've got your 3 normal pedals, a clutch, a brake and a throttle, and you've got a sequential gear lever. Let's not worry about which way you move it, but generally you pull it backwards to go up a gear and you push downwards to go down a gear. With a motorbike engine, you probably have to go down one by pressing forwards first.
Now he's getting problem specific.
But it doesn't matter. The gear lever is push or pull, and you've got 3 pedals. So to operate the car, the clutch is normally quite switch-like compared to a normal road car. So anyone that can drive a normal car at home, is the clutch your clutch pedal has a lot of travel in it, and it makes it easy to pull away, whereas a racing car generally has quite a sharp pedal, which makes it harder to pull away.
But also these are motorbike clutches, which are much smaller, so think about a motorbike. Normally when you use the clutch you do it with your fingers, so you've got a lovely feel for it. We're just going to see the end of this race, then we'll talk to you about it a bit more. Humi's going to take it. The time is going to be, 2:48, so that's going to go, it's actually not bad. Should see him inside the top 6 or 7. So yeah, so basically the clutch is quite harsh in them, and yeah, there isn't any power assistance on the steering, so I would say they are quite physical to drive.
But I always think to drive and to drive on the limit are two different things, aren't they?
To drive them is easy. Pulling away is hard, driving around is easy.
Clutch, to drive is easy. The first problem you'll have is, unless you're on the limit, as we look back at the replays here, and maybe we'll get an example here in turn 2. Let's watch Hume at the front. No useful examples.
We'll see more example in Crosscar.
You get what you need to do in these cars is get rotation, and by rotation I mean you need to get the car moving around underneath you to get them to turn in, because there's no weight over the front of the vehicle. In the paddock you'll often see someone sit on the front of it to add some weight to push the suspension down to get some traction to turn, whereas if you drive them slowly you can give it loads of steering, what we call lock, and nothing happens. So the harder you drive them, arguably the easier they become to drive, because you're moving the rear around, and that's dictating where the front of the car then goes.
I think if I can shorten it as much as I possibly can, a competition car only works driven hard is the easiest way to do it. Now, your road car is set up to be easy to drive at all times in most different weather conditions, which actually means it's not that optimised. So unless you're buying a Porsche 911 GT3 or a Toyota GR Yaris, which is absolutely dialed for driving experience, most road cars really are set up to be least likely to be crashed, so they're pretty easy to drive in all circumstances. Competition cars only really work when you drive them on the limit, is roughly what we're saying. So if you like driving on the limit, cross cars are mega. Eekmerstad leads the standings at the minute on 90 points. He is 11 points ahead of Ronald Bowdens, and Elias Svensson is just 2 points further back. They are the top 3 in your championship. Romet Cerno was TQ both events last time out. Look, he's in P8, but look at his Q2 score of 42 points. He had a shocker in Q1, and he'll be looking for another score like that in Q3 to try and get himself back up towards the sharp ends. I'm pretty sure it's Cerna who's in P4 in the standings as I frantically flick through. It is Cerna who's in P4 in the standings, but it's really about between the top 3 in terms of the championship and TQ here.
To give an example of the driving hard thing, and I don't claim to be a good driver, but I have done some supercar races, and the more experienced you get, the more on top of the car you become, and the easier it becomes.
Yeah.
It's almost the harder you work the car, the more it comes to you, the harder you work in the differentials.
If you're not leaning on it, it doesn't work. You have to lean on it.
So the more nervous you are, it's weird, isn't it? Yeah. You need to be experienced to extract the most.
But then you can overdrive too, which is what I was guilty of in the RX 150 in the wet at Liddon Hill. So I went out, drove my heart out in pre-practice, came in and was really disappointed with the time because I felt I was on the limit, and I said to Hal, what am I doing wrong? And from the outside, where Hal's got some headspace to just watch and not be in the car trying to catch a wasp like I was, he said, "You're overdriving it, mate. Just calm down and just smooth it all out." Did that, and the times came much more easily. So it's a lot of it's in your head. Look at this. This is a hell of a lineup from P3 on the grid. It is Cerner, who's had the double TQ, tries to get there. Round his outside, though, comes Rasmus Persson. Persson runs a bit wide in the dirt. Several cars dropping back. Look at Cerner's gone back 3-4 places. He'll try and cut back to the inside line now. Goes across and goes straight into the Joker lap. So Romet Cerner's gone Joker.
Mustad leads. What a great job that was from...
oh no! That is Eric Steinsholt. Steinsholt's mounted the tyres and won't be going any further. I don't think that'll be a red flag, Hal. He's offline.
No, I would imagine he'll need to get out of it for them not to red flag it there, whereas Mustad backs it in, coming down the hill under the bridge.
Can I just point out that we normally have 30 cars, so it's 6 cars with 6 races with 5 cars in each. We're 31 cars here, and some genius said, let's make the 6 cars the fastest race. Yes, to whoever that person is, that was a great decision. Make it look at Steinsholt, bang on the apex marker. I reckon he's still in the car, don't you?
Yeah.
Getting out of that would be tricky, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah, probably fall over backwards, wouldn't it? Mustad is under massive pressure here from Persson. Remember, Persson had that big altercation in the first corner last time out in Alvspin, ran that bit deep, and there was a big crash in turn 1 under pressure from Bowdens as well. And look at Mustad backing it into the tarmac hairpin.
In the background, it's Jorgensen from Denmark who's got in front of Cerner. Cerner, you saw Joker on lap 1. So now if nobody makes a pass here, it's going to be about which of the cars goes Joker. So I think Bowdens will go if the 2 in front don't Joker.
I think Persson
but if Persson feels like he's being held up, he'll go on. Look at that. Mustad dummies him off by going for the lead. That's a great move by Mustad spotter.
I love a bit of mixed up strategy.
Yep.
It really, really changes things, doesn't it?
Clearly out into space, knowing now the other 2 will fight each other. That is a genius bit of strategy. If you're new to it, obviously your spotter can help you, not in Crosscar Junior, but in Crosscar, about when to go. He's under pressure, losing time, potential to get taken out. He had the window ahead of Jorgensen to go, so they sent him. What a great move.
Bowdens so late on the brakes down at the bottom of the hill. These 2 will definitely be compromising each other just that little bit.
Yeah, it would need a genius lap, wouldn't it, from Persson? Persson can make us and Mustad spotters eat his words if he comes out in front of him in now. So Persson and Bowdens go in. Bowdens runs wide. Persson is sideways. He's going to get there first. Mustad comes through, slots in by about 6 inches at the front of the pack. Mustad takes it, and that is a brilliant bit of spotting and a great execution by Mustad as well. Yes.
Great race.
Now we're talking. Now I'm awake. What time is it? Late. I know. That was wicked. Look at Cerner. Cerner got great grip off the line, didn't he? Gets just nudged on the run to the first corner. Then he gets squeezed. Is it Mustad that came around the outside, or was it Persson? It was Persson, I was right, on the first lap. I think Mustad gets up the inside on the exit, look.
Steinsholt's at the back of the pack here at the moment. What happened to Steinsholt? Turns in...
Does he hook the curb? No, he gets fired off Cerner's rear.
Well, just a little optimistic on the way in. Jumps in the throttle.
Oh, nearly! That would have been a bone. I'd have given him a championship point if he'd have parked it on top of that, Hal. Look at that.
So frustrating though when you can't go anywhere, isn't it? Of course these vehicles don't have reverse, so unless you can stick your foot out and wheel it back like a rental cart, then you're struggling.
I wouldn't do that in a rental cart personally. Definitely not. Keep your feet inside the car all times, I mean it. Wow, look at that. That was brilliant, wasn't it? That's Crosscar at its best, and that is the margins between them. Absolutely nothing in it. 0.4 of a second as they crossed the line, and it was way less than that at the merge. Mustad with a 2:30.9 was already sitting in the TQ spot. That is the fastest he's gone, so I suspect the track is cleaning because we're seeing that across the sessions. And he had behind him, who did he have? Bowden, Svensson, Persson were all in the same race, so that's Mustad with the TQ, definitely. Great job by him. Bowdens and Svensson, how far back was Bowdens? Where's Svensson? Svensson was 17th in the previous round, but because of Q1 was in P3, so we hadn't spotted that in Q2. Remember, we don't see them in Q2. So Svensson had a shocker in Q2 and will not line up until race number 4. Could he capitalise on better conditions, but he won't be able to take the TQ away from Mustad because he lost too much time in the previous session, too many points. He could nick P2 from Bowdens. Bowden's on a 2:32.2. We'll have a look at it when we get there. Thumbs up from the marshal. Hume, Jensen, Ugar, Jensen and Bertelsen. 3 Danes in this one, so they're right up there and on the pace. Hume's a good starter on the inside. Ugar as well. Hume gets away beautifully, just finds the traction. Ugar getting squeezed in between, but holds on. Very respectful start, and in fact P1 and P2 really nicely done. Just controlled it on the run into the second corner, and they will get away nicely. So it's 3 Danes at the back of the pack.
Nice and sensible from everybody, and that really opens up your opportunity, doesn't it? Because there's nothing worse than getting stuck on the tyres in the first corner and not being able to do anything about it going forward. Jensen being a regular, I would say, on and off in RallyX the last few years. Will benefit here for sure from some home knowledge. Not many people have driven here outside of the RallyX events. International drivers, by that I mean the Swedes and the Norwegians. So good advantage for the local drivers using their track knowledge, as we saw in Supercar earlier on. Open two-wheel drive, sorry, with Jorik Linnemann. Up front though, Alexander Hume will really benefit from this clear path in front of him, and he could be one of those drivers to challenge Mørstad at the top of the order.
I think we've seen a better example here, Hal, of what you were talking about, driving the cars hard. So one of my favourite things about Crosscar is you can see the inputs, and by that I mean you can actually see the driver's inputs through the windows. So you'll see, especially if they're wearing bright coloured gloves, how quickly they're moving the wheel. But also watch for the nose of the car. So watch at the end of this straight here as Hume comes down, or Ugar, whoever we run with, it doesn't matter. When they get to the end of the straight, you'll see the nose dip, or you would if we weren't with the drone. So when they jump on the brakes, have a look in the next couple of corners. When they jump on the brakes, there, the nose just dips. Look at the rotation on it, and then it's opposite lock the whole way through. Then look, feather the lock off as you feather the gas on and run the car all the way to the wall. Down the straight now, and again, we might well see, as soon as we get an outside camera here, look at this, look how low the nose goes, look, in. Now as he comes out, look, on the gas and the nose comes up. You're using the car, you're leaning on it. When you jump on the gas, the weight goes to the rear and the rear sits down and you generate the grip. You've got to use it, you've got to lean on it.
And there's all sorts of ways of using the chassis to manipulate the turning of the car, isn't there? Either on the brakes or with bigger or lesser steering inputs to move to transfer the weight around. This is going for the fastest time. So far, Hume has gone quicker on his best lap by nearly 0.2 of a second over the previous run.
Look how sideways he was through the last corner as well. Hume, does he do it?
He does, yes. 2:29.893 over Mørstad's 2:30.922.
Brilliant. So where's Hume in the order? God, imagine if I tweaked my words about the TQ. He was sitting in 5th. No, he's 15 points back. So a lot of people would have to beat Mørstad, and that's not going to happen. That was a great drive by Hume. But I do think that Elias Svensson in the championship fight could get a good run in, Hal, but only if he gets a good start, and there's no guarantee of that. Alexander Hume goes quickest. That's what the little purple clock means, top right hand side. Next up, on the inside, as in right hand side of your screen, Kalle Gothersen. Then it's Espenis, etc. Vettel 3, Fredrik Lindrup from Denmark, and Tamo Tudo. I like the look of Lindrup's livery. I haven't fully seen it, but just a glimpse of the front tells me I'm going to like it very much. Let's see in turn 1. It's a Semog Suzuki Bravo. They've got the track cleaning equipment is still out there, so as soon as that's pulled off, they'll get a go. There goes. Oh yes, quad bike man lifts the wheel like he's in open 2-wheel drive. Go on, lad. I love the echo from the wall behind the start down there. If you were watching earlier, you actually heard the contact off the start line in open 2-wheel drive. So Gothersen, Isak, etc. 3, Lindrup and Tudo. Some of them are really late on the RPM. Oh, wheelie off the start line. I thought Gotherson had been left behind, then it just sits down, wheelies and goes. Espinise, etc. there as well. It is Frederick Lindrup who's got up into P2. Lindrup goes up into P2, slots up the inside line. Great start by the Dane from 4th on the grid.
Carla Gotherson, though, gets through unscathed in the first couple of corners. Lovely rotation on the way into the final corner of this opening half lap to cross the line and start the first of the complete laps in this race. Gotherson, another driver that can challenge the front of the order with a clean run here. Exactly where he needs to be.
I was right about the livery as well, Hal. Look at that. Yes. More of this kind of thing. I think that was a... what was that from? Father Ted, wasn't it? More of this kind of thing? Carlo Sullivan was a big fan of that. Often used to say that, didn't he? As he walked around the paddock, cross. Go on, Carl, if you're watching. Legend. So into the joke lap goes the local driver Frederick Lindrup, trying to cover people off in the background. Holds on to P3 at the moment. He's lost the 1 position.
Espinise, etc. in the background in the blue machine. A new car for this weekend for the Norwegian, running in fresh livery as well. That bit easier to spot with the yellow highlights on the front of the Norwegian's Crosscar. Under pressure though from Tree, compatriot.
Look at the wheelies over the crest, Tal, yeah, compared to Junior Crosscar, which just sat down over those. These guys with that bit more power are really getting a nice wheelie over the top. So Lindrup does hold on to P3. What's the... Do you know what? We haven't spoken once yet about the Delta. And of course it varies from category to category, but his gap at the minute is plus 2.3, no, plus 4 to the lead, plus 2.3 to P2. So that gives us an idea, because these two will have to go on this lap.
Talking about deltas, Andrew, I believe the top 22 cars in Crosscar today on their best lap are within a second. Normally it's the top 16 or 17, but over 20 cars within a second is absolutely extraordinary. And if anything tells you about the level here, that is it.
So the gap was 2.3, and that's your answer. Basically the delta is, I'd say, 2.2 to 2.3. Gotherson takes it. We know the gap from 2 to 3 was 2.3, and they came out alongside each other, so tidy. Well, it depends how you do it, obviously, but we need a rough idea. If you make a mistake in there, look at the 999, great number by the way, for Lindrup. Gets to the inside line here, look, thinking, oh, he's 4th, and there's a tiny bit of contact. And gets up into P2 on the inside line, nicely done. I've just been mildly distracted by 2 dogs behind us. That's dog number 4 and dog number 5 from today. Awesome. Right, pressure on for Svensson in the championship hunt on the inside line here. Then it's Orav, Boujaudet, Yulalami and Eliasson. Oh, Svensson almost just the nose hops as the grid drops away. Doesn't quite get to P1, but then the driver on the outside runs wide. It's Yulalami, I think. Runs wide and just loses too much time. Yulalami's been dumped all the way down to P5.
Joker surely from Yulalami didn't, because Orav's gone in ahead, but we know Orav has had great pace this year. I'd have gone for it personally.
Yeah, I think I would too, Hal. So that's how you can go. That's why we love this turn 1 so much when we were banging on about it earlier, is he had the whole shot there. He was ahead of Svensson, who was on his inside line. You think, oh, he's got it done, and you just go 2 feet wider than Svensson did, and you're in P5. And at all rallycross tracks, there should be a set of rules. I'll happily write them on how you design them, about where the first couple of corners need to go, what the surfaces need to be if you want to create passing. And you could have tracks like this everywhere. Look at that in the background, Yulalami! Oh, come on, we need to see the move! Yulalami making a move from a long long way back there. I thought he was going to go for both of them.
3 wide into that corner is you're lucky for all 3 to come out well in control. Svensson's first flying lap of 40.2.
Another one, Hal. Yulalami, sorry, looks up the inside again, gets sideways. Can he hold on to that? He's all crossed up. He does. He was 90 degrees to the road. He might lose out here on the exit. Is he going to drop back another position? He's out on the dirt on the outside. He loses 2. Gains 1 position, goes back down 2. Oh, that's his hero stuff from Yulalami, and then drops it on the very next lap.
Difficult getting the car stopped as well there. See it squirming around on the brakes. Will Joker this time around. No, in the traffic. That's not going to help.
How did he hold on to that at the end of the straight? He was literally 90 degrees to the road. Right, Boujoudet, who was leading there for a moment before the Jokers played out, he's listed on my entry lists from the USA. I think we had a few US entrants earlier this year when they came across to test the FC2. Sadly, they didn't last very long, but Svensson is just gone, what's he done, a 39.9. How does that compare to earlier?
It's not going to be enough. It's 39.9 was what Persson and Big Merstad were doing, but Hume did a 38.883 as his best lap. So unless these laps that go into the Joker that we don't...
Oh! Attempt number 3 didn't pay off. You never hold on to that, mate. The stewards will have you for that every day of the week. But a round of applause for Yulalami. Over the line, taking the checker flag comes Elias Svensson. Where does he go, Hal?
Just misses out by a couple of attempts. So 30.0, 29.8 was Hume. So
ahead of Big Merstad, though.
Svensson obviously did a great job in the Joker.
Yeah, and ahead of Bowdens, these championship rivals. Remember, he had where was he in quali? So where was Svensson? Svensson was 2 points back from Bowdens. He's going to get him. Because Bowdens, where's Bowdens? Bowdens P. Yes, he is. So that should be enough, depending on where the rest of the drivers finish, for Svensson to nick P2. Oh, yeah, we've still got good drivers to come, I know.
Supercar, Osterberg,
Penton. Oh, mate. Now, this is why I love Crosscar, because you have a minor shocker and Look at this move. So we're used to seeing Yulalami in junior Crosscar, how all tidy. Look at me holding the revs up high. Now he's got. Look at this. Watch the angle he gets at. You're like.
And look how much the car's moving around.
Look at that. You're having a laugh, aren't you? And that is more than 45 degrees. Definitely more than the lot. And then he loses them. But I'm loving seeing a junior driver get into the senior class with the RPM. This is the one where he dropped it. Yeah, okay. Shame for both drivers there, but I want to see him try.
For sure. Shame he didn't get first gear a little bit quicker. Could have just started out and driven off.
Yeah. Do you think he'll get told off for that? I think he will. Yes. I think they'll only swap his position. I don't think they'll give him a massive penalty. What do they do? Is it 2 seconds, 5 seconds? 1, 2 would be a huge penalty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a position swap here is huge, isn't it? In Crosscar.
Well, it is if you have to give them 2 seconds to achieve it, isn't it? Because you give them 2 seconds, you're going to drop them down 5 positions. How does YouTube like that, Hal? They'll be catching up right now, won't they? About 30 seconds behind us normally.
They enjoy it.
Okay. Patrick Kong, Jimmy Osterberg, Simon Madsen, Denmark, Dennis Munch, Denmark, Passy Penton on the outside. Pentonen's a sender and gets a good start, but it's Osterberg with the best start from P2. Pentonen in the similar TN11 trying to go all the way around the outside of him. Osterberg holds that inside line. And they do hold on to P1 and P2, so Pentonen gets into second, Osterberg leads.
How well did Pentonen do there to get from the gravel on the outside back to the apex in turn 2 without any contact? He is possibly the sender, isn't he, Pentonen?
Yeah.
He's right up there with the most committed drivers. That usually results in epic results or massive crashes, and he's had his fair share of massive crashes, hasn't he, in the time we've been doing RallyX.
He's a ledge, isn't he? And isn't it Pentonen who races every weekend?
Yeah. Explained to us that he wasn't married, so he was basically free to go and race as much as he wanted, and absolutely loving life.
What a legend. That's absolutely amazing, isn't it? Brilliant. What's on this weekend? Oh, I got a Finland, I think, with the old Crosscar.
Well, he does European Autocross, he does Finnish Championship, he raced a Supercar in the Finnish Championship last year, doing RallyX, and it's achievable to run these machines. Okay, it's not cheap, but you know, to run a Crosscar is substantially more cost effective than running an open four drive, for example. So brilliant, gives him the opportunity to drive all the time, and that's where the FIA Crosscar concept has also come into its own, isn't it? Because you can take that car and race in any country almost now.
And the
in all sorts of series, any discipline, hill climbing, autocross, rallycross.
Or some of the videos Hal used to, like Spanish hill climbs with people in cross cars. I'm like, you're really, mate? You sure about that? I mean, it's go Google it. Like, well, no, later. You're watching us now, but go check it out later. You'll need to So some of them are just incredible. On the limiters over a series of crests in between Armco up a hill climb in France or Spain.
Proper brain out stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't be for me. It's too much. I'm quite happy to admit when something's not for me, and that's one of those things. A bit like the Isle of Man TT is a hard no. Watching it's epic. Thinking about doing it is. There are some things when you look at some stuff, you think, I could have a crack at that. It's like some Olympic sports, you think, I could have a go at it. Now, you might not be as weak. No, there's no might not about it. You ain't going to be anywhere near it.
Get back in your box.
Yeah, but there are other sports, and I go, no, that's not for me. Pole vault, no, too high. What's that all about? I've seen the pole snap too many times. I don't like it. Do you like it?
Osterberg into the Joker for this final time of asking, followed by teammate Pentonen. I don't think this is going to travel the fastest time of Hume, but it's going to be inside the top 5 or 6, crosses a line on a 2:30.2. That's going to be
P3,
third overall ahead of Merstad. So again, Osterberg didn't have the ultimate best lap, but did a great job in the Joker section compared to those that had been before in terms of Hume and Nick Merstad earlier on.
And worse for Bowdens is that he slots in between them again. So what am I doing here? Those are grids from the next bit. Bowdens, Svensson at the minute is definitely having that position off Bowdens. Osterberg was down in P12, off top 18 to make the semis. So Hal, events that are definitely not for me at the Olympics. The marathon, absolutely not. Far too long. Just no, I can't imagine training for it. No, sprinting, I won't be anywhere near it. But say motorsport, what would you not do in motor? Would you do the TT?
No.
Would you do Pikes Peak?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. So we're just saying the TT is the only unacceptable level of risk for most mere mortals. I mean, no, there are other things, aren't there? Finland? I'd have a crack at it. So this is Hukar, who's lost out on the inside. You got Terrapin, Nilsson, Niemi and Stenison in this. Hukar really needed a good start. Hukar does hold on to P2. But I think having lost the start, when you see how good the runs were earlier, it's going to be tricky to challenge the top drivers. I think the track has got cleaner, Hal. If you look, every category is going quicker in every session, which is unusual.
We see that often here, don't we, that the track improves and then it starts to degrade again. Usually once the gravel starts dragging onto the tarmac a lot more and they don't have time to clean it so much.
Yeah, let us know in the comments what Olympic sport would you absolutely not do and what motorsport is unacceptably dangerous.
All opinion, of course.
Huh?
It's all opinion.
Yeah, I know. That's why I like an opinion.
Yeah, we know that.
I like an opinion. Yeah, you gotta have an opinion, mate. Always used to say that if I had new co-commentators. Say, you have an opinion. It's better to be wrong about an opinion and have a bit of fun with it than to sit on the fence, isn't it?
Do I sit on the fence too much?
No, you don't at all. That's why I like working with you. We have opinions. There's nothing better, is that you've got a joker on this lap, and then you go, maybe look a right knob. They don't do what you thought they were going to do. Oh, another move attempted on the straight, but you get out on that loose stuff and you're just gone. Hukar closing the gap down a bit here on Nilsson. So Eric Nilsson leading from Hukar. Only Stenison's gone joker. Stenison is Norwegian. No Danes in this one. A Finn, an Estonian, a Swede, a Finn and a Norwegian. It was called RallyX Nordic. It's just RallyX now. I remember the first year how much I struggled with RallyX. It was Rallycross. I always said Rallycross Nordic. It was RallyX. Then they changed it again and took the Nordic off the end. Only took us a whole year to get around that, didn't it, really? I still say it wrong sometimes. But I noticed they never changed the handles on social media, so I partly blame Peter. I don't think Peter's listening. I don't think he's actually in the room.
I think he's also blameless, to be fair.
Right. Here's Hukar. Dropped a bit of time now to Nilsson, plus 0.9 of a second. Hukar was in P14. Coming through the joker, they're on the last lap. Hukar's 2 sideways. We've often said that, but holds on to it anyway. Nilsson going to cross the line. Are they going to trouble the top times? They won't be far off, 2:31.8. But give you an idea, though, a 2:31.8 will drop you into the outer, basically P7 or P8. So, top qualifier will be Tarsik Merstad, and we think Elias Svensson will have gone ahead of Ronald Bowdens. Championship points wise, Bowdens was Well, where was... Oh, Eek-Merstad. Yeah, Eek-Merstad's going to nick a point off. So the gap was 6 points. If Eek-Merstad's beaten Svensson by 1, then that gap will come down by 1 point. But he might... Depends where Bowden ends up. He might drop further away from those top 2. Every point is crucial now, isn't it?
But they'll both be right up the front in the semis, won't they? So,
yeah.
But actually, making it through the semis is also critical now.
I'd like it if Bowden's is third, just to see if he can. They'd all be on pole then in a separate semi, wouldn't they? Nilsson, Hukar, Terraping, Niemi, and Stenison. I wonder if we'll see the standings. If they've got the standings, we'd love to see them, but they might not be ready. Right. Oh, drum roll, please. No. That's open two-wheel drive. We wanted to see the standings for the Crosscar. That's, I'm afraid. Thank you for the standings for the next category. I just wanted to see what was going on in Crosscar, but that's fine, Calla. I know you're at the other end in Stockholm. Get Calla back on site. I'm starting a petition, some sort of a thing with placards. Anyway, Johansson leads this one from Lucas Gabrielsen and Simon Tiger. That would also close the championship gap down a bit, but I just really want to see what's happened in Crosscar. My tone of voice giving away my disappointment. Have they got it? Oh no, they haven't. I'm disappointed. Al. Right, there's too much noise going on behind us now. As Lunay is reversing his lights car out. Johansson, Kong, Tiger Person, and Van der Vorenberg. Tiger just doesn't look great off the line and then deploys 8 million horsepower as he goes into second gear and just gets there before Victor. So Victor Johansson is in P2. Kenneth Kong's dropped down another position. He drops back behind Van der Vorenberg. So Van der Vorenberg in the blue Volvo. Looks good, I have to say. I like another colour. We always like something that's easy to spot. Van der Vorenberg in P3. Oh, Victor Johansson's got a problem. Johansson runs off to the side of the track.
Is that a puncture or something going on with the front of the car? Yes, it is. Front right puncture for Victor Johansson. Disaster for him. So early in the race, having been so strong in Q2 earlier on, and now it is advantage Simon Tiger in this race. How is he doing in the points?
That's what I'm just looking for. Victor was in 81. Victor was in the TQ, Hal.
He was, but he was on 95. Simon Tiger's on 81. If he takes 50 here, Victor needs to finish this race, which will be a challenge with that front puncture.
Oh wow, so there you go, that's the motivation to carry on. Al Rich said it perfectly, front puncture, but he's got to try and minimise the damage, and bearing in mind there aren't as many cars in this category as there are in Crosscar. If Johansson can finish the race, he might just beat Tiger in the standings. Gabrielsen, I don't think he will.
So the worst points he can get, even for a DNF,
yes, I love you've worked out already,
is 29.
29, what's the difference between that and 50 is 31. The difference between the two of them is only 14, so he's going to lose the TQ, isn't he? But he doesn't want to lose any more positions, does he? You know, he wants to try and hold on to P2. No, I think Gabrielsen will get him too. He's going to lose some positions. Where on earth has he got a puncture on the run to turn 2, Hal? Turn 3 even.
Yeah. We need to see the replay of that, don't we, to establish.
Been unlucky, hasn't he? Whatever happens.
Massively, yeah. Tiger start though, as you say. I think he just has to drive it off the line a little bit and then get hard in the throttle, because he's got so much power that the earth would probably spin backwards if he dumped the clutch. And more likely he would break something. So you can't risk just ditching the clutch and letting it all go, can you? So I bet he has to just roll off the line that little bit, feed the clutch in and then get on the power, and that's why we see him move a little bit and then go.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Imagine just going, I need to pull away smoothly like at Tesco's, and then wah, on the right, as you go into second gear. You'd feel like you'd lost the start every time. You'd be so eager to get on the throttle, to dump the clutch a little bit harder. I think your voice is getting better, Hal, as Simon Tiger takes the win.
Seems like it, doesn't it? That's
warmed it up a bit, mate.
Inexplicable news.
Just keep drinking the teas. Keep drinking the teas.
Well, you keep making them.
I will, mate. That's 2 now. You had a little bit of honey in the last one.
Van der Vorenberg's doing a great job, I have to say. Finishing second again in this one. 5th overall in the previous session. Let's see if we can see
6th overall in standings, Hal. So
where
I think he'll move up.
Got this puncture.
Is it gone already?
Yeah, I think the front of the car looks low on the front. Does it? Don't know.
So let's see. Looking at Johansson here, does he cut the inside of the track? Not really.
Little nibble of the curb there, but I wouldn't expect the tyre to go down on that.
It's gone though. Look, when he jumps on the brakes, see it locks up instantly. I think it's gone by turn 1, Hal. Turn 2, sorry. I think it's just he was slow through there and drove it on the rear.
You could be unlucky though, couldn't you, and just clip the curb and damage the sidewall and it start to go down. Shame for him.
So Simon Tiger trying to steal the TQ. Gabrielson could, in theory, stop him, but Gabrielson will need a banger of a time in this race. And Victor Johansson, what did Johansson get there? 2:44.8. Previous sessions would suggest that is going to be P13, P14. He needs other people to have problems, but either way, suboptimal. Larson, Sturber, Hoban, Hammer and Gabrielson. Gabrielson on the outside is the man to watch. Gets away beautifully in the Starlet. Come on, get the squeeze on. Get into the Armco on the inside line. Gets on the brakes early, a little bit sideways.
Gabrielson with full confidence there. There was no one on the inside, no one on the outside either to use all of the track. Stur following. First time we've seen Bjorn Stur this year, I think, after the battles he had with Derek Toll especially. Yep. Kjetil Larsen in third. I'm wrong actually, that's not the car that Magda Andersson drove. He's using that next weekend, so it's a different Fiesta he's got here, of course. So mixing up the Fiestas for Kjetil Larsen, who is quite the character. Gabrielson though, fastest in the opening qualifier today, and really needs to capitalise. This could be Gabrielson going to the TQ position.
You know too much about Fiestas. Has anybody ever told you that?
Probably, yeah.
You've got one as well, with history.
Yeah,
was it 96, was it?
Won the championship in 96.
Yeah, there you go. You see, that's going to be out soon.
Amazing memory, Andrew. Congratulations.
Yeah, I do remember it from our conversation yesterday in the car. I'm not even going to claim to have
when
that.
we were talking about it in the pre-show, I was thinking the rear wing on Larsen's car looks nothing like the rear wing that used to be on Anderson's, but there we go.
If you look up average in the dictionary, there's rallycross/geek is the definition next to it, and that's why we love him. Gabrielson coming around onto the start finish straight. Lap time is 40.8 was his best and his last.
40.7 was the best that Tiger did last time, so
it's close
there or thereabouts on pace.
So can Gabrielson get this? He would, wouldn't he? If he beats Tiger, he would get the TQ?
100%, yeah, because he was already 3 points up the road.
Oh, 3 points in front, yeah.
Yeah, so Tiger would take the TQ even if Gabrielson's second because of the points difference from first to second.
You get 50 for P1 in a session and 45 for P2. That's qualifying points rather than championship points. Completely different concepts when you look at the Starlet, tiny little squat car, still popular in rallying.
40.1 last time around though, so Gabrielson going quicker than Tiger. Just needs to get a lovely, nice, neat and tidy Joker done on this final lap.
Here we go then, going to slot left up over the crest, nibble the curb on the left, down on the right. Now don't get too enthusiastic in here on the inside line. He's hugging the Armco barrier, now lights it up. Flick it back the other way, bounces off the curb, he's hunting that time. 2:34.028, can he get it done? I think he's going to smash it. 2:32.8, Gabrielson goes quickest and he nicks the TQ from Tiger. Gets in. Poor old Victor Johansson.
On the podium on day one in Alspin, Gabrielson, wasn't he? But had a shocker on day two. I can't remember what happened, but it just didn't work out. I don't even think he was in the final on day two, was it? Have you got your stats?
In West Alspin, Gabrielson.
Yeah.
He made it on day two, didn't make it on day one.
Okay, yeah, so had a shocker on day one.
He did win a session earlier this year. He won a session in Kuvula. There is one mosquito in this commentary box that must die in the next 20 minutes. It keeps landing on me, Hal, and I've got flashbacks to northern Sweden. Took a week to recover from that. Gabrielson, look at that. Brilliant time, 2:32.8. Will steal the TQ. Thanks to a bit of misfortune for Victor Johansson with a puncture. Oh, weather doesn't look so sharp out there, does it? Seems all right where we are, but we're only about 100 metres away from that shot. It's kind of misty.
It's gone a bit cooler, isn't it?
Yeah. I fancy a bit of rain. Have we had much rain? Have we had any rain this year? Has it rained anywhere this year? No.
Europe, it was freezing cold, wasn't it?
It was cold, yeah, I'll give you that. It was cold. Right, thumbs up. Final race coming in. Van Hove on the inside, then it's Liskovic, Nayans and Royras. Royras with the fabulously shaped Zara. But a Mark II Escort from third on the grid is one of my favourite looking cars, forest arched as well. But Roy Rass gets the run down to turn 2. Good to see the Zara back out, because there was a question mark when it stopped in the last race with flames pouring from the exhaust. They've managed to get it sorted though in time for Q3. Listen to that rotary engine howling away. That's in the Zara, if you're wondering. So the great privilege, Hal, earlier this year of talking to Johnny Herbert about the Mazda Le Mans car with the rotary engine, saying what a brilliant noise it made. And disappointed, he said he couldn't really hear it in the car. Like, outside the car sounds epic, but he said thankfully inside the car, bearing in mind it's a 24-hour race, you couldn't hear it quite so much.
Wouldn't it?
It would,
That does surprise me though.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm sure you could hear it, but not to the extent we can hear it outside. It's Group C era, I think, wasn't it?
The era of sports cars,
yeah,
arguably.
I love the pops and bangs from that Zara, which Vigo was following with the drone. Epic.
Roy Rass is one of the leader in this race, is one of the experienced rear-wheel drive rallycross drivers. Been doing touring car in the European Championship for a long time, or before the class was sadly ended. But raced a Peugeot 206. Sure, at some point he raced a Mazda RX-8 as well, and then this Zara looks fantastic. Shame it's so beaten up.
Listen. Bang! We'll just shut up and let you enjoy Roy Rass's engine, shall we? Wonderful stuff. There are other people out there popping and banging, but I have to say he's doing the do with the Zara for me. Is he troubling the top of the timesheet, Hal? Because would that make a difference to Gabrielson? It would, wouldn't it?
I don't think so, no. Well, voice is off again. 41.2 is quite some way off the best lap so far. We were at the bottom of the 40s before, so I don't think it's going to trouble the top.
Okay, so
he did drive an RX-8 as well, by the way. Just checked.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
So goes Joker. Interesting, the difference in line. You get a better exit if you take a slightly wider entry, but that puts you out on the dirty stuff. So whether Gabrielson or Roy Rass's line is better is slightly questionable. I liked the way Gabrielson came out and used the momentum in the car to flick it back the other way.
37.5 is going to be 4th overall, I think. So a great job from Bjorn Stur, to be fair. 3rd overall in the Focus.
Yeah. The Focus for sale, isn't there, Hal, I believe?
Might be soon, yeah.
Yeah?
Do you want to buy it?
No, but I'm sure some of the viewers I would like to know the spec if you want this opportunity for an advert.
I couldn't possibly condone such things.
Right.
To show how much love there is for open two-wheel drive here, we just, in the commentary position at the end of the OMSE tent, we had Eric Fair and both Ericsson brothers, various other drivers, all watching over our shoulders at the screens.
Yeah, because, just sitting in commentary because we're the only people who've got the feed in the whole arena.
But it's great, isn't it? Everyone loves open two-wheel drive. Yes. Crosscar's a bit wild, and no one can really recognise the cars unless you're really paying attention. But open two-wheel drive is something everyone likes to watch. Not being disingenuous to Crosscar, because I do love it.
It's very diverse, isn't it, open two-wheel drive? That's the thing, is you go the man with the Mark II Escort, you know, when you go the man with the Crosscar,
but I can imagine
there are 55 of them in the paddock, I think, but when you go the man with the Mark II Escort,
when you're sitting trackside with your family, you go, I'm going for the blue one or the yellow one or whatever, and I think that's what makes it appealing, doesn't it? And you can imagine driving one of those cars to the shops.
Mounier is in the TQ spot. Now, Mounier took his first session win. Yes, it was in the last session in RallyX. If he takes the TQ, it'll be his first ever TQ as well. But he's got a job to do here against the likes of Casper Janssen and Simon Olofsson. Anderson is down in P8. So Mounier needs a good start here on the inside line, has got a good start. He's got his fellow Frenchman outside him. Casper Janssen's trying to go all the way around the outside of him and does not get to. Janssen bounces off the wall.
What a save.
On. That is good, isn't it?
Great job, just to keep the foot buried. You're a little bit of a passenger at that stage, aren't you? Because you're not really sure where the car's going to end up. But unlike a big rally shunt where the nose gets dragged in and then you're fully in the ditch, he just popped out and he was able to keep the toe in. But up front, as you say, the French reign continues. Lene leading from Meunier.
He's got to watch out for Olofsson, who's in the last race. So if the track conditions are right, Olofsson could equal him on points. So at the minute, Olofsson's on 83 and Meunier's on 88. So assuming they ended up P1 and P2 in the session, if Meunier's in front, obviously he will get the TQ. If Olofsson was in front, they would be equal on points. But I think Olofsson would get it on the countback, wouldn't he, if you're going faster in the last session?
He
so
would, yeah.
Olofsson can still deny Meunier, and that, of course, is assuming Meunier doesn't get beaten by Anderson, who's in the second race.
And Olofsson, who will come in the third
Olofsson's
race,
in the third one, that's what I'm saying. Olofsson's in the third one, but Anderson could also be problematic. So Meunier really does have to get good lap times here. He's just not going to get it in terms of...
but he's not being held up by Lene either.
No.
Like, Lene's going quick enough here not to be too much of a problem.
I actually missed when Lene got in front of him, but that's looking down at all the stats and results.
Has been since the start.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought on the inside Meunier was at the line down off turn 2 then when Janssen went out in the dirt.
Yeah.
Got you. Yeah,
off turn, does it 4 as you come back over the start line?
Gotcha. Yeah, too busy looking at numbers. Something happens when you look at the screens, doesn't it, Hal?
Yeah, that's why you look away in just a minute's time.
So he's got to beat Lene as well then, actually. So Casper Janssen hasn't Joker but gets up a position. Janssen will want to wait until they're on the final lap, so he's going to have to go this time.
That makes such a difference strategy-wise when you know you're going to come out behind Janssen, because you know you're definitely not going to held up. You know, you can risk the strategy.
That's why it's nice being in the fast race, isn't it? And that, of course, is the randomness for the the likes. It's all very well saying Olofsson's in the last race, and Anderson's in the next one. They've still got to either win the start or have perfect tactics, because you get held up by one of those drivers and you're going to hemorrhage time.
And the start here is a lottery, isn't it?
Yeah, massively. That's why we like it. So Meunier goes Joker, really does need to come out in front of Lene, and Meunier's gone way too sideways, drops 2 positions. Janssen has a look as well, so he drops down into P3. That's a real shame for Meunier. Was sitting in the TQ spot, but that might well cost him. So Casper's behind. Can't look at points until the end of the session, so I'll tell you what, let's just enjoy the racing and then we'll try and figure out who's going to get the TQ afterwards.
We are go for the second race in Supercar Lights Heat 3, and Lucas Andersson has got the perfect start. That is exactly what the young Swede needed to do. Just needs to cover off into turn here from Darbach. Does it perfectly. That is exactly what he needed, and now he can get his head down, eyes forward, and get after that time of Lene.
I wondered if Darbach might go Joker straight away, but thought better of it, didn't he? I guess because exactly what we were saying at the rant. Where's the car at the fourth? Tornholt looks like she's got a problem. So Tornholt's going slowly, either had an issue in the first corner and has had to gain time, or has broken the car, in which case he could have gone.
Too risky, I think, in the variables in this group. You don't really know how quick. Yes, Tornholt has taken a big step forward. You don't really know where her pace is at consistently. And Soderholm's new to this championship, has been quick, but you don't really know again, do you? So I think it would be a big risk to Joker that early.
So Anderson is out front. Is Darbach or Soderholm going to go?
At least by waiting a lap, with the experience of this circuit and following the class of the field at the moment in Lucas Anderson, you don't really lose out, and that opens up your strategy options, doesn't it?
Yeah, and still, Tornholt went Joker on that one. That's why she was further back. And right now, that's looking like a good strategy because everybody else is holding on.
40.6 on that first running lap for Anderson. It was 40.8 for Lene as a best lap last time around. So Anderson already going quicker. The best lap of the race in the first one was actually done by Casper Janssen on a 40.2. But Doesn't need to beat the best laps of Casper Janssen, does he? He needs to beat the best time of Linné, because to get to the top of the order, you just need to set consistently quicker times than the race winner from the previous run.
Trying to think where Anderson is a long way down to. Actually, it's going to come to Olofsson, Hal, in theory, because Mounier's 13 points ahead of one. I suppose it depends how far down Mounier is, doesn't it? If Anderson goes top here, there'll be 3 cars in between, but that's only, what, 10 points? 50, 45, 42, 40? So 10 points, which wouldn't be enough. So even if Anderson wins here, he can't deny Mounier. But if other cars get in between, that might change things. So if Olofsson can beat them all, Olofsson will go TQ.
So they on the brakes down the hill there. But his fight isn't really with Mounier either, is it? His fight's more with the people that are closest to him in the championship, and Mounier is not one of those. Given that it's Mounier's first year, a couple of podiums so far this year for Mounier as Anderson crosses the line.
He's done it by a mile. Wow, 2.5 seconds. It's a lot, isn't it? So he goes 2.5 quicker. Yeah, I'm really only looking at whether or not Mounier gets his first ever TQ rather than the championship situation. Yeah,
of course,
can he hang on for it?
Yeah, which would be great.
Yeah, it'd be mega. He'd be stoked, wouldn't he? He would be chuffed to have come to a, I tell you what, this is the total opposite of a French rallycross track, isn't it, really? Particularly here, but this series, the mixed surfaces and so on, but this is
I think
loose,
some of them are similar, like Valleras would be a close match for this track. Actually, I think this track is probably closer than the Kovala or Alpspin or some of the circuits like that. So, yeah, you're right that most of the Scandinavian circuits are very different, but this actually is probably
because it's more tarmac.
Not so dissimilar to some of the French circuits, especially with the heavy braking being largely on the tarmac.
Yes, after a little bit of gravel. Love it. Anderson 2:31.0 goes quickest. It's all on Olofsson as to who gets the top qualifier spot.
And you have to remember, Mounier is a champion in RX3, Super 1600 in the French Championship, so that championship is epically competitive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he clearly has the ability. Now it's all about what Simon Olofsson can do in this one.
So Hauk Haugenberger, with the greatest of respect, Olofsson must win this start, otherwise he's going to lose too much time. I think he will. Look at that. They always say, don't they, with the lights cars, you must change gear at exactly the right RPM to just edge other people, keep it right in the power band. Olofsson has executed that perfectly, as long as he doesn't get shunted in turn 2, and he doesn't. Now the hunt is on.
And having Berger on the inside as his STS-RX teammate was always going to make it that little bit easier, because you know, or at least you plan not to run into each other. You can't know they're not going to run into each other, but you can certainly plan for that.
We can hear pre-grid starts in the background for Supercars. They get themselves ready to head down onto the grid. Now Olofsson, then we'll get an idea on lap times in a minute. Say Mounier is down in P5, so Mounier is going to get 39. Well, no, depends on what happens here. At the minute he's getting 39. But if Olofsson goes quicker than him, but basically if Olofsson goes quicker than him, it's game over, isn't it? Because Olofsson was only 5 points back. There we go, easy. And he's a long, he'd have to be, it's not going to work. It's gone, isn't it, for Mounier, basically.
Olofsson's on a flyer though, 40.0 this time around on his first flying lap, so he's going quicker than anyone has so far in this session. Classic Simon Olofsson on a fight back. Look at the car skipping around as he climbs back up the hill as well. A little bit of air over that second jump.
They were going to sell it again, weren't they? Do you remember, the start of this year, wasn't it up for sale? And then
still trying to sell it. Sandra would have liked to have sold it before this weekend if she had any choice.
Brilliant.
Sandra Holgren running the STS-RX team. Simon Olofsson, he's in this weird place in his career, I think, where of course he loves driving. Does he want to keep driving in lights? Not sure, but the opportunity to drive you can never turn down. Really, he'd like to step up, but they simply don't have the budget for that. So
no, it's too expensive.
Like, where do you go? I think he's and without the commercial support around you, you're sort of in this no man's land about for progressing. Or do you then?
Because it depends how much you're enjoying it. It depends whether it's a hobby or whether
or do you go for something different? Do you go to a drive, Crosscar, just try your hand at something different?
Cross next Evo? Do you do you go RX3? I mean, they're all expensive, aren't they, compared to what he's doing here?
Brilliant joke of Olofsson. 39.9 last time around. He's going to smash the top of Anderson here.
Over the line, easily inside. It'll be a 30.0, so 1 second quicker. We thought Anderson's time was great. Yeah, that is a fantastic drive by Olofsson, and it's going to give him the top qualifier spot. Where is he in the standings? He's in P4 in the standings. Him and Tobias Darbach are a fair way back from Anderson and Janssen, but I think it's worth saying the standings we're always working off, of course, include all 6 rounds so far. So the problem you have with the dropped score is that it's all going to tighten up once we get towards Estering. So us saying somebody's out of the fight is maybe not fair. Kevin Eriksson has come to join us in the commentary box. We'll just give him a set of cans, get him set up. And there we go, that's perfect. Oh, marvellous. Oh, that's the cables all caught around it. There you see, that's it. Brilliant driver. Headphones, just, there we go, causing a problem. How's it going, mate? Yeah, really good, really good. So we're watching the end of the light session here. Brilliant drive by Olofsson there to go a second quicker than Anderson and nick the TQ. 10 years these cars have been around. Obviously, we're now seeing the transition to FC2, which is Lights Plus. It's NRX Next Evo. It's equal to a supercar in terms of what you're trying to do. Olofsson does get it from Meunier, look, by 8 points. Tobias Darbach in P3. That's a great result for the Dane at home. Kasper Janssen P4. Lucas Anderson down in P5. The championship leader loses a couple of points to Kasper Janssen. No, only 1 point to Kasper Janssen. So that gap will close down to 14. So getting back to it, we're about to see open four-wheel drive out on track, and obviously the FC2 is being driven by your brother Ollie today. You might drive it tomorrow. You might let Ollie drive it.
Yeah, we'll see. The plan going in here was we do 1 race each, because we had to ship the second car we had to USA to be able to reach Nitrocross round 1 in Richmond. So I was actually down there this week and delivering it, and tell me about the trip down there. So
you told us on
engines
WhatsApp.
in the caravan and everything. So
brilliant.
I haven't had the best preparation for the race. We'll see. If Oliver do well, I think I'll let him do Sunday as well.
So just you've had enough stress this week, you can live without any more.
Yeah, but Buxtehude, for sure I will make one. I mean, I haven't been in Buxtehude since I think 2018.
Yeah, if I Google Kevin Eriksson round the outside, and you'll understand why he wants to come to Buxtehude, and you'll understand why, if you are anywhere in Northern Europe, you should get yourself down to Estering next weekend to see the conclusion of this fantastic championship. I will bet £100 that Kevin Eriksson will try at least one round the outside move. And we're also going to film the entire preview from inside turn 1, Peter, just so you know. We've already discussed this. So here we go. Eriksson Oliver is in the middle of the grid. On the inside is Philip Martinsson, who did brilliantly in that last session. Then Linneman, Oman and Terpainen. So nose has come up very equally. Should see the supercar squeeze the FC2 a bit. Eriksson runs out wide. He's going to look for them to go deep and then see if he can sneak up the inside line. Linneman sideways into Oman. Martinsson looks inside. Oman gets into the back of Linneman, runs him off. Oliver Eriksson surely going to go joker this time round. Terpainen, the championship leader, is at the back of the pack. Fair bit of carnage on the run to turn 1.
Linneman forceful in the first corner, wasn't he? Trying to get up the inside of Oman, who then pushed Terpainen wide. Has Ollie Eriksson got a puncture on the front right of the FC2? Looks like it does. But Linneman had to get that done, didn't he? And was really aggressive in the first corner.
It just looked like massive understeer for Ollie there. Do you think puncture or no?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he took the Yorkers, hopefully everything is fine now and he can try to catch some ground of these guys fighting here. But yeah, I mean, we need a 7th gear. We learned that. We knew that. I mean, the top speed right now with the FC2 is 167 km an hour, and we can beat 200.
Right, okay, so will you go for a 7th gear? Can we squeeze one in the box?
Yeah, we need to change the ratio, so that will be for next season. So
okay, I like. So there is development going on. Linneman here is no, Ollie doesn't have a problem. So it's just the long left-hander coming out of the joker lap. So he's going well. He gets in front of Terpainen, who's joker to try and cover him. You've been testing different power outputs, haven't you, here this weekend? And there's been there was one little problem with the map in an earlier session.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in Nitrocross Next Evo, we will go slightly less in power all the time, and then you have the push to pass feature or the Nitro Boost, which is the same thing we use in the FC1 in the Group E. So we want to, we want those youngsters to learn exactly how it is in the top.
So they'll have that 100 horsepower available on a button for a number of seconds, I guess, during a race. Fantastic. Really looking forward to it. Nitrocross starts in 5 weeks' time in Richmond, USA. It's a NASCAR track. Oman comes out the joker. He edges Terpainen. but Ericsson is ahead. So Ollie Ericsson here, Kevin's got a look on his face that says he's pretty happy. How do you fancy his chances?
Linneman's going up fastest up front, isn't he? 37.9 last time around. Ollie Ericsson's best laps on at 38.5. Linneman needs to absolutely nail the Joker this time around because there's some quick drivers to come in the next races. Gets the rotation done nicely, so tight on the curve there on the inside. Gets the car sent sideways down the dip.
Where's Martinson as well? Martinson's in the Joker behind Linneman. Where's Ollie Ericsson? Ollie Ericsson, where's he going to slot in? We need to see the merge. Where's the merge? Does Ericsson get P2? He does. So Ollie Ericsson gets P2. That's a great drive in the FC2 against a field of strong supercars. But Ulrich Linneman at home, is that enough? Will he take TQ? Yes, he will. He will. So Linneman is in the TQ spot already, and I can't see enough cars beating him now to take it out. So it's a top qualifier spot at home for Ulrich Linneman. Great job.
Watch this first corner. Linneman, the white car, second on the inside. Just touches the rear of Oman. Oman goes wide, forces Tuppurainen wide as well. Linneman's absolutely kept his foot buried there. Up the inside of Oman. That's a great shot. I love the front-facing shot for this circuit here in Nysum. And then Linneman shuts the door on the inside. Oman carried a lot of speed in there into the rear of Linneman. I wonder if that's a bit of frustration from being forced wide in turn one. Martinson made the best of that, and then Linneman on a big charge up front. Done a bit of testing here recently at one with both the car and the track, and that clearly shows.
It was a lovely Joker, wasn't it, on the exit, keeping it on the inside.
Great rotation as well in the final corner. What we saw with Ollie and Martinson. Watch the Clio here. Loads of understeer. That's why I thought Ollie had a puncture, because he just got the nose.
Me too. But Kevin, of course, knew that he'd come out the Joker lap, whereas you and me are going,
have a puncture!
He must have a puncture. No, Kevin's like, no, he's come out the Joker, mate. What are you talking about, you pair of amateurs? So come on, when you see it going like this, you know, do you think, oh, God, get Ollie out the car, I'll have a go tomorrow? Like,
yeah, but it was good. I mean, the start was bad from Ollie. I don't know, he braked too much there. But I saw the best lap time. He was 4/10 behind Linneman on the best lap time. He was the second fastest in the heat. And we know we lose 6/10 towards the Honda that I raced here last year on the two straightaways. So, yeah, ratio.
Good stuff. It's a good run. Christensen, Enlund, Schnack and Dahl. Enlund gets a good start. Christensen inside. Looked like he was equal to it. Christensen goes late on the brakes. There wasn't really enough room, but somehow he forces the out and he through. Enlund ends up out in the dirt. He swings the board back across to the apex and holds on to P2.
Enlund back to the inside. I don't think you'd have even seen that coming because the door was pretty close. And then Christensen found the gap and forced his way back up the inside. Schnack Joker's in the background. A regular RallyX appearance for Schnack in the Focus here in Denmark. The Magnus Dahl as well, but Christensen driving the EKS built Audi S1 for the first time, runs a bit deep in the tarmac here, but Enlund's going to look up the inside here. Is there room? Great drive out of the corner from Christensen, just stays ahead.
Enlund is there and looks to the inside line. Sendland, is he going to have a look on the brakes? He gets all crossed up. We love this braking zone. More tracks with gravel on the tarmac. Go Joker, go Joker. No! Kevin, he should have gone, shouldn't he?
Too risky behind as well. There was
I don't know how close was Dahl behind. So, I mean, you know, sometimes you can, hope that he also follows you in the Yorker. But yeah, by the look of it, he should have taken the Yorker, like you said.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, so Kevin said we were right, Hal. That's bonus points for us. It's
look
rare.
at the closing speed of Enlund down to the bottom of the hill. Sends it in.
Go on. Looks to the inside now. He gets back in the door like he did in turn one. He had that done to him. Tries to give it back. He can't quite get through.
Hemorrhaging time, aren't they, the pair of them?
I don't care. I love it.
Look at Enlund. I nearly said Sendland backing it in. After the second of the straight, he has to Joker this time around. Christensen doesn't. Christian could have done the dirty there and Joker as well to cover him off.
That would have been the right thing to do, wouldn't it?
For sure, but it would have not been best for overall race time.
So Enlund has gone Joker. Now this, so now this, Hal, is where he has to wind it in and not be Sendland. This now has to be inch perfect. How do you fancy his chances, Kevin?
It's 3.5 right now. It's usually 3.1, I would say. So you need to catch some ground. Let's see. I mean, Christensen now he's clear behind. He can just push ahead, and he was actually very fast. I think it was the first practice, I think. So he has the pace. I think he was just a bit stressed now with Sendlund behind him. So let's see.
Into the Joker lap goes Christensen on the final lap. It's a lovely entry over the curbs on the left. Now he's got to hold it tight on that Arco. Give yourself the best possible exit. Sendlund comes around on the long stops. Tries to go the long way round and then nicely done. Christensen holds him at the apex and runs him wide. Doesn't allow him to get the cut back. Christensen takes it from Enlund. They are just 0.4 of a second apart. Great race from those two. How much did it hurt them overall, though?
Not that much, to be fair. Some 3 seconds down on Ulrich Linnemann. Well, they had 3 seconds of battle there, didn't they? At least.
And they're just going to slot in front of Ollie Eriksson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin had spotted that already.
That was bad.
Christensen had more space there than I thought. Like, he kept the toe in.
It wasn't quite a car's width, though, was it, mate?
But he was already there. The door was closing.
If he was in a Supercar Lights, there would have been enough room there, but there wasn't quite enough room in a Supercar.
I'd have gone for it.
I love the fact he's going to have the arm car kind of guide us through the gap. It'll be all right.
For sure, that's something that Rainis will look at, and then you see what he thinks how far behind. Like, it's how hard he has all those. I mean, you did a great show last time to show what he has
it was
and how much stuff he can see. So
yeah, and how much he has to deal with.
For sure, he's looking right now.
He will be, I'm sure. Look at that. That's the definition of hanging on to it, isn't it, on the way in? It was lovely, and he nearly got the exit done, but not quite.
I love Martin's approach because he's so aggressive in the car, isn't he, Kevin? Yeah. But he's not aggressive to other drivers. He drives the car really hard, but he's not firing people off all the time.
No. I mean, I told him, when they made the step now this year from lights to Supercar, I told him, like, the one thing with Supercar is that you can drive it, over the limit. You can save everything that you maybe can't save in the lights. Yeah. But I told him to go fast. If you drive like a light in the Supercar, you will be faster. And he's slightly too much sending it, maybe, sometimes.
But it's not as fun,
but it's fun to look at. I have the same problem, so I shouldn't say too much.
Okay, getting ready for the final race of qualifying here on round 7, RallyX 2024. Dennis Roma, Marcis Martinovs, Maiko Tam is back. So Tam missed the previous session of Philip Toren. Tam's in P12, so needs a good result just to make sure he makes the semis and doesn't get the best start. So Maiko Tam squirming sideways off the line. Philip Toren also missed the previous session. Tam now getting in the door from Roma, so Roma giving him a hard time. If I were Tam, I'd go Joker if no one in front goes. I reckon Roma might go. Doesn't. Perfect. So Maiko Tam Jokers, that's great tactics from him.
Kevin, what was up with Toren and Tam? Do you know in the last session?
I don't know what happened. He had a DNS, so I mean that will hurt his hunt to try to catch Turpinen a lot. I mean a lot of the points is gathered in the after the pre-qualifying, so for sure he will lose some points there.
Hadn't thought of that yet in terms of the championship being right down, just making. Maiko Tam, is he going slowly? Has he dropped off the back, or is that just the impression we're getting from the braking zone?
I think it might be visibility. There's a lot of smoke coming from Toren, so I think he was just a little bit blind. I think I heard his car in the background sometimes.
So you see the smoke pouring off the back of Toren's car. There is a chance that'll cut through the tyre. He drops into the joke lap. Now this is to try and cover off Maiko Tam. There is Tam.
It looks okay to me.
Toren's held him. I think Toren's got him. We missed the merge. So Toren's got just in front of Tam. That's not what Maiko Tam needed. Now he's going to have to try and pass him on track.
Good job from the Hedstrom squad though to get Philippe in and out ahead of Tam. One of only 2 pro-level drivers competing this weekend together with Ollie Eriksson. Martinovs though having the drive of his career so far in RallyX Supercar, clearly out front.
Will he go Joker this time, or will he wait to the final lap? He's going to wait until the final lap.
So Kevin, while you're here, with 5 weeks in between you and your brother firing each other off, does it get any funnier? Because we talked about it in the preview, and while we're not in the heat of an event, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I can imagine that. And I think my dad made it even funnier. I haven't even watched it because I was kind of like ashamed for both of us. So I was like, I'm not even gonna look back at it, but for sure, I mean, I guess I know how you guys work. You will make that to brilliant TV. So
that'll be on social, I'm sure, mate.
Yeah.
It was what was funny was your dad's comments. He was going, it was good, and then it was less good, and then he said it looked like he'd gone to buy milk when he both gave way. So it was I wasn't sure if he would come in. I thought he'd be really angry after the first one, but he did come and join us. Martinovs gets in just in front of Toren, runs deep in the final corner, but pulls the 208 back online. It's a 229.8, so not going to trouble the top drivers.
No, but just
good
behind
drive.
Martinson, I think that's a great job from Martinovs in his first year to get a race victory. I think that's a first race victory for Martinovs.
I'm trying to see whether Tam's going to make the semis. Who's going to be between Tam's on a 233? No, yeah, he will because he's ahead. What happened to Topinen? Topinen with a 245. I didn't spot that either.
We didn't see what happened towards the end of that race, did we? But for Martinovs to get a race victory and a
a composed race victory as well, because it's been a steep learning curve.
Tupainen was in P2 coming into this session. He's just had a P13. It's not going to make the semis, but that is going to knock the championship leader right down. Just as we were thinking he was going to take championship points, he's had a shocker off camera and has dropped back to the back of the order. So, okay, keeping things interesting as we head to the final couple of rounds. That is what we like to see. So Martinos takes the win from Toren, Roma and Tam, and that rounds out qualifying here for round 7 of RallyX 2024. Nysumbanen, Nysum in Denmark. It's looking a bit cloudy out there, but luckily not too much in the way of rain looking like it's on the horizon. So Tupainen drops from P2 to P6. Now his championship rival, remember, is Maiko Tam, who's luckily for him is down in P12. So where's Martinson? Philip Martinson up in P2 in the standings here is going to close the gap right down. Good stuff, particularly on Tam. Tam was ahead of him. So Tam was 9 points ahead. I think there's a chance he's going to move up equal with Tam. So suddenly that championship fight's come alive. Kevin, FC2, you're looking at different outputs. I think we heard Oliver say yesterday as well that you've been trying some different dampers on the car, and that looks to have settled it down a bit. It's a long process, but you're happy with the improvements?
I mean, for sure, because you know as well as me, the tracks over at Nitrocross is a bit more aggressive.
Yes.
And the car, we've done a big upgrade in suspension to be able to do that, but we still need to have it fast for the European tracks because we want the car to be able to race on both sides of the Atlantic. So we're trying. We went a little bit too much Nitrocross style on it to original, and now we're trying to make the damper to work
over here.
So you don't need to change the new damper or buy two. You should just be able to use the same damper on both types of tracks.
So is it the same damper then you've just gone with different settings, or you've changed the specs slightly? Obviously the final spec of the car can wait until round 1 at Richmond.
So right now it's the different specs than right now, but I mean now they can make one that is working on both ways.
Work on both
so,
sides.
Middle is between, and then they could go that way and that way. So
perfect.
So I mean R53 are doing that for those cars. So and they're doing a great job, and I think everything is starting to get together. I mean we've had a turbo issue. We learn now that now it seems to be working well, and we're going more and more power. The ratio we knew, especially on this track, because first practice we checked directly my data against last year with the Honda, and now when we're like, straight away, I mean, Oliver have rev limiter before he goes into the gravel, so we have rev limiter for 75 meters.
Right.
And you could see very clear with the heat with Christensen in Q2. You just catch him. So I mean, we do 167 kilometers an hour. We had 200 kilometers an hour top speed last year with the Honda. So we lose 6/10 only, against the Honda. So if we can get those away, it's start to be really good.
Fantastic.
I love car development and the small details that make such a big difference.
Yeah. Awesome. So still some work to do, but we're getting there. And so you haven't decided if you're going to drive tomorrow. You're going to wait till later.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Oliver does well now. So sometimes, when he's in the mood, he's actually one of the I mean, he's one of the best. Then I think if you get him in his mode, the same in Nitrocross. Like if he just goes, he just goes, then he wins the event. I always know. I kind of know when he will win the event because you see it directly in the first heat.
This is brothers,
but
isn't it? Straight away.
That's a brother's compliment, isn't it? That's when he's in the mood.
He's really good. But that's why we love seeing brothers race as well. Brilliant stuff. So we're going to leave you guys looking at the best of mine and Hal's ramblings from 2021. There are some classics in there, I have to say. So have a look at this. Coming up next is the semi-finals and the finals as we see out round 7 here from Nysumbanen. So stay with us. Straight there, it's going to be completely different. We're just looking down at our monitor. Hal's looking for a pen or something behind us. Don't worry, nothing like getting caught out live. Here he goes. He's putting in half an inch of gravel around the bottom. Let's hope there isn't a strong breeze. You've bought us a gift, and the perfect person is in here for this kind of gift.
Oh, yes.
This man really likes snacks. So what have you got with you?
I have licorice. Oh, nice. I like that stuff.
What do the birds do? If any ornithologists out there's that bird people it is, isn't it? Look at me knowing stuff. What do they do when it doesn't get dark, mate? This is why we need to plant a tree for all this lovely paperwork that we've got here. Not quite as tall as Johan, are you?
I'm taller. I was from beginning, but...
Really? Now this thing. What are these?
Delicious is what they are.
They are. There he is, your man's back. digging holes and putting in the bollards. You know, they all have a little sing, don't they? And then they have a sleep for a bit.
Terribly confused, I imagine.
Well, it must be knackered, mustn't they? When they're always awake, flying around, wondering what on earth's going on. I mean, it's confusing enough for us. Crosscar, no, that's not the one. Supercar lights. What did you want to know, Hal?
I already know. He was 4th in qualifying, Olofsson.
I hate Hal Ridge.
Well, no, I did.
I really...
Thanks, mate.
Do you know what? He's made it work. How's he done that, Hal? It's witchcraft.
He's a Finn.
If you want to win, get a Finn. There we are, me and Marcus trying to look sharp. Now we've realised the camera's on. We're all like this on the desk.
I try to look sharp. Sometimes wait for the tourist ships to come in.
Yeah, nice. Oh, mega.
And I must say, like, this is the future. Like, coming here to the studio, bring your
snacks.
Sponsors, snacks. That's awesome. They're gonna love you for this. And hey guys, just pay out. You know?
Hal, this is the longest break we've had all weekend. What do you want to do?
Crikey.
Should we have some lunch?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Someone's just said beer in my ears. I don't know who it is in the truck, but I think it's just a little bit too early. No, you want to see how you want me to do it again? So it's roughly, but the one that Andreas likes is. That's the one that he really.
That's class.
You like that one, don't you?
Yeah.
He does like that. He can't figure out how to do that.
More bit. Did they get the? well, I think we have a new
Big up.
He's coming out sold. He's sold. Sandals Hotel.
Oh, mate.
Having run, that's the most shovelly sound effect of all time. We should clip that up and use that when necessary.
Sell that, couldn't you? I don't know if sound libraries are really desperate for shovel noises, but
radio.
Yeah, or radio
audio
drama.
Books. Yeah.
I think it's about 10,000 billion calories, but right now it is. That's what we've been told it is. Let's do the diet, no end of good. I've got a hoodie on here. I'm trying to style it out, but I'm not going to lie, it's pretty hot. Basically, I packed for like super cold, raining weather. I looked at the app and it was like, Holly, this is wet. Like all week, like 90% chance of drowning. It looks awful, and so my bag is just full of waterproofs and like puffer jackets and stuff. And it's hot. I think the back of the grid's been extended out in NYSUM since last year.
Maybe Robert's planning to take a plane off out of there. It's like one of those walls where you have the jet engines. So
you get a little extra boost off the. Well, that's what we assume. I've never been a fighter pilot. Yeah, what do you think? You reckon if I made an announcement on a plane, it would be calm? Johnson?
No, thanks.
I can't eat live on air, can I? Mate, I tell you what there's nothing makes Hal crosser than if I call him while I'm eating. So he calls me some mornings, I'm like, I'm in a bit of a rush, mate, I'm just eating some toast. Makes him livid.
It's warm.
It's warmer than the UK. It's supposed to be like...
What happened?
I know. There's snow out there and yet it's 20 degrees. I can't get my head around it at all. Luckily, the bars do close, so people have to go home in the end. And I had a conversation with Timmer about Scooby-Doo, the cartoon, and how I was slightly terrified that I felt like it was a bit of a Scooby-Doo type castle we were staying in, and Timmer thought it was just the most hilarious thing he'd ever heard. I was making all sorts of jokes about me waking up in the morning with ghosts and so on. What are we doing here? We're repairing something. Look, there's a man in the top of the excavator. Someone signed that off, now, and but I'll tell you how I approve of that. What do you think?
Which bit of it you approving?
Well, I like it. Sometimes you've got to improvise.
Yeah, that's right.
It's got an excavator. They're fixing some stuff.
That's RallyX all over, isn't it?
But also, mate, if that was you and me at home, damn well you'd be in the excavator.
And
that meant chop the top off the tree or put up the Christmas lights, whatever it is, wouldn't you? If I had an excavator, I'd do it. It's brilliant. So if Hal Ridge ever calls you, if you need to get rid of him, the fastest way to do so is to start munching on the other end of the phone.
Stop it! It's so unnecessary.
Welcome to Geek Club, where two 6'4" men bent over a laptop looking at tenths of a second.
Then it poured down for the second race, and we've just had the biggest thunderclap I've ever heard outside the studio.
So we've got stuff going on outside. Oh, wow, yeah, they're fixing the start lights. We've pulled down a cameraman who was up high because of a huge lightning strike very close to the track just recently, and that tends to make cameramen up cranes a little bit nervous, which is fair enough, isn't it? How loud was that clap of thunder just a minute ago?
Yeah, it was a big one.
Go on, get in. I don't think I'd want to be in the scoop as you reverse through a ditch, but, fair play. One of them's got a high vis on. That must be why it's okay.
Finns are brave generally, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, definitely.
Let's see what happens. There's quite a lot of.
Nick, glass. Drink. Look, we hope you guys have really enjoyed today. Apologies for the power cut. That someone had to go and buy a massive fuse, or perhaps they just stuck a spanner in the fuse box. I don't know. But we will be all right for tomorrow. My thanks to Hal Ridge. Well done, mate. Good fun as always. My goodness me! Unbelievable turbulence here. Hold on tight. We're going to send it in towards this runway now. We're slightly low on fuel, but don't you worry.
It's like a different language, isn't it? I was lucky enough to get a lift in a helicopter the other day, and I haven't got a clue what they're talking about half the time, to be honest.
just keep on filming out the front window, mate, and enjoy it. It did look good. Welcome back to Nysumbanen, round 7 of RallyX 2024. My name's Andrew Coley. Alongside me is Hal Ridge. Here he is. I was just itching then. You've cut to the studio when I was itching. And Hal wasn't looking at the camera. How dare you?
Amusingly, you've got pen on your face. Have you been itching your ear with a pen?
I don't know, to be honest. It looks funny, says our director. Thanks very much, Henke.
You look funny, Henke. We can't see you, though.
Cut to a picture. Whoa.
They are loving life.
What is that machine up? Is that like controlling them? What's the machine with the flashing lights on the top? Is it just a speaker,
Andrew?
But I like the people. I like the ones sitting on the left who are like utterly. They're determined to ignore it, whereas the one on the right kind of wants to join in. That dude
the chap is spectacularly sunburnt, isn't he?
They're determined to get a tan look.
Oh no!
There's 3 half-naked people over there. It's not quite warm enough for that. Look at the things. I'm not having that. Not interested, mate. Okay. Thank God it's semi-final time. There's no point in coming back to the studio for our dance colour because we will not participate in the Macarena. You're welcome to come back. We'll just stand here. Oh no. No, I need house music, I'm afraid. If you want to see any dancing from me. And it needs to be good house music. Let's go racing, come on, that's more like it. Oh, my goodness me. Right, okay, now I need my grids. I'm totally lost. I'm going to have to steal Hal's paperwork at this rate. I've absolutely no. There it is, Crosscar. We only got 2 semis for Crosscar Junior.
Keep up.
Goodness me. We've had that all year. Anyway, championship leader Hampus Hagström. Nico Kinnunen on the front row to Pinus, Vedlin, Attila and Schnack, and look at Hagström. He's been running away with it all day long, gets another perfect start, going to turn the car into turn 1, let everybody else deal with his dust in the background. Oh, all the way out, that's a bit of extra track on the outside, isn't it? Kinnunen holds the inside line and will hold P2 side by side into turn 3, just about merging in. But Hagström out front, that's what he needed.
That's Topinen, I think, that's gone right to the outside with Carl Svedlund in behind. Svedlund pulled off all those great overtakes in Q3 earlier on. The JT driver will need to get a wriggle on though, because you need to be in the top 3 for those new to watching this concept to progress to the final later on this afternoon. And Andrew, who is hoping for rain, the temperature has just fallen off an absolute cliff, hasn't it? I'm actually a little bit cold for the first time today. Will rain spice things up a bit this afternoon?
I'd like to think it might, but the forecast suggests not, unfortunately, mate. I mean, as much as I've been doing a little rain dance.
Under massive pressure from Topinen. Can Topinen get it stopped in the loose gravel on the outside? Comes to the inside. Svedlund being a little bit cautious as well. Svedlund will joker this time around, I'm sure, to get out of this traffic. Doesn't. It's Topinen the jokers from just ahead. Kinnunen now will be the one under pressure from Svedlund. Remember how quickly Svedlund caught Kinnunen in Q3 earlier on. Topinen gets out in P5 behind Alex Antila, who he's also yet to joker. That move could have put Topinen through to the final, from the semi-finals.
Yeah, top 3 from each will go through, remember, with only 2 semis. Bit of wet. Look at that. They have added a bit of wet right on the line of the braking zone, haven't they? Oh, now my paperwork's playing away. I'm having a mare here, Hal. You carry on, mate.
Hagström's doing a stellar job up front. A 44.0 last time around. For context, Kinnunen did a 44.9, so Hagström going a second quicker on that previous run. 43.6 this time for Hagström. Kinnunen in and out of the joker. Where has Kinnunen rejoined in 3rd? So Kinnunen has covered off Topinen beautifully there. 44.9 last time with that joker lap included.
We're here in rain, Hal, in 45 minutes to 1 hour. That's about ideal, isn't it?
Just about ideal. It's like hearing Formula 1 pit to car radio, isn't it? We expect rain in 20 minutes.
That was Calla, our producer, by the way, who's looking at the radar. Calla, let us know where you're getting this information from.
Hagström, meanwhile, has been into the joker and nicely out, rotated around in the final corner. Svedlund, meanwhile, is on a mission here. The only driver yet to joker in this race. Needs a margin of, I think, around 3.5 seconds. And at the moment, 3.5 seconds is not going to be enough for Svedlund to stay in a final position later on. Kinnunen, though, under big pressure from Topinen. Will they slow the pair down?
going round on the tarmac section back onto the straight. You need to watch out for your voice there, Hal. While I'm sorting out my paperwork.
I was getting excited. Junior Crosscar.
I know. I'm just trying to look after you, mate. You've got a whole nother day to go. And in case you'd forgotten, we're in Estering in 5 days' time. It's only the semi-finals, but I like the excitement. Who's your money on then?
Hagstrom. They've all joked now. Svedlin's in the Joker this time around. Or not. No, sorry, that's the graphic doing something strange. Svedlin's still clearly second on the shot there as they cross the line. What's the gap Svedlin's got, Andrew, between
to Pynan? It is difference to previous one, 2.4, 2.3.
Not enough.
Not enough, is it? It's going to be close.
Based on how quick Svedlin was earlier, I thought he might get this done, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, especially with these two fighting.
Well, I mean, if they fight and drop back a bit, it might help them out.
Yeah, but they've only got one corner to fight in, haven't they, on this
yeah, they could get tangled up at the end of the car. I'll tell you what, whoever wetted that braking zone was feeling mean, weren't they? Look at where it is.
And they were grinning while they did it. Let's look at Svedlin, the black car in the Joker.
Is he going to get P3? No, not quite. So Hagstrom takes the checkered flag and goes through with Kinnunen and Tappainen. Right, now I've got paperwork sorted, Hal, I can actually listen to what you were saying and not just repeat what you said 5 seconds earlier. Sorry, mate. It was cans off, gathering papers off the floor. But actually, this is the least wind we've had at an event, which is brilliant because it means we're not having stuff flying about all the while. So from the first one, Hagstrom, Kinnunen and Tappainen have gone through. Oliver Solly is the championship contender in this, who, surprise, surprise, is on pole in semi number 2. Oscarsson's been pretty quick today, but Solly is the man to watch in the 195. I say man, I mean he's still a child, but a very good driver. Oh, I say very good, and he didn't get away as well as he would have liked to have done. Oscarsson's going to get the jump on him on the run to the first corner. Solly looks inside, doesn't want to do anything silly here. It's a 5-lap race. Car's hooked up in the background, that's Hukar. Completely hooked up. They finally unhooked on the run into the second corner. Who's going to go Joker? Hukar surely knows Car's gone in front of him, so Mutig went in.
Look at the rear spoiler on Oscarsson's car. Remember, Oscarsson was one of the Speed Car... Was it Speed Car Extreme or a Speed Car 1? There was a Speed Car Extreme riding above Oscarsson at the moment, who previously had no spoiler and now has got what looks like a very trick bit of aero on the back. He's got all sorts of different planes.
This one here?
Yeah, the leader.
Oscarsson?
Yeah, Oscarsson didn't previously run a spoiler, did he? And we used to remark on it in that Speed Car machine, and now has got the spoiler of all spoilers.
It's been in the wind tunnel.
Clearly working. Made an epic start, leads to semi-final.
Well, it looks cool. So I mean, I'll take looking cool over the other stuff. Solly can't go yet, can he? That's handy because I think Nielsen's just gone in behind. Yes, and Nielsen has released Solly, but Solly won't necessarily see that. Nielsen comes out though behind. Must be Arvid Carlson. It is, so Arvid Carlson's gone in front. So at the minute, Solly can't go, because if he does, he'll come out behind Carlson and that'll cost time in the battle with Oscarsson. Doesn't matter though, because he's passed him on the brakes. So Solly passes him on the brakes at the end of the straight and gets in front. Nicely done.
Great move. Needed to get that done because correctly assessed by you, Andrew, that it's so difficult to joker in these bigger races. By bigger, I mean more drivers, where the pace is rather different. Oscarsson jokers this time around. The gap is enough to get back out ahead of Nielsen, who is has jokered, sorry, running fourth. Tight though.
Closer than you would have thought, isn't it? So those two are in a good position now to go through, Oscarsson and Nielsen.
Under big pressure.
Oh, not there. Has a look to the outside and then the inside, all over the back. Well, I say literally and figuratively all over the back.
There's little defence for contact at that part of the track, is there? But it's risky too, because you can't afford to come out of the throttle and lose momentum in these cars, because you'll never get it back, or in any car. Nilsson's going to look to the inside here. Oskarsson gets it nicely thrown into the corner, runs that bit deep. You can afford to do that through that corner. Meanwhile,
going to lose out the merge if they're not careful. And contact, both of them out in the wall. That's an absolute disaster. Carlson came out and had contact. Mutic gets up into P2, is it, I think?
Mutic up to
P3,
third.
sorry. Yes, and Mutic might be the big gain here. Carlson, who came out the Joker alongside Nilsson.
Way too hot, I think.
Yeah, you've just got to give yourself a bit of space, haven't you? Thing is, what can you do? You can't penalise Mutic if he makes it. You can't penalise Mutic for their mistake. They're both behind him.
No, I think all that would happen now is that Carlson might get a penalty and get put behind Nilsson, who is at the back.
They might both have made the semi though before the silly move. That's the point, isn't it? Really, is a slightly rash move has put them both out the semi, and now they might get penalties to drop them even further down the order. So not what they needed.
A shame though, so easy to make those fractionally
of course,
difficult decisions.
And without a spotter, Hal. That's the other thing, there's nobody there saying you've got the space, you know, you can run wide, it's going to be close. There's nobody there saying that, so you've got to cut them some slack, along with the fact that they are very young indeed. 11 to 16 years old in junior.
He isn't Carlson good on the brakes though, gets it stopped nicely. Now at the inside of Mutic, they're locked together.
Oh yeah, okay, well Mutic holds on. I think Carlson might be in for a telling off here, I might be wrong, but what's your take on the Joker merge?
I think I'd like to see it again, obviously, because I sit on the fence with that sort of thing, but ultimately you can't dive up the inside and then take the car you've passed with you. You can get it done and nicely turned in, but the argument would be that Solly crosses the line to take the victory against Oskarsson and Mutic moving through, so ultimately Carlson didn't make it anyway. You can't take the car with you, can you? Because the argument would be that you wouldn't have made the corner anyway.
Mutic's the only driver to make it off row 3, Hal.
So let's have a look. Firstly,
it's the row 2 drivers that we're kind of looking at the incident. But yeah, I mean, first of all, Solly loses the start.
I hope we see Solly's move, because it was very good, wasn't it, at the bottom of the hill? Oh,
no, to be fair, he was in the wars, wasn't he?
Carlson was in the wars in this race.
Yeah, big time.
Look at them, they're still attached.
Yeah.
Carlson wiggling the wheel to get his etc. off the rear of the car.
So Carlson would have had a much. That was Solly on the brakes. That was tidy, wasn't it? Now that's a tidy pass on the brakes. Just slots up the inside, runs a little bit over the curb, holds him off at the apex, and then up through the gears down the straight. So is this the merge? No, this is Oskarsson coming out in front. So this was Oskarsson in front of Nilsson, sorry. Yeah,
this is the merge.
And this is the one. So side by side.
Carried too much speed, I think.
Yeah, me too, mate. Me too. So yeah, we think too much exit speed from Arvid Carlson. Hasn't made the cut at the end of the day anyway, and that's helped Mutic out. But I think coming out like that, he might get a position swap. We'll see. But your championship protagonists, Hampus Hagström and Oliver Solly, are through to the front row of the final, which is going to be good fun for us later on today. Mutic goes through in P3. On to Crosscar. Eek Merstad, Rasmus Persson, Noah Jorgensen, Rico Hukart, Fredrik Lindrup and Romet Cerner are in this one. All the championship protagonists are on front rows in separate semi-finals. So Eek Merstad on the inside with the blue. Been P2 and P3 in this series. He's sitting in P2 at the minute, desperate to win it, and gets a great start here. Ahead of Persson, backs the car in. Persson looks to the inside line with Hukart right underneath his rear wing. Can't get through. So it is Eek Merstad who holds on in the background. All sorts going on with Romet Cerner and the local driver Fredrik Lindrup as well. Lindrup goes into the Joker, so Cerner P5. But Eek Merstad, who's second in the standings, leads at the minute from Rasmus Persson.
Cerner lost out badly there in the exit at the first corner. Drop behind Jorgensen. Merstad, though, is gone up the road, and that margin in a cross-car semi-final is significant, isn't it? Just not under that pressure that you might be otherwise. Can drive your own race. Only 2 go up from this semi-final, remember, unlike the cross-car junior semi-finals. With 3 cross-car semi-finals, you need to be in the top 2. Who can't? A little look at Persson at the bottom of the hill. Persson takes a whole load of curve there on the inside. Cerner, Jokers this time around, not really working out for the Pace Motorsport driver, who was so quick earlier on, having learned from teammate Jimmy Osterberg.
Too wide as well, Hal. What did you learn from Osterberg, sorry?
Well, just the pace guys used Osterberg's data from the early sessions to try and find more pace, because they were struggling massively, and it made a big difference. And Cerner immediately was up to 3rd, 4th on lap times, but it's just not working out for him.
TQ twice last time as well, wasn't it? Got to be top 3 if you want to go through, and at the minute that is not going to happen. I was looking at championship standings actually. So Eek Merstad out qualifying Svensson. Svensson is the leader by 6 points, but Eek Merstad's nicked 2 off him in quali. So the standings at the minute. Oh, Hukar's run wide too. Hukar on the lock stops the whole way through, just about gets out in front. So it's actually done okay. Cerner was good. Cerner's gone past Lindrup somewhere on that lap as well. So Cerner and Lindrup have swapped places. Must have been on track because they both already jokered.
So I would now leave Persson out until Jorgensen jokers. He's not going to beat Eek Merstad on pace here, because Eek Merstad's got enough of a gap. It's a foregone conclusion joker strategy for me, this. If Persson jokers this time around, I'll be massively surprised from second.
So Hal thinks they should keep him out.
Cheers.
That's what we talked about earlier on.
So the reason he's jokering,
look at the difference in a good joker though.
The reason he's jokering is to cover off from Hukar, but Hukar had made that much of a mistake, and the spotter arguably knows how much of a mistake that Hukar's made. You know that you've built the margin there.
It's tricky, isn't it? You think the spot. Don't forget the spotters don't have access to the stream, and we're 30 seconds behind in terms of live.
But Jorgensen is going quicker than I would maybe have expected him to.
Yes.
Fair dues. So now Persson hasn't come out in that traffic and is actually in a bit of free air. I expect him to come out side by
side and be a tricky merge. Yeah, exactly. So imagine then having to make these decisions if you're watching at home live, without watching the screen, without having a timing screen. You're looking at the cars out on track. You're running a manual stopwatch, often based off a reference point, like the end of a piece of Onco. Click, click. That's what the gap is, and you're trying to figure it out. Merstad goes joker, covers off everybody. Jorgensen is close, but remember Jorgensen still has to joker. And at 2.3 seconds, how far back is Jorgensen going to go? Hukar's going to be a problem, I think, for Jorgensen. Persson, sorry. But no, Hukar in P4.
It's all immaterial, isn't it? Because only top 2 go through anyway. So
of course, 3 semis, isn't it? Yeah.
Is near enough.
3 semis, so Hal's absolutely right, yeah. So basically, it should be Persson and Eek Merstad. End of the straight, you can hear the revs coming off as the brakes come on. In now goes Jorgensen, the Danish driver, probably not going to make the cut today, certainly not now, because you can see clearly through. Thomas Eek Merstad, who's in that championship fight, goes through and will be on pole in the final. P2 goes to Persson. So Eek Merstad and Persson go through. Advantage Eek Merstad, and remember Svensson. I think Svensson, where is Svensson? Svensson was 3rd in quali. No, it's Bowdins. So it's Bowdins who will lose out in terms of the top 3 on the front rows. Were Bowdins to win his semi, he would still go row 2, because obviously with 3 semi-finals there's only 2 spots on the front row, so you then go back to your qualifying positions. If they all win their semis, then it goes back to qualifying positions, and Bowdins is behind Eek Merstad and Svensson. So Bowdins does need to get the win here. That'll give him inside on row 2, and then Svensson must win that final semi-final to hold on to the front row. Stay with us. Semis for Crosscar still to come. Eek Merstad 351.3. 3 semis, top 2 from each going through, because we have a massive entry of 31 cars. The cut-off point, if I remember correctly, for junior, if there's 20 cars, they get 3 semis, and that's why we've only got 2 semis for junior today. So I think we've only got 18 cars in the entry. Yeah, we have. Okay. Hume, Bowdins, Ugar, Gotherson, Orav and Nielsen. Almost a wheelie off the line for Hume. Bowdens, though, has edged him on the run to turn 1. They're hooked up on the wheels. Oh, no, that's a disaster. Goes around. Alexander Hume gets dropped. Bowdens puts it out in the dirt. They get passed on the inside line. It's Ugar who leads for Pace Motorsport, and it's Gotherson who's just behind in the all-yellow machine, parked at the side of the road. Lucas Orav in the green car is out, and so is Alexander Hume.
Hume's got broken left rear suspension. That's him dead and gone in this race. What brilliant opportunistic move though from Martin Ugar, just found a way through on the inside from third on the grid.
Bowdens is the key in terms of championship battle here, Hal, whether or not that move was on. Yeah, so did he get away with it? The question mark will be, you know, does Rainis look at that and go, well, hang on a minute, you know, if Bowdens makes the cut, and bearing in mind at the minute he won't.
Oh, by getting away with it, I mean he got away with the contact.
Exactly, but does he get away with the stewards? So we'll have to take a look at it again in the replays. Hume from pole. Hume not in the championship fight, remember. Sitting in P6 at the minute, so some 40-45 points off the lead. Bowdens has gone into the Joker lap, so Bowdens has come out there. Look how much space he's got. So is it only the top 3 circulating? Hume's out. How far back are the others? We know Orav was parked at the side of the road, Hal. Is he circulating? He's showed up in sector 1. Eric Nielsen's... I think we've only got 3 cars in this.
Yeah, for sure.
We're looking for any other cars out there. Martin Ugar on the brakes. Look at Gotherson closing it down. Oh, it's one of those ones where you're like, really? I can brake that late? Love Gotherson's livery.
Yeah, kind of useful, isn't it?
Look at that. Look at the hands inside the car, Hal. Brilliant. So Ugar and Gotherson at the minute will go through, but remember Bowdens is Joker. Bowdens is plus 2.4, so it's very close between Bowdens and Gotherson. What did we reckon? It was about 2.3, didn't we, earlier on today? Obviously, depending on how good your Joker is.
I think it's a bit longer than that, to be honest. It was a brilliantly executed Joker, wasn't it, to get that margin down, and the lap before hadn't been as good for the other driver.
Correct.
I can't remember who it was, but I think
we've
it's
only got the one split,
that.
haven't we? So it's very hard to tell exactly where it is. And Bowdens is eating them up. So Bowdens is closing it down. It was 2.4 to the previous 3.4 to the leader. Bowdens here going to flick the car back the other way. How far off from is he now? Has he closed that gap or not? He is 1.9 and 2.9 off. So actually he's slightly further away from the leader. It's Gotherson is going backwards. So Bowdens is now within reach of Gotherson. 1.9 seconds back. You would expect this to go now the way of Ronald Bowdens. So what do you do if you're Gotherson spotter? Leave him out?
Yeah, I think that's the only choice now, isn't it, to try and build that gap, because if you're going to get eaten up, which he definitely is.
Ugar goes. So this will be to just cover Bowdens. Yeah, cover him off early. There's Orav parked at the side of the road. Bowdens has got him. Bowdens has got both of them. So Ronald Bowdens is going to come through in the championship fight, potentially to win this semi-final. But what happened in turn 1? Was the contact fair? Was it just a racing incident? We'll see. So Gotherson joking as well on that previous lap. 3 cars retired from this. Only the top 2 will go through. So Ugar's not going to do anything stupid now. Well, as I say that, Bowdens gets 2 sideways on the exit. Ugar's got good speed coming down the straight now. Maybe a little bit more than the Latvian driver. But the Latvian's wily to it. He sits on the inside line. Gotherson is right there to pick up the pieces if they do anything silly. Downhill through the right-hander. On the brakes again into the left. Ronald Bowdens, after a pretty tumultuous start, comes through with some brilliant tactics in the Joker to take the win from Martin Ugar. They will go through to the final. Gotherson all locked up over the line, but we need to take another look at this start.
Oh, what a shame for Orav. Being pushed backwards there, I think didn't actually have much damage, but didn't quite managed to drive out, needed reverse and didn't have it. Let's have a look back at this incident at the start then. Bowdens comes over. Need to see it from the front, really. There it is from the front.
I don't think it's deliberate enough.
No, I don't.
I think Hume had room on the left-hand side too. What do you think?
I think it's a racing incident.
Hard, didn't he? But in the dust. Yeah, so do I. Here from the top, Hal, from the drone. Sorry, Hal was looking at the laptop.
So Rainer Snitz is WhatsApping me actually.
Yeah.
And he's saying it was after the cones, and by the cones he means there's the
merge point.
Rainis will have determined the merge point where you can move across from your lane. He'll have talked about that in the driver's briefing. And he's saying it's beyond that point, so it's reasonably fair game at that stage.
Proam going round in the Joker. That may be from earlier damage in the contact.
I think it's a racing incident. But a big shame for Hume, who's been great today, especially in that Q3 run.
I thought that bloke was going to help him, and then he just sort of disappeared off, didn't he? It looked like he was wearing a DRRJC shirt. I don't think he was, but...
It was an OMSE shirt from Andreas Eriksson, or a first corner or whatever shirt he's wearing today, who's Andreas inevitably down helping out, as per.
Look at that front right corner. Ouch. So it'll be a few moments while we get this cleared up, so stay with us. Semi-final 3 coming up. Right, semi-final 3. This one is crucial for Svensson, who leads the standings but has had his lead cut by Thomas Ekmerstad. Osterberg on the front row with him. Then it's Niklas Lucas Jensen, Morten Bertelsen, Oliver Lucas Jensen and Pasi Penttinen. 3 Danes in this one. And there were no Danes made it from semi-1. There were 5 Danes in the top 18. So one of these Danes has got to make it to get some local honours. Keep your eyes on Svensson, front right versus Osterberg, front left. There's that little jump off the line as it dips away. It's a good start by Elias Svensson. Osterberg is hoping Svensson's going to run wide, but Svensson knows now. Osterberg gasses it up the inside, but he's not there. Svensson holds on. So Svensson and Osterberg away with a clean start. That's the first bit of the race, the important bit done for Svensson.
Nice tiny move in the background from Penttinen to sneak up the inside in the first couple of corners. Jensen first to Joker for the first time of asking. That could prove critical, couldn't it? But a brave move to Joker from third. Penttinen all out of shape at the bottom of the hill.
I guess you hope, don't you, if you Joker early in these semis, that everyone else is caught in a decent scrap and that you maybe pick up some of the pieces from that. Got to be top 2. 2 Lucas Jensens in here, so I'm assuming brothers Oliver and Niklaus. What are their race numbers? That's sometimes, yeah, it's 996 and 896, so 100% family. You'd be surprised how many very similar surnames there are up in Scandinavia. It's not always the case. So Svensson from Osterberg, Morten Bertelsen, the Dane in P3, going with that front 2. Would really be hoping that Osterberg has a crack at Svensson.
Bertelsen with the fastest lap over that first running lap on a 40.4, 40.5 for Svensson. 40.5 also for Osterberg, so little to choose between them. Osterberg's going to have a look at Svensson down the hill here.
Thinks better of it this time. Svensson saw him in the mirrors and covers it on the inside, but that just gives the Dane behind a bit more time. Does he go Joker this time? Osterberg goes, and the Dane does too! That's a nightmare. I wouldn't have gone in behind Osterberg, but he may have committed to the line already with rotation on the brakes. They come out. It's going to be tight. It's side by side. Slotted in between.
That early Joker for Jensen really working out. Bertelsen of former open two-wheel drive fame in the Skoda Fabia doing a great job here, but not quite getting the Joker strategy right. Lost a little bit of time following Osterberg in. Last time around you saw Osterberg working away at the wheel, didn't you, down the hill here, just looking for the grip he was taking on Svensson, but now Penttinen and his teammates in the way. I'm sure pace Motorsport will joker Penton this time around to get him out of Osterberg's way.
So does Penton go? He does not, so he stays out to Osterberg, but Osterberg is still in the right position. Remember, Penton must joker, and from the lead has gone Elias Svensson, comes in nicely. Look how close they are.
And look how close Osterberg was at rotating the car on the way in there.
Brilliant.
Nothing to choose between them in the semi-final, is there, Andrew?
No, not at all. So Penton's going to go, and that is going to release Osterberg. But Osterberg, I actually think Halley went at the right time, because I didn't realise how close, as you said, Jensen was going to be. Yeah, that early joker did pay dividends, didn't it? And they were way closer. Looking at lap
still
times,
under big pressure with like a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, could still lose out.
I'd have jokered it for pace. I'd have jokered Penton last time around just to get the dust out of Osterberg's face. He's not going to joker again.
That's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it, for Jimmy Osterberg? But more of a nightmare is Jensen. Yeah. So it's 9.96 behind, which is Niklas Lukas Jensen, who is piling the pressure onto Jimmy Osterberg. Passy Penton is out, so Passy Penton pulls off the side. That releases Osterberg at least, and it's a straight race between these 4 cars you can see for the final place in the final. Elias Svensson, the championship protagonist, the championship leader, with just a 4-point lead over Eek Mørstad, who's going to book a slot on the front row versus Eek Mørstad. But Osterberg has just got to keep the door shut, and hopefully that pressure from Jensen won't lead to it. He runs wide! Osterberg runs wide at the end of the straight, and Jensen gets up the inside. Niklas Lukas Jensen is going to put a Dane into the final here in NYSUM. Nysumbanen will have a home driver to cheer in Crosscar. Osterberg loses out with 4 corners to go, and Svensson goes through with the win. It's a disaster for Osterberg, it really is, especially when Jensen wasn't as close as he was the lap before, but that is the pressure, that is the level in Crosscar. Brilliant racing.
I still would have joked Penton earlier to get him out of the way and let Jimmy get the hammer down.
I think Jimmy would be a bit annoyed as well. In the end, Penton's gone pop, hasn't he? And was out the way anyway.
Great move from Penton here in the first couple of corners, wide on the exit of 1. He's going to cut back to the inside, look, in the first corner. Great move. There's Jensen from 3rd behind Svensson and Osterberg. Osterberg put big pressure on Svensson early on. Bertelsen with a great drive as well, with the fastest lap of the race. Great job by him.
Could not have been closer, could it? Look at the field. That's not turn 1. That's late in the race. It's brilliant. I'm loving Crosscar's my favourite this year. Hasn't been every year. We've been treated to some incredible years of open full drive supercar with brilliant entries, but we haven't close. Do you remember, where was it? What year was it when it was so close in Crosscar and it came down to the finish line of the final final
22,
race?
22, wasn't it, in RV?
Yeah, that was incredible, wasn't it?
Was it 22 or 21?
I can't remember, but it was brilliant.
21 maybe.
Yeah, tell you what, if there was a final to go and watch, that's the one. Find a Crosscar at RV
and the 3 wide over the line.
Oh, it was brilliant, and it was the 3. Yeah, it was incredible. Incredible.
And the level of those drivers is staggering, because now you've got the drivers that were competing there doing other things. Thinking Isaac Rierson in WRC2 cars.
Yeah.
And actually, did.
He did well, didn't he?
Doing the Swedish round of WRC, for example, and actually showing amazingly well. It shows just the quality of these drivers.
Right, Gabrielsen, Tiger, Niels van der Warrenberg in the blue Volvo, Kjetil Larsen in the white Fiesta, and on the back row Kenneth Kong and Emil Hammer. Simon Tiger, look at that, despite the fact that Gabrielsen over a lap can match him off the line, Tiger just has too much power for them. Kenneth Kong for the back of the grid up to P3. Van der Warrenberg tries around the outside, but he's going to end up P6 as a result of that. P5 maybe, yeah, the other driver I think from the back has got, Emil Hammer I think has gone joker.
Look at Tiger's car. It always surprises me every single time how much it lifts the wheel that much going over the start-finish line.
You can imagine Kong. Oh! We've both seen Kenneth Kong coming in like a missile in the background. He'll have been going, no, you don't want to take out the car in front of you. Go on, Kenneth, get in. It will, yeah. There will have been all the noises, won't it? End of the straight. Go on, Kenneth, have another look. Oh, he is, look, he's having another look in the background, but he can't get the Gabrielsen.
Shot the curve. The door and the ball.
Yeah. knocked the wall down. Has Con got Joker? I think he has, yeah. And he gets beaten, does he, by the Volvo? No, just going to hold on. The Volvo's coming around the outside. Van der Warrenberg just loses out to Kenneth Con.
Warrenberg yet to Joker, so it was important that Con got that done to not lose time, but ultimately he will be through to the final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, 3 through from this, remember, only 2 semi-finals. Yeah, I'm thinking about an F1 engineer, Hal, looking at Simon Tiger's car and going, with regard to the settings, it obviously works in this context, and clearly it's not an F1 car, we don't need aero. But you know, you can imagine, can't you, it's kind of like having the front left wheel a foot off the ground.
So I had a couple of drinks with Richard Brown last weekend, who is Jan Kristoffersen's engineer in the World Championship, and worked with Andreas Mikkelsen for VW Motorsport. He's the only remaining employee for VW Motorsport, and of course KMS have built an amazing new supercar, an open four-wheel drive for this year with a 601 RX that we saw in Tjert for the opening round, and it's significantly quicker now than it was back then. I would love to apply someone with off-road experience to open four-wheel drive. F1, fine.
Yeah,
but someone with the chassis dynamics experience would be. I would love a Pro Drive, an M Sport, a Volkswagen Motorsport to take on the two-wheel drive concept, and then try and establish what the Tiger team is doing, because
this is a great conversation. Yeah. So basically, what would the factory team approach be to open two-wheel drive? You know, would they have a car set up that with the front left wheel pouring a foot in the air, or would they go, no, this is totally unacceptable, we must adjust the anti-roll bars and the rake and the anti-squat and make the perfect rear-wheel drive racing car? I don't know. I mean, I love the idea, though.
I think that should be a compulsory requirement for competing at the top level in off-road racing, is to build an open four-wheel drive car.
Open 2 or 4?
Open 2.
Open 2, you said 4. Yeah, so well, either, both.
I mean, like KMS, the Hansons, you know, JC.
Well, so to enter any of the top series, like Nitro, World or Euro, or this, well, if you're going to enter this, you might as well do one. But if you're going to enter those, you have to. There's an FIA rule. You have to build an open two-wheel drive car.
Just a gentleman's agreement. We don't need any rules. We just need an agreement.
Interesting, how
that you have to build it. It has to be. You can't build the same model as someone else.
So you have to take. We had. What was it? I was going to build. I can't even remember. And then Vigo, our drone pilot, had an idea, didn't he? But yeah, so it's got to be something unique.
It has. Yeah. Whoa! As Van der Warrenberg sends it in ahead of Shetel Larsen.
Go on, lad.
Up the road, though. Gabrielson's going with Tiger in this final lap as they come through the final few corners, and Kong has got it done for third.
Simon Tiger through the left-hander. He's won 5 out of 6 this year. He's all making it look a bit too easy, isn't he? Wins the semi-final. He will go to pole in the final. No, depends on where Victor comes. No, he will. Did he out-qualify Victor? Come on, Andrew, grab your paperwork. I think he did. No, he didn't. He didn't. Even though Victor had that. That's mad, isn't it? Victor had an absolute shocker, if you remember, in the last quali session, was P12. And Simon Tiger is behind him in quali. I'm confused. Because he had a P1 and a P2. Simon had a P2, a P3 and a P5. So if Victor Johansson wins his semi-final, he'll have pole in the final. Then we might have a fight on our hands. That's what I want. Semi-final 2, Victor Johansson and Bjorn Sture on the front row. Hal said earlier, it's a great performance by Sture in the Focus. Row 2, Mikael Persson on the inside in the Golf Mark IV, along with Roel Verhoeven in the yellow and black BMW. Then you've got Per Magna Royras in the Zara, and on the outside, Nick Nayens in the Ford Escort Mark II. So this is, to be fair, Johansson's to lose, but he's still going to win the start against a variety of machinery. And he does, easily. So Victor Johansson gets away in the background. Roy Ras has come from the back row and squeezed through a gap somehow to get in front of the drivers on row 2, Persson and Verhoeven. And then Victor Johansson's lost a position, so he's gone down just as I'm looking down, saying it's job done, Bjorn Stewart gets through.
This would be quite the upset, wouldn't it, if Stewart could beat Johansson in the second of the semi-final, as into the Joker, Roy Ras. Gets the job done there, nice, neat and tidy, and now it's really Roy Ras v Michael Persson returning to RallyX this weekend. Stewart gets out of shape, the focus just not as planted as the Mercedes going up the hill. Victor Johansson, another one of the gentlemen, much like Matt Soman, they live pretty close together and they drive in a similar sort of way. They're not about to fire anybody off to try and achieve what they want, but at the moment Victor Johansson is not really hassling the rear of the Focus.
No, he can't really go. Joker, as now we see in the background, Roy Ras is beaten to the exit by Persson. So Mikael Persson in the Golf comes through. It is a rear-wheel drive Golf, if you're wondering. It's not a front-wheel drive Golf. We have had one front-wheel drive. I think I was actually here one year. Or was it in Finland?
We've seen a couple of front-wheel drives.
There was one here, and maybe here and Finland, but no one's managed to get it done yet because, as me and Hallow said, you need a 306 Maxi, and we still don't think you'd win because of the start.
You definitely wouldn't win, but it'd be great. Oh, Persson gets all out of shape up the hill. Roy Ras is going to look to the inside. There's a lot of loose gravel there. You can already see the traction being lost.
You go for a ride. No crashing, lads. Keep it sensible. Right, Johansson's got Joker. So this though is not what Victor needed, because I think Stewart will respond. If I was Stewart, I'd go on the next lap. Hal, don't give, because there's 3 laps to go. Don't give Johansson 3 laps to close you down. I think he, obviously Johansson's waited until the cars behind him have gone. Gap was 3.3, which is actually long.
It's competitive this weekend, isn't it? Open 2-wheel drive. Now, I was thinking Roy Ras really ought to be in the final here, but if you look at the times for the heats, that would also not be the case. Stewart, I would have joked at that time, Bjorn, to try and cover off Johansson. It's a bit like Johan Kristoffersson in World RX. You cannot afford to give him free air.
Don't give him one lap ever. He's done it already. He's back. It was 3.3 the gap. Here it goes. What is it now? Bosh. See you later. 2.1. Job done. Should have gone.
Oh, Roy Ras is broken in the background. We saw flames out of the Zara earlier on today.
That's a shame, 'cause it was making good noises. Can't be a wankel engine, can you, eh? Well, so Stewart now has no choice really. I mean, now in theory he might as well wait until the last lap, but he'll probably go on this one. No, going to wait till the last one. Go on, Bjorn. So, okay, is Bjorn now going to come under pressure from behind? How about back his Persson? No, 4 seconds. Well, you need to wait until they cross the line this time round. I think he'll hold on to P2. Yeah.
Maybe that's what they were looking for. Maybe they weren't looking to say the fight to Victor. Too risky. Just guarantee a nice slot in the final would be...
I still would have gone on the next lap.
Yeah, so would I.
Because you were out, there was no other danger, it was only Johansson. I can smell food again, it's making me hungry actually. What is that? There was a roast pig going on out the back of the awning earlier on. Braking down at the end of the long straight on the gravel. Not too many risks being taken here because the big prize is still to come. Johansson just drives past Bjorn Stewart through the left in the big Merc. Here he goes, turn her in, light her up, and over the line. So Johansson takes it from Stewart. Roy Ras is parked at the side of the road. Persson crosses the line. In the background, we've got an FC2 being reversed out of the garage close to us. That's heading out, of course, for the semi-finals for open 4-wheel drive. But we're going to be a minute or two while we get this car recovered, so enjoy the replays, and we'll get the track cleared up and ready for Supercar Light semi-finals. Okay, Supercar lights. Simon Olofsson, Tobias Darbach on the front row, Lucas Andersson, Victor Christensen, Eric Heslerberg and Anton Soderholm. Really, this is about Lucas Andersson from row 2 and his championship aspirations, because Olofsson's in front of him and Darbach's around the outside. Darbach couldn't shut the door early enough. Andersson gets through.
Strong move from Andersson to get up the inside. Darbach doing well to hang on around the outside and minimise the time loss. And I have to say, Victor Christensen is doing a stellar job in his Supercar Lights debut.
Sorry to interrupt, Darbach up the inside of Andersson on the exit of turn 3. Has Andersson got a problem?
Christensen also all over the back of his JC teammate, coming down into the first of the hairpins. Whatever happened to Andersson there looks like it's gone away, doesn't it? Because he's got good momentum out of the corner and up the hill on the back of Darbach again.
Yeah, so Darbach's got through. Andersson will want to strike back at that. Remember, it's Andersson.
On the brakes, so late on the brakes, Lucas Andersson. Great job by him. Will he Joker this time around? Yes, he will. To get out of the traffic, nice and neat and tidy into the Joker. Look at him riding the brakes with the left foot. The rear of the car coming round comfortably out ahead of Berget, who jokered last time around.
So it's not too bad with a bit of clear air in front. Simon Olofsson's just done the fastest lap of the race. Darbach is kind of up with Olofsson, little gap in between them. Well, 1.7 now actually.
Now JC have control of this situation, because if Lucas starts to close on Victor Christensen, of course they won't want to compromise Victor making the final on his lights debut, but at the same time they definitely won't want to compromise Lucas Andersson in his title hopes, will they? So they can wriggle him out of the way into the Joker lap should they need to. I don't think they'll do it this time around, but they may do.
Love to see Darbach make the final at home.
Yeah, he could easily be on the podium here, couldn't he, with his track knowledge?
Well, he's had a good run, hasn't he, recently? So 2 P3s, a P2 in Alpspin, at the first round. He's actually, his lowest result has been 5th in the final, so it's a good year for Darbach.
Under a bit of pressure though from Christensen. Christensen doing a stellar job in this first semi. Nice and neat and tidy on the brakes, closing on Darbach and not getting eaten up by Andersson. Into the Joker this time around for Christensen. Oh, 2 sideways, drops it into the wall on the outside. What a shame for Christensen. On his lights debut, gets the car going again, but that's his hopes of a maiden final gone out the window. Meanwhile, up front, Simon Olofsson still setting some brilliant lap times. The only driver to get anywhere near Olofsson at the moment is Lucas Andersson, a 40.1. The best lap for Olofsson, a 40.2 for Andersson, so not quite there. Olofsson's going to Joker with a couple of laps to go here. This has been another day where Olofsson is just in that groove. There's Andersson through in the background. Darbach also into the Joker this time around, comes out comfortably ahead of Berget. Doesn't look like it's going to be 2 STS RX cars in the final this afternoon. Berget, of course, who won round 5, that Chaos Supercar Lights day in round 5 up in Alpspin. Olofsson comfortably ahead, 2.4 seconds the margin last time around over Lucas Andersson. Just a couple of corners to go. Keeps it nice, neat and tidy, riding above the former RallyX champion. Simon Olofsson takes the race win. Andersson, good recovery to be second, and Darbach with smoke pouring out of the back of his lights car completes the top 3 who will progress to the final later on. Let's have a look back.
Yeah, start was good for Olofsson, wasn't it, on the inside? I want to see what happened to
it was Andersson out of
with Darbach.
4, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're across the start-finish line on the first lap. So he's got it here, look.
Sideways, Andersson lost a bit of momentum. Darbach was nice and wide as well though, so didn't cause any problems. Soderholm disappeared out of the back of that race.
Look, he just gets really loose. Oh, he hit the wall.
He is lucky to get away with that, Lucas Andersson.
Isn't he just?
not designed for lateral load, these cars, in the wheel, and that could easily have been broken suspension. And this was brilliant.
That was the braking that you spotted was so late. But respectfully late, you know, not just I'm piling in and you're going off late, which we've seen a lot here at the end of the straight.
And this is Christensen's spin. Just drop the rear, just let the car go too much, drop the rear wheels into that loose. So you can see him working away at the gear lever to get it down into first to pull away. Shame for him. There's confirmation of the result. Simon Olofsson in that rich vein of form that we've seen him many times before.
Lucas Anderson makes sure that the championship fight continues. Not that it wouldn't continue, but keeps the work in. Tobias Darbeck makes us have a Dane in the final. Now we've got another Darbeck in this. We could see another Dane in. Front row is Mounier and Janssen, then it's Lene and Tornholt, and then Darbeck and Haug. So Casper Janssen doesn't get away quite as well as Julien Mounier, his teammate at OMSE. And in the background, Lene makes a pass as well. Lene might well go inside Casper, nerfs Casper off wide. Casper Janssen outside Tornholt, outside everyone, has to go. Joker now follows Darbeck in, he's got a car on his inside. Janssen gets turned around in the Joker lap. Where is Casper Janssen in the background? Championship leader, sorry, P2 championship protagonist Janssen has potentially gone in the Joker on the first lap.
If ever a couple of corners summed up someone's season, it was that, wasn't it? A 4-wide OMSE battle there in turn 1. Then Janssen clearly had the objective of going up the inside into turn 2 and then into the Joker, but got stuck on the outside of Haug. Haug had nowhere to go. I don't think that contact will really be looked into because they just went side by side into the compulsory extra rate, and then he got turned around and it was just like boom, 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 boom.
Exactly, started, didn't it, with Lene getting up his inside, and you can't blame Lene for that. He's got to try and make the pass, and then on the loose and little tag.
Just a
series of circumstances. But Casper Janssen, has he finished the first lap or not? Yes, he has. No, yes, 39 seconds according to this.
The 39 is the first. It's the first route.
The first half. So is he is still out there. Yeah. He is still out there.
And the fastest lap of the race on a 40.5.
Come on, Casper. Right. So he's got to make it into the top 3.
Not going to happen.
You don't think he's got enough time?
No, I don't think so. I don't
How
think
far back is he?
Plus 12 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, but he's
Haug is plus 8.8 and Darbeck's plus 4.3. So we need to get 8 seconds back on Darbeck. I don't think.
I mean, Darbeck is the problem. I think he could potentially get Haug, but let's see. All to play for. So Casper Janssen is fighting here. The guy who's in P2 in the championship is fighting to try and get back up and in touch. The two Frenchmen out front.
Meanwhile, Tornholt's in a strong position as well, having been into the Joker on Lene. Lene is
where's Janssen?
4.5 seconds.
Here he is, Sir Casper Janssen. He's got to pass him on track too, hasn't he, Hal? It's too much of an ask.
Not going to happen. No, you're in a dream world, mate.
Got to try though, hasn't he? He's got to try. It's crucial for him. Anderson leads him by some 15 points coming here. Where did he come? He out-qualified him by 1 point. Oh, what a shocker.
Disaster, yeah, and I think the moment you're reversing into the Joker lap, it's not going to happen,
You're
is it?
right, it's game over.
Especially, of course we want the drama, we want the fight back story, but the credibility of the other drivers in this is so high now that it's Lene under big pressure from Kevin Darbeck, who wants to join his brother in the final this afternoon. What would it mean to the Darbeck family to be double in the final at home?
It'd be his first time. Now he's made one final, Howard. He was 5th in Kuvula, 2 finals, 5th in Kuvula both days.
And they've cleared Dornholt quite comfortably now, so it's just about keeping ahead as Mounier exits the Joker well out in front. Darbeck needs to drive sensible here to make sure he makes it through.
Janssen has got through, so Janssen's got past Haug and has got himself up into P5. But with the others too far in front, this is a disaster for his championship aspirations. Tell you what, it's going to put him close to Tobias Darbeck in terms of the standings too. However, remember there is a dropped score.
And 3 rounds to go.
Yeah,
anything could happen yet.
Casper's worst, actually how this is his worst. So Casper will drop this for sure, because this is the first time this year that man hasn't made the final. He's been in the final at every single round, but a disastrous start here in NYSUM.
You can see the attitude of the car as well. He's pushing hard in the background.
Really hard. Mounier comes round, takes the semi-final from Lene. So it's a French 1-2. Darbeck goes through in P3. Two Danes, both the Darbacks are through to the final here. Kasper Janssen fights for P5 after facing the wrong way in the Joker on the first lap. He comes home only 8.7 off the lead. Here it is again. So it is a chain reaction, Hal. Watch on the inside, Lene from row 2. So he's lost the start here to Meunier, and now Lene's about to come at the inside too. Here goes Lene, late on the brakes.
Inside Tornholt. There's only a tiny bit of contact between them.
He was
Lene
really
can't do
sideways.
anything about that.
And Janssen was really sideways.
He was already wide, wasn't he?
Yeah. Now he comes back to the inside look, and then Hal turns in on him. No, he turns in on Hal.
Nothing Haug can do about that. Absolutely blameless Haug. He nearly saved. Had there been more room, I think Kasper would have saved that. So he's already wide here in the loose gravel. Lene, that's a big old shove, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're all running wide on the dirt. If Janssen had been straight instead of sideways, it wouldn't have affected him.
That's indicative of this circuit, isn't it? That sort of contact. And then this is the contact into the Joker. Haug can't disappear. Yeah, Kasper's optimistic there, expecting him not to be there.
Absolutely. I thought it was different on first look, but it wasn't. So, well, that's the way it goes sometimes. So 2 French drivers and 2 Danes going through. 1 from each row. Top 3 went through from semi-1, and then 1 from each row in semi-final number 2. Open 4-wheel drive, our final semi-finals. Ulrich Linnemann, Stefan Christensen, Martin Enlund, Magnus Dahl, Marcus Martinos, Dennis Romer in this. Linnemann must keep his head if he wants to take the win at home here. Nysumbanen, he said this morning, I've done it before by penalty, I want to do it properly. He's done a proper job at the start. He's got Enlund in behind him, Christensen is P3 in the Audi. Super sideways, that's a bit more than you needed. Ulrich, keep your head. He's got to keep his head. Martin Enlund has gone with him. Now Ulrich gets a better exit and Enlund is under pressure from behind.
Broken left rear suspension for Dennis Romer in the background. Will that compromise anybody? Later on, he's dragging the car around on the main lap. Martinovs has been in the Joker for the first time of asking.
Park it, just get it over on the outside of this corner and park it.
Experienced driver, Romer, I'm sure he will do that. But Linnemann, way too sideways in the first corner. Christensen, way too wide at the bottom of the hill. Gets the Audi all out of shape, under pressure now from Magnus Dahl in the Clio. Linnemann pulling a bit of a margin here on Enlund. Oh, Enlund all out of shape on the brakes.
Trying to see if Romer made the Proam final, Hal.
Yes, he would have done, I'm sure.
No, I don't think he has.
Did you not?
No. Oh. So I thought he might be dragging the car back to try and get it repaired in time.
You're correct, he hasn't made the final.
No, so don't wreck it anymore, basically.
You can smell the burning rubber here up in commentary, can't you?
We're quite a long way from the track as well. So Linnemann leads from Enlund. The gap last time round was 0.9 of a second. I think that's been extended slightly. Christensen is P3, and the first that casts the Joker is Dahl. And Dahl was only 2.3 off the back of Christensen. So Christensen doesn't want to go just yet. Enlund, wow, you don't get much closer to the tyres than that. He's going well. Committed as always.
Dropping time there, understeer through the final corner. Christensen's in the Joker, gets out comfortably ahead of Dahl. In the JC car for the first time. Chassis number 4, that's the car Matthias Ekström won the World Rallycross Championship in
Is he really? You'd think you'd want to buy that back, wouldn't you?
I think you're probably correct, Andrew. I think that's very much on the cards at some point.
Why sell it?
Because you can always buy it back, can't you? Especially when you've sold it to a team you're so close to as JC.
I suppose so, mate. You know, in Matthias, there's probably a contract saying I can buy it back for the same price at any time.
And for sure, he's making money, isn't he? If you're renting it out to drivers all the time, he's probably made his value back in rentals since then.
Yeah, but did he sell it to JC, or is he?
Okay. Sold, yeah.
Interesting. The mechanics of the finances of motorsport in the background, always interesting, but yeah, he'll just be over, just nobody bend it, alright? Just won the World Championship 2016.
Is Linnemann going slowly? I think Linnemann's going slowly.
So Linnemann, is he? Surely not. Linnemann with 2 laps to go doesn't seem to be flat out at the end of the straight. Is Ender's closing him down? Is he going to? He goes Joker. He is going slowly. Hal's right. It's a problem surely for Linnemann. If he can get out in time, he's got 1 lap to go after this. What was his gap last time? It was 4.8, so it should easily have been enough, Hal. So you're right, he had a 4.8 gap and he's lost it. Linnemann's got to defend like mad for this whole lap. He's got 1 lap to go.
I think he's got plenty in hand
so
here.
So do I, because Dahl's too far back, isn't he? assuming nothing goes pop completely. It depends, doesn't it, how bad the issue is. Is it, you know, is it as simple as a turbo pipe or a turbocharger, or is it an engine that's on the way out?
The snow smoke is, I would say, it's something as silly as an intercooler pipe or something that's lost a load of boost, because it looks like it's consistently slow, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it's getting worse and worse.
I think he can hold Christensen to the line here. Christensen might get him on the exit of the final corner. So Enland's going through. Wait here for Linneman. Linneman coming around the long left-hander. Just keep it on that inside line. Christensen needs to boost it up the outside. No, he's got enough, hasn't he? So Linneman does go through, but with a problem on the second to last lap. Well spotted by Hal. Linneman has made the job a bit trickier in the final. So Enland wins from Linneman and Christensen.
Enland wins from 5th at intermediate, 3rd on the grid in this race. That's a stellar job, isn't it, from the Swede. Great launch as well from Enland to get up the inside of Christensen there in the first corner. One to Roma. There's a bit of contact there between him and Dahl. Will we see it from Vigo Kosh's drone? Is it just going to be a clash of... Oh, Roma's closing speed there, locks the brakes, trying to avoid the rear of Christensen. Planted the rear of the front of the Polo, sorry, into the rear of the Audi. Wheel-to-wheel contact. I suspect that's what's broken the Polo. Is he going to slap the ball?
It's gone, isn't it?
I think it's just that wheel-to-wheel contact. Two rotating objects at high RPM equals breakage.
You can see it turned out immediately. So problems for Linneman too, but he does make it to the final. So the Danish dreams are still alive for a home win. Enland with a 3:42.5, 5.3 back. Linneman was 4.3 up the previous lap, so definitely an issue dropping him back to P2. Christensen gets P3. Dahl actually retired in the end. Semi-final number 2 for open four-wheel drive. Philip Martinson and Oliver Eriksson on the front row. Joni Tapainen and Mats Oman, Morten Schnack and Maiko Tam. So what spec is the FC2 running in this time? I reckon full spec. Let's see. It's still be hard work at the start, especially with Oman and Tapainen behind. Eriksson gets a good start though. He's almost equal on the run to the first corner. He's going to go for the round the outside in the FC2. It's a great bit of driving by Eriksson in the background. Maiko Tam is in the barrier. That's a disaster for Tam. Tapainen holds on to P2. Brilliant start though by Eriksson.
Absolute disaster for Tam's title hopes, with Tapainen running second at the moment to Ollie Eriksson. Tam is still stopped out on track. Oman's been in and out of the Joker. Nice, neat and tidy, can get the hammer down. Schnack there running ahead of Oman at the moment. Tapainen closing on Ollie Eriksson on the brakes. The M4 Fiesta.
They've got to be a bit clever here, haven't they? Tapainen won't go at the minute because he'll know he's going to drop into traffic unless he wants to cover off Mats Oman. Nobody really slow, Mike. There's nobody slow it. Schnack would be an issue, wouldn't he? Mind you, not slow. Does Tapainen go? Here we go. No,
I think stay out. I really think you stay out, Andrew, because the race is not with Schnack, is it? And with Tam so far behind,
just guarantee the place in the final.
You have to get through to the final at this stage.
Absolutely. I completely agree.
And Oman doesn't seem to have a pace that he's had so far this season at the moment.
I thought Oman looked like he had understeer in the same corner we thought somebody had understeer earlier. The long left-hander off the Joker as there's over-rotation in the background for Martinson. Gets the tyres over the inside of the curb. You've got to watch out not to knock the tyres off the rim at that point.
Yeah, when you're going sideways over the curb like that, that's where you don't puncture the tyre, you just push it off the bead, and then obviously all the air comes out in one fell swoop. I think Martin might have a problem there. There's something, he's driving ragged, isn't he? And
yeah, it's strange. He's squaring it off, isn't he, on the exits? You see here. So Schnack hasn't gone Joker. Martinson, how far back is Schnack from Martinson? That might be an issue too. So Martinson's gap over Schnack is only, it's 3.4, it's enough. So Eriksson versus Tapainen with 3 laps to go. Different engine note, isn't it, from the FC2? This is definitely this is what they're trying to advertise the car for on this side of the Atlantic, isn't it? Is buying one of these cars and compete against supercars. That's the plan.
And arguably, even if it's a 15-year-old at the wheel, it's the championship leader in arguably one of the best rallycross cars ever built.
Yes.
Not just a good supercar, one of the best supercars.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if ever there was a good advert, it's there.
You do need a good driver to make a good advert, and Ollie's doing a brilliant job. He's got a good start. I think a great start against Supercar opposition off the line. 2 laps to go. Oh, there's a lot of dirt now in the road down at that hairpin. It's going to make a big difference. That's from Martinson's over rotation earlier on. They're playing with the suspension settings. If you were watching earlier, Kevin Eriksson said they're trying to get it dialed in so it works on both sides. You know what, if I was Ollie, I might have joked on the second to last lap, dummied him off to cover it, but he's maybe not close enough for him to make that wrong call then and try and follow you in. Tapinen comes out easily in front of Martinson, who hasn't joked yet anyway. And Oman is now in front of Schnack.
Eriksson gets silent, all the dust, and that's why Eriksson's been getting sideways. So all the dirt that down by Martinson stripped through the gravel, which is cleaning progressively. Oman lighting up the Audi up the hill, doesn't have an answer for those that are going to go through. Or does he? Is he close enough to Martinson? We'll see in just a few moments' time. Eriksson through the Joker, runs it wide, covers off Tapinen. We want to see the merge in the background. Eriksson's going to drive for the line.
He's going to get the checkered flag here. Eriksson takes it from Tapinen.
Haven't seen where Martinson is.
Martinson's gone. Oman makes it. So what happened to Martinson?
I didn't see him in the shot. I did have a look at the timing screen a couple of. There he is.
He's pulled off to the side of the road. Myko Tam's going round and has come through in P5.
I think Oman and Martinson was going to be close there at the end as well.
Yeah.
But what a shame for Martinson.
Is he opening the bonnet or is he looking front right? He's looking under the bonnet as if he's seen flames. Oh dear. Well, Oliver Eriksson has taken it from Joni Tapinen. So Tapinen, who leads both open four-wheel drive and Pro-Am, has made it through to the final. Of course, remember that Myko Tam can't compete in Pro-Am as last year's champion of it. So yeah, it's advantage to Tapinen very definitely now. But again, mind you, I mean, looking at it, to be fair, Myko Tam's missed the final 1, 2, 3 times. He's made 3 and missed 3, whereas Tapinen has made 5 out of the 6 finals. This is a, what is it for Eriksson? It is a 3rd final in the FC2. Of course, he made the final twice in Kubla, but that was with the Honda, wasn't it? So,
yes.
Yes, says Alrich with a very serious nod. Excellent. So there we go. Look, Martinson just stops coming out the hairpin. So no sign of anything obvious.
So I have some breaking news, Andrew.
Go on.
I have a WhatsApp message from Nils Anderson, who is officially the team manager for Christopherson Motorsport. He says, I'll do my best to get an open two-wheel drive from KMS for 2025.
Ah, okay, there we go.
I'll hold you to that, mate.
Yes,
and
Nils,
Tommy.
That's what we want to see. We had a message from Johan. We had a message from Johan earlier, didn't we?
I didn't.
I had a message from Johan saying that Howell sounded like a mixture of Pat Duran and what was it? Donald Duck, I believe. Thanks, Johan. We'll run through the messages and find out any social mentions that we've missed during the day. Thanks for being in touch. Stay with us. We've just got the finals to come, but there are extra finals today in open two-wheel drive. Sorry, Pro-Am open two-wheel drive and Pro-Am open four-wheel drive as well. So going to be a great end to round 7 here in Denmark. Back very soon. finals time. Nysum round 7. This is one of our new finals. So this is the two-wheel drive Pro-Am final. We discussed it a little bit earlier on. Had all to do with the fact that there's a bunch of people with a bunch of different engines. They tried to separate them by engine size. Then they realised there's good drivers with big engines, bad drivers with small engines, and we need a Pro-Am final.
So it is separated by engine size for this year, but the rules will be changed for next year to improve that divide. But here it's engine size.
Good. So the limit is 2.4, but you can have a turbocharger, but that then times it by X amount. So at 1.8 with the turbo still comes under.
1.7%, yeah. So that's the equivalent. The equivalency. That's been in Rallycross a very long time, actually. That.
I remember the rule about engine sizes. It's rallying as well, isn't it? In single venue rallies, certainly there used to be a rule on capacity and turbochargers.
And the restrictor size, 34mm restrictor and a turbo in.
Here as well
Rallycross, yeah. So when you have an R5 or a Rally 2 car in a single venue in the UK running a 34, and then you go to a Rally 2 event running a 32, it makes a massive difference.
Controversial opinion, ban Rally 1 cars. Discuss in the comments.
What class are they in?
Rallying or something. WRC, there's only a few of them. Get rid of it. Let's have a proper fight between manufacturers. Gabrielson loses out off the line. Gets the door shut by Larson on the run to the first corner. It's Nick Nayans in the Mark II Escort who's on the inside line, around the outside, all the way up the dirt bank of the big old tank slapper. Goes one of the two BMWs, I think it's Thomas, is it?
Hulk, yeah. Around the outside.
Sorry, what do you call him now?
Hulk. Hulk RX is the team name.
Oh, there you go.
Sideways in the background, Bertelsen, no it's not Bertelsen, it's Bertelsen's own car in the Joker this time around for Emil Hammer. Bertelsen of course is in Crosscar this weekend, but up front Kjetil Larsen in not Mag Randerson's old Ford Fiesta, leading from Gabrielson, and Gabrielson is a pace setter in open two-wheel drive Pro-Am, so this could be interesting.
Pro-Am, I got you.
Keep up.
I think we should change the name of the categories, what do you think?
What, today?
No, just generally. You don't actually need to call it Pro, do you, in the main? Well, we don't do it, it's open full drive and it's Pro-Am.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah. We used to have it in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, and then like the Am's got all funny about being called an amateur, so they had to become Pro-Am, and it's all too complicated. Oh, hello! Bit of contact on the brakes at the end of the straight.
Gabrielson's got up the inside of Larsen. Larson's having none of it, comes back to the inside, thinks better of it, because that would have been quite a mess going up the hill, wouldn't it? That corner does really tight, and Larsen all out of shape over the crest. Gabrielson not exactly in a straight line either.
That was a ride, wasn't it? From the hairpin all the way to the second crest. I think Kjetil Larsen
punched himself in the face 3 times, or how many times he had to
try to catch the car. Wow. So Gabrielson here should really stretch his legs and just get himself a little bit of a gap over Larsen. Nick Nayans has gone Joker in the Mark II Escort.
The BMW stopped out of the final corner. Going to get passed by the couple of cars who have Joker in the background.
Fabia's been in, I think.
Yep, correct. Nayans on for a podium here, having Joker and running 3rd on track. That'd be a great result for the Belgian driver. First RallyX experience with the Mark II, came to the last round of 5 Nations BRX at Linden Hill last year. And if I had a two-wheel drive car like that, I would certainly be going to some great events as well. Go to the Fireworks weekend at Linden Hill. Experience that fantastic track. Yeah, that's when Fireworks is, Andrew. At the
yeah, I know, I'm just trying to think whether or not I can go to it.
Well, if I had a two-wheel drive car, I would do that. I'd go and do that. I'd come up to some of the RallyX races, go to Ireland, do Mondello Park. You go and race in some of the CZ rounds, and go to some great tracks in Southern Europe.
Oh, it's a bit slow, go slow BMW from earlier. Yeah, I'd definitely come and do some events here, whatever class car I had. I just think they're great tracks. If you think about the good, series that go to good tracks, it's tricky, isn't it? Unless you want to get all serious and do Euro World things, it all gets a bit too complicated. RallyX has got that nice balance between a feeling of a professional series and the feeling of a clubman series. which I think what a lot of people are looking for. They don't want to fill in 18 pieces of paperwork to get a load of accreditation. They just go, can I have some wristbands? You go, yeah, here you go. John's coming with the bus. You know what I mean, don't you? Simple.
Sure, yeah.
Big hole there on the right-hand side. Do you see it just before the tarmac as they come through the long right-hander? I think it's developed a bit today. They'll fill it in overnight, I'm sure.
Really watered, isn't it, at the end of the straight towards second of the hairpins as Gabriels and Jokers with absolutely no pressure pulled out, an over 2 second margin.
Nice warm-up, isn't it? How ready for the Open 2-wheel drive final? Gabriel's going to come through the left, check the flags out, wins the Proam final. Larsen gets P2, yes! Nick Nayens gets P3 in the Mark II Escort, brilliant. Okay, Crosscar Junior, this is now getting into championship business. Front row are your two protagonists. When we came here, it was Hagström and Solly separated by some 15 points. Hagström doing a brilliant job with 2 wins up in Alpspin. And Hagström gets another mega start ahead of Solly. It's Kinnunen in P3. But it is all about Hagström versus Solly. Solly gets out sideways, just cuts back in front of Kinnunen. Oscarson trying to go up the inside in the background, maybe going to find a way through and go straight to the Joker.
Great decision
at the back.
Great decision from Oscarson to go in there. Had already tucked into the inside, so really that was the only sensible choice. And Podcast did just that, but up front, hampers Hagström already with over a second advantage, and this is really, if ever there was a day that someone stamped their authority on a championship, this could well be it, because he has been fantastic today. Hope that hasn't cursed him over the next couple of laps, but
yeah, three qualifying session wins, semi-final. We're looking at a clean sweep. This is coming off the back of 2 wins. Halley with the TQ 6, the last 6 events. The only event he didn't TQ was the one where we didn't have any qualifying, which was Tier 1, which ran as a rally sprint.
Great job. Great job from Hagström. Ollie Eriksson's just come into the commentary box, absolutely delighted at his semi-final performance.
His stoke is so real that he's had to come in and fist pump, and Hal was shocked when he turned around and saw him stood right there.
I thought it was you punched me on the shoulder.
I know you did, attacked me 3 times. Go away, Coley, I'm ignoring you. So wait a minute, it's Ollie Eriksson. That's okay. From Rallycross friend.
That's a very niche reference as well, isn't it?
I think there's a few people that will get it, yeah. There is a few people.
Kinnunen under pressure here from Tapainen going up the hill. Tapainen's going to have a look to the inside. It's not going to find a way through though. The braking there is so difficult, especially with how much it's been watered down there. Tapainen into the Joker. This time around gets a bit sideways.
Mutik's there, look.
Lose out to Mutik, yeah, to Joker, I think, yeah.
Yeah, Oskarson's Joker at the back, but Mutik hasn't, so Mutik's going to drop off the back of this pack.
But Tapainen really could do without Mutik there if he wants to try and hunt down Kinnunen.
A podium position. What's Kinnunen's gap? Kinnunen last time over Tapainen was... not much actually. Yes, sorry, 2.3 plus 0.5, 2.8 was his gap over Tapainen last time. So Tapainen is hunting for that position. Hagström though, 6 TQs in a row. He did 3 seconds. He's about to get 3 first. It's a brilliant performance. How old is he? I think.
Kinnunen down the Joker side by side with Mutik. And Tapainen's going to sneak up the inside here in both of them. What a move by Topainen. They get wheel to wheel, the two Finnish drivers. Topainen's got through. What a great opportunistic move from him.
Oscarson with great speed behind as well, gets past Mutik. I thought it was going to come past.
Oscarson tapping the brakes, going along the straight as well, just not to run into the back of Kinnunen. This is all going on for Mutik. Drops to the back. Oskarson's going to have a look at Kinnunen up the hill.
Mutik still hasn't even joked, so Mutik's going to drop further off the back of this pack. Oscarson, go on, have a little look at the inside. Go on, go late. Go on, have a go. Oh, Kinnunen goes late on the brakes as well, and they nearly collect Topainen in front of them. Get in, Mutik goes Joker. Out front, Hagström has already gone Joker. He's in the final corner, and Hampus Hagström is coming around to take the win. You can see it in the distance from the drone. Oliver Solly. One more lap. Graphics have caught me out there, so another lap to go. Miles in front.
He'd crossed the line. We were looking at that battle, but
yes, we were.
Hagström so far up the road, you got caught out in the last lap because he's miles ahead.
Yeah. He was on his last lap. Good shout.
Topainen has done a great job there. The Joker strategy didn't work out from coming out behind Mutik, but when Kinnunen and Joker to cover him off got stuck in with Mutik, and Topainen made it through on the inside. What a brilliant job.
Oscarson's too close. He's too close to pull out because his nose was stuck in between the two rear wheels of Kinnunen. This time round it's Hagström though. So Hagström will take it from Solly. The two top championship drivers, P1 and P2. And Hagström will extend his lead by, did Solly? Yes, he did, by 4 points. So he came in with a 15-point lead. It will be a 19-point lead at the end of tonight. He took 1 point during qualifying and a further 3 during the final. 8 for the win, 5 for P2. So Hagström, 3 wins in a row after 3 P2s and a win at the start of the season. His lowest result is second, and he's been the top qualifier 6 times in a row. We're talking Kristoffersen stats here. It's bonkers. Great drive by Hagström. So Hampus Hagström with his 3rd win in a row over Oliver Solly. Great job. Now then on to Crosscar. And your 3 championship protagonists are in the front 3 grid positions. Thomas Ekmerstad, red and blue. Elias Svensson in the white buggy on the front row. The Kazmat, and on row 2, you've got Ronalds Baldins in between those 2 drivers. Don't count out Persson, Ugar and Jensen behind. Persson's got a good start alongside Baldins. Svensson squeezes Ekmerstad. Persson gets in front of Baldins. Baldins is under pressure from behind from Ugar. He's got to get to the inside line and cover them off. If those front 3 go on, if I were Baldins, I'd be tempted to go Joker. We're not going to see it.
What brilliant respect there that Thomas Ekmerstad gave to Elias Svensson there. Twice Svensson shut the door. Merstad could have kept the foot in and turned around the race leader, but chose not to do that. Great respect from these Crosscar drivers to each other, and any of these front 4 could win this final.
Absolutely, super close behind. The only driver to go on the first lap was Martin Ugar, so Baldins to say did not go.
Look how close it is. This is halfway through the first lap.
You can't look. Baldins has run just a tiny bit wide.
Person's got a great run on this. Sorry, Andrew. Sorry.
No, go. He's trying to get him. He's not going to get past, is he, this time? So what are the pressure here for Svensson?
One's got to go this time. You've got to release yourself from this train.
Who's gone? Baldins?
No, Baldins is still there, I think.
I think he is too.
Oh, he has, sorry.
Baldins did go, so Baldins got off the back of the train and gets out in front of Ugar. That's good tactics from them.
Jensen was so close in that gap here. The white speaker under nose looked like Baldins because we weren't seeing it fully in the shot.
Oh, Ekmerstad's a little bit sideways on the brakes. Persson is there.
Some pressure for Elias Svensson at the front of this order, isn't it? Knowing you need the points in the bag, especially when you're fighting your main title rival.
Yeah, Ekmerstad took a couple of points off him in qualifying. Ekmerstad trying to come around the outside now, but Svensson holds on. Merstad gets a great exit with the Joker. That's a brilliant Joker entry. That could be enough to take it. Surely Svensson will go on the next lap. Oh, Baldins alongside. Baldins gets him. Oh, Ekmerstad on the inside line, tries to hold on. Merstad through the left hand, and Baldins squeezes him. Now Ugar's coming around the outside as well. Ugar's on the inside line, and that has gone from perfect Joker strategy to disaster.
And the couple of turns they may have cost each other there may give a to Svensson to get in and out. If I was Svensson, I'd jump this time around.
Go now. Yeah, cover them off immediately. Bowdens is there, look, so Bowdens has been in that fight. Those are the people that he's in the championship fight with. Go now. Okay, let's see the Joker split.
It's Person that's gone in, I think, looking from the background. We're looking at Person, yes.
He hasn't gone. Why didn't?
But Person's gone and covered them off. So
yeah, but why hasn't Svensson gone? I would have gone.
But he was already ahead of Person, so actually it's going to work out. Like, it's a risky strategy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he's also in a race with Person.
Oh, I thought someone was going slowly on the straight, just the dust kicked up. Somebody ran what? It is, yes. So what's happened to Svensson? Svensson's lost out. I was right. Svensson was on the straight, has lost a position, Hal. Jensen's gone through. Lucas Jensen has gone through. So what happened to Svensson?
I was too busy looking at the Joker merge. There is Svensson currently running second and he's hemorrhaging time as well. Into the Joker this time around. He's look at the swarm of crosscars behind him. Looking at the Joker merge. Svensson's going to come out right at the back of this pack.
Disaster. Gone from which Joker the previous lap. We don't know what the issue was. If it's a tech issue, he just missed a gear. He got passed on the straight by Jensen. He looked like he was on with everybody else. All his title rivals fighting and squabbling. It looked like he was on to hold on to the win. Bowdens now ahead of Eek Murstad. Eek Murstad looks to the inside of Bowdens but can't find a way through. Person is in front of both of those. The fact that Ugar and Person are going through with these guys who are so quick. Ugar almost alongside Eek Murstad. Eek Murstad might lose another place here. Martin Ugar's late on the brakes. Eek Murstad holds the inside line. Jensen goes Joker. Watch for the merge now. He'll come through the right-hander. Jensen's going to lose the place, so he drops back into P2. Hits Bowdens. Bowdens goes sideways. Eek Murstad up the inside line. The win is going to go to Person. Over the line is Bowdens, holds on to P2 from Jensen. Murstad gets P4.
First
and Svensson down in P6.
Has to be, doesn't it?
Wow.
Must be a first win for Person. The race was so busy we didn't get a chance to look.
No, we haven't even looked.
I'm sure that must be a first win for
Rasmus Person last year, yeah. Last year nowhere. Let me have a look. I'll look for you. Go on, have a look at the replays.
So this is the battle between Svensson and Eek Murstad up the front. Murstad goes into the Joker. Svensson still leading at this point. Sent the car in next to Bowdens. They hooked up together. I thought that was just going to be enough. There is Jensen. That contact with Bowdens. We still haven't seen what happened to Svensson unless we missed it during the race, but I've been keeping one eye on the YouTube stream, which is a little bit behind where we are, and I haven't seen it on there either.
Hal, that's Rasmus Person's first final of the year. So Rasmus Person's first final of the year has resulted in his first win in Crosscar in RallyX. That is an outstanding result against the very best of the talent in that series. Yeah, there were some incidents in that race, but wow.
And remember, in Alspin, he was disqualified and in the gravel in the first corner.
Yeah.
On one of the days, I can't recall which, I think it was the first day, when everything got a bit exciting. What a brilliant final that was.
I love it.
I can't wait to find out what happened to Svensson either, because we definitely didn't see on either the main race or the replay.
No idea. Right, what are we on now? Who are these people? Paul Drive Proam. So we've got 4 out of the 6 cars.
So Martinson hasn't made it.
And Matt Simon's at the back, yeah. So
nor has
Dahl. So has Martinson. Is Martinson in the main final?
Don't ask complicated questions. He was TQ in the Pro.
I've lost my grid. Full drive open.
Martinson was second qualifier, so yeah, he...
No.
Oh, he retired from the semi-final, so he won't be in either final, will he? He retired in the Open Pro semi-final.
Yeah, but he would have been, so he should have been on pole in this, but because the car's broken, he hasn't got it back in time. Yeah, but he wasn't in the other final according to this.
No, because he didn't make it. Because
of the semis. That's right. So for yeah, it's complicated. He's made it. Oh, brilliant.
Scrap that.
So basically, for this category, you qualify directly to the finals. For the pro category, you qualify via the semis. So although he retired in his semi, he had already taken pole because this grid is formed at the end of qualifying. Nothing like a nice simple system to trip up 2 blokes who just had a mental crosscar race. So Martinson and Christensen, Enland and Terpainen, and Matt Soman at the back. Terpainen stalled on the line, so's Martinson. So it is off the line is Christensen from Enland. Matt Soman's come from P6 on the grid to potentially get up into P2 or 3 here. Go on, Matt's look to the inside. So if I were Roman, I'd be tempted to Joker now. I reckon Martinson's just shown up at the line and they knew the car wasn't going to start, but it's always hard to tell.
All very suddenly in turn 2, wasn't it, from almost everybody. Big pressure up front. Edland hanging on to Christensen here.
Has Tipainen got a problem, Hal? Because if he has, they've got very little time to get that car turned around prior to the next race.
You've also got a decision to make, haven't you? Do you
pull out work on the car?
Edland's all over Christensen going up the hill here. Andrew chooses not to go for the move.
Runs a bit wide on the loose, almost into the wall. We've just seen a push start behind us for one of the Mounier in the Supercar Lights car. So Edland spoke at the time. Tipainen doesn't have an issue. I thought he had a problem, but it's
so this
just
is Matt
the time he lost.
jokering to try and cover off Tipainen. We'll see the Audi in the extra room's not going to be enough. Tipainen's on a mission.
So Tipainen, I tell you what, if Tipainen could get it from there, that would be something. But I think these two will be quick enough to hold on to the gap. It's 3.7. to the previous car, 4.2 to the leader. Actually, I wouldn't put that past Tipainen. If these two mess about, got to go Joker now and cover Tipainen off.
Especially with Christensen in the situation where he's not that experienced in the Audi S1, a lot of Supercar under his belt.
Edland has got to go Joker now.
Edland's so good on the brakes, isn't he? Just got that wonderful feel on the middle pedal.
He's going to go, He does. Brilliant move by Edland spotters. This is to cover Tipainen. Watch for the merge. Watch for Tipainen coming down the right hand side. It's a good Joker by Edland. He gets out in front of Tipainen, hugged that Armco barrier. Didn't give himself any chance of running wide. Now they've got to get after Christensen, and Christensen needs to respond.
He does indeed. I don't think he's going to have enough. I think, look at the gap already closing. Edland was quicker visibly last time around. Can Christensen pull a bit out in these next couple of corners? Will JC leave him out and hope that something happens behind that he can pull enough of a gap?
Christensen on the brakes at the end of the straight. It was only 2.8. It's going to go this time, yes. Sideways though. This could be a tight one again. I reckon Christensen will just hold on. Look for it. The merge. Edland's coming around, and I'm wrong. Christensen slots in between. So that was a great lap by Edland. Tipainen now is going to pile the pressure onto Christensen.
This is ideal for Tipainen's championship hopes as well, isn't it? Because Christensen's not scoring, well, he's scoring points, but he's not in the hunt, is he? He's not like a regular's taking points off him.
Yeah, he doesn't matter.
Looks to the inside, Johnny Tipainen gets the nose so comfortably onto the curb there on the inside, riding the brakes with the left foot up the hill, just keeping the chassis nice and stable. In that full Fiesta. Christensen, though, I'm impressed with this weekend, doing a good job in the Audi.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, looking at it, Hal, open four-drive Proam look, 3 wins in a row for Tipainen, but Martin Edland's actually only 10 points behind, having had good, consistent finishes all year. They've both been on the podium 5 out of 6 times. So he could actually do with getting past Christensen, couldn't he? Although he's taking points on, he doesn't matter in the championship.
Now he's under pressure from Matt Oman as well.
Yeah.
Matt's coming onto the back of Tipainen, and that's the last thing he needs in his championship quest.
So how many points are going to go? It's going to be 8 points, isn't it, to Edland if it finishes like this? 5 and then 4. Is it all? Tipainen runs wide. Matt Oman going to have a look. So Matt Oman was ultra late on the brakes earlier on today, using his hand controls. We saw him backing it in from a long way back, but Tipainen knows he's there. The Audi gets crossed up. It's not going to be enough. Martin Edland, who was 10 points behind in the championship standings coming here, has done a great job to take it after Tipainen stalled at the line. Tipainen runs wide. Oman goes inside. Tipainen's going to lose another position, surely. Who gets it? Tipainen by the 0.072 of a second. Tipainen just holds on.
Matt was almost a victim of being too close then. Had he been a little bit further back, he'd have seen Johnny run wide and then go for the undercut, but he had to wait, and then get in the throttle.
Wow. There, Tipainen, look, he initially got away. He got about a foot into the launch before the car died. Restarted it. I mean, he's done brilliantly, hasn't he, to come back from where he was. But it's 8-5-4. Yeah, he's lost 4 points. So his championship lead will be down to 6 from 10. Edland. Yep, that's why you need the Armco.
I heard the bang in the paddock.
Did you really? Brilliant. Brilliant. Could not have been closer over the line. Well, it could. Solberg and Ekstrom in the Estering. But, you know, that was close. That was close. Edland from Christensen to Tipainen, holding on to 1 championship point by a couple of hundredths of a second. Open 2-wheel drive. Effectively the main final. You've already had the Pro-Am final. Johansson versus Tiger on the front row of the championship fights, but it is a massive lead for Simon Tiger in the standings. Gabrielsen trying to find a way through. Bjorn Stur in the blue Focus, but it's Kenneth Kong coming around the outside of Gabrielsen. Gabrielsen inside Tiger. Tiger, though, following Victor Johansson up to the first corner.
What brilliant awareness from Victor Johansson to get the car stopped on the inside. really covered off the rest of the pack there. Perfect positioning for the Mercedes driver. Michael Persson crossing the line. Stur, the only driver to have jokered on this opening lap, but could this be Johansson's day?
Certainly got a better pace than he had, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Go on, Hal. Yeah, I mean, he's not had a win this year.
When was his last win?
I'll have a look for you. Last year.
Oh, Tiger properly wheeling over the double jump.
Oh wow, he hasn't won since Tjerp last year.
Yeah, I thought it'd been a while. Did he go back to back in somewhere in Tjerp? I think he did 2 in a row. I think he won here last year. He won at NYSUM last year, did he not?
Yeah, he did. So it was back to back, but as in the second one at NYSUM and the first one at Tjerp.
Yeah. I remember him doing 2 in a row. But wow, that's quite some time, because that would have been early in the season as well, wouldn't it? That would have been May time for the for the Tjerp event.
I mean, Hal, if you look at it, Victor, he won in Riga when the year he was the champion, but that was his only win. He won twice the following year for P2 in the standings, and then this year he hasn't had any wins in his P2 in the standings, so he's right there and in the mix, but Tiger has just edged him a bit too often. Other than when he won the championship, of course.
Well,
but
I'm sorry, Simon, but I'm in the Victor camp today because I'd like to see some variety, isn't there? And Victor Johansson's a lovely guy as well.
They're
great to see him.
They're mega.
But they're all really nice, but Victor deserves a bit of luck. He's had some bad fortune. Simon's had loads of bad fortune as well, but Simon's really got his fingers deep into this title fight, hasn't he? So second will do him no harm at all. And
he's got his claws right in it. Yeah, I mean he's on 148 points to Victor Johansson's 114.
You know what? I don't think Simon will be disappointed for Victor either. Should he? Well, I'm going to jinx him in a minute, so I'm going to shut up. But you know, they want this class to succeed together. There's no point winning all the time and the rest of it failing.
Look, what makes me laugh is at the minute Simon Tiger's drop score is the one time he didn't win. When he came 6th in the final, so this he made the finish. With him and Victor crawled around together at the slow race, as we called it, right the way to the line.
Johansson's been into the Joker back out. That's absolutely perfect for the big Mercedes 190 Evo hybrid driver.
Yes, what a great name.
Oh, just out of the commentary box, I was going to say out of the commentary box window, looking out the door of the commentary box, Topinen's mechanics are all around the M Sport built Fiesta with a fire extinguisher, looking a bit frazzled.
And there's a laptop as well, I think, on the left-hand side, Hal, the engineer in the wheelchair, with laptops up to the car, so they're looking for...
This could be significant for the Supercar Pro final later on. There's fans there as well, trying to cool the front of the engine bay as well.
Simon Tiger's coming under pressure from Kenneth Kong here with a couple of laps to go, so I'm not suggesting this isn't a great win by Victor, but you wonder if Simon's got something going on with the car as well. What's in the comments, Hal?
Some questions about the Ford Fiestas in. There's Kongs all over the back of Simon Tiger coming down the hill. It's going to go to the outside. Tiger will not let that happen.
Oh,
Two loops on the outside of the car.
He runs off and into the back.
Oh, no.
He goes round. Where's Gabrielson? Has he broken the rear right? That's a shocker. So
disaster.
He was in the mix. He was right
Left rear
on
puncture,
time.
is it? I can't really see from that distance.
Well,
none of that's going to trouble Victor Johansson, though.
No, he's well out front. Johansson, where is he? Victor Johansson should be on the finish straight almost. He's in the last left-hander. He's going to take the win. It's his first win of the season. Great stuff.
Great defensive drive as well by Simon Tiger to hold on to second under massive pressure. And Gabrielson, who has been a great supporter of this category, was obviously did his home round in Finland, but came to Alvspin and down here to Denmark. Fantastic for him to get on the podium as well.
Mega.
So the YouTube comments is about Enland is in an OMC Fiesta and Topinen in M Sport. Yes, correct. So Topinen's in an M Sport built Fiesta. That's the car that Rainis Nittis won the European Rallycross Championship in 2018. Nicholas Gronholm drove it in World RX in 17. An ex-Ken Block car. That was the car that Ken Block drove in Europe.
Podium in Norway and Lowiak.
Didn't podium in Lowiak, did he?
Did he not? He made the final though, didn't he?
He got confused about the last lap because in America they have a white flag to determine when the last lap is, and strategically it was difficult for them. But yeah, Norway Block was an absolute star that weekend.
He was brilliant, mate. He was absolutely.
That was one of that weekend arguably changed Rallycross as we know it forever, because Ekstrom turned up with the EKS Audi S1 and the EKS team with its brilliant white everything.
Who was in the second car? Tiedemann.
Yeah.
And Ken Block turned up with the M Sport Fiesta.
And we knew Derek Dauncey had been watching, the team boss had been watching Anthony since Portugal, and then the decision was made, wasn't it? If he hadn't had those good results, Ken might not have joined the series. And of course Ford came with him, so yeah, absolutely key moments.
And to include that Martin Enlington and OMC Fiesta, it's actually chassis number 19. Matt Soman used to drive that, then it was rebodied into a Mark 8, and that's Corey Doss.
What a legend. I love how Reggie's brilliant. If you're in the right place asking questions in the YouTube comments, because they never reply to your DMs to 110,000 followers or something daft from a viral video. So yeah, he's get him on YouTube. We've got questions for Hal. If you want your book signed, come and see him in Estering. Right, here we go then. Next page, Andrew. Where's Supercar Lights? There they are. Lucas Anderson leads the standings from Casper Janssen. Casper Janssen hasn't made it through to the final. We're dragging Bjorn Stur's car out of the pond.
You asked if anyone had ever made it to the drink.
It was the inside pond I was thinking about, but Bjorn's made it to the outside pond. Right, we'll let you watch this for a minute. We're going to take a quick tea break whilst we get ourselves teed up for the Supercar Lights and the Supercar Finals. Okay, cars being clunked into gear means we are just about good to go. Front two rows, Simon Olafsson, Julian Munier, there's Lucas Anderson and Marceau Launay. It's the Darbacks at the back. Tobias on the inside, Kevin on the outside. Olafsson's got the best of the starts. Anderson slots in immediately underneath him. He knows Munier won't be able to get to the inside if he just follows Anderson down to the apex. Olafsson down to the apex. Great job by both those drivers. Munier gets mugged by one of the Darbacks. I'm guessing Tobias from the inside, but very little to tell between the two cars.
Yeah,
and we lost. Kevin must have gone Joker.
Correct, yeah, Kevin in the Joker. Tobias up the inside of Munier. That did not go well for Munier, did it? Launay carrying damage on the front of his OMC. Supercar Lights. Oh, look at the pace that Anderson's carrying down the hill into the braking area. He's going to run. No, he doesn't run deep at all.
So aggressive. That was the thing you saw, didn't you? One decisive move. The nose buries itself into the ground and he just closes down that gap. I mean, arguably here, Hal, he doesn't need to beat Olofsson. Olofsson is like 35 points back, and as I say that, he does drop it on the brakes. Go Joker, go Joker! No, he doesn't, so he holds on.
So lucky not to get collected by Darbach, who was also arriving at quite a pace there.
Just after we'd said about how committed he was on the first one, what are you looking at, Hal? What you found?
Nothing.
Did you go and talk to the guys with Tapainen?
No, I went to talk to Joel Kristoffersson about Svensson, and gearbox broke on the last lap.
Ah, okay. There we go, that explains why then. That's a shame. So I guess stuck in one gear from then on. Oh, it's gutting, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when there's nothing you can do about that.
No.
Probably not as gutting as dropping it yourself though, is it?
Right, it's also not as terrifying as blowing up your engine and burning all the hair off your face. So he's having, if he wins the championship, which let's not forget, he might have won the championship a couple of years ago were it not for a...
last year, he's been consistently in the championship hunt for the last 2 years until now.
Him and Nick Merstad, pretty much arch rivals, although I don't think there's any animosity there. Obviously on track, brilliant racing between them. I think Lenné's got a problem because just hearing change of gears there quite late. Oh, and Anderson's run deep. Anderson's gone deep in that corner. He's gone off track. Anderson has run really wide, gone off track. He's lost a ton of time. So where is Anderson? Where is Anderson? He's lost at least 2 places. He's down in P4. So has he got some sort of a balance issue, Hal, with the brakes maybe? Because it's unusual to see 2 big mistakes like that from him.
I think he's just on a big push because he wants the points for taking the victory, or one would assume. I don't know.
But he didn't need to beat Olofsson. That's just what we're discussing, isn't it? That Olofsson is sitting in P4, and that's where sometimes you've got to go, my main rival is not here. I'm ahead of Tobias.
Especially when Meunier's been mugged at the start and was really out of contention for a podium, barring any disaster for anybody else. Darbach not got the pace, I don't think, of even Meunier. Someone's got a misfire I can hear somewhere. Maybe that's Lenné, because we don't really know where the track microphones are at the moment. Meunier's all over the back of Darbach coming down the hill.
Tobias Darbach has had a P2 up in Alphen and 2 P3s, but I'll tell you what, a P2 here at home in Denmark would be really pleased with that, wouldn't he? Olofsson's gone Joker, Darbach goes in 2, so Darbach with a nice Joker in the background covers his own brother off, and his brother gets in front of Anderson, so Anderson drops back behind the second Darbach. This is a bit of a disaster for Anderson, who should have been capitalising on Casper Janssen's being missing from this race.
Absolutely. Meunier doesn't look anywhere near as on top of the car as Olofsson does, though. Olofsson moving this car around in a way that only a driver like him can when they're in the right mood.
That experience too, how the sheer volume
there
of laps in this car.
There is no more experienced driver in a Supercar Lights car than Simon Olofsson.
So Darbach and Darbach. Is Meunier going to joker himself off the podium? Surely one of them's going to get in front of Meunier. Meunier's done a good lap here. It's going to be close in the background. Meunier coming on the inside, but Darbach gets him. So through into P2 goes Tobias Darbach. The win goes to Olofsson. Tobias Darbach gets P2 at home in Denmark. His brother Kevin with an absolutely fantastic result. That is his best result of the season, P4. And you can hear the Danish fans singing.
So close to a home podium for both of them, wasn't it?
And a first podium too. Wonderful. I'm so pleased for them. Lovely family and a great drive.
Let's see if we see what happens to Anderson here at the end of the straight into the hairpin. Great tactic from Kevin Darbach to Joker early on. This is the first late braking from Anderson. Wow, he came in late there on the brakes. No wonder, look at the tyre marks.
He was, I'll tell you, Darbach was kind to him there.
Yeah, it was very fair. This is the moment then. This is Anderson coming in super hot. That is never getting stopped from there, is it? Loads of understeer as well, locked up on the brakes, trying to get it stopped into the hairpin. No such troubles though for Simon Olofsson, who absolutely dominated Supercar Lights today.
He did. Second win of the year for him. 2 out of the 3 qualifying session wins. Marcel Lenné was a DNF. Lucas Anderson ends up P5. That could have easily been P2. And for Anderson, what is a P5? Now, to be fair, the trouble is, Hal, he didn't make the final in Kubler at round 4. So that's Anderson's dropped score, which means he's going to have to count that one as a P5 when it could have been a P2. Now, okay, 15 points in it, he's probably far enough ahead, but
you never know what's going to happen.
No, you don't, and those points are important. And that
especially when you have to count the last round. If it's close going into the last round,
yeah,
and you have to drop it, you have to count it. Sorry,
yes,
yeah. So that's risky business.
Yeah.
What also is good for us is on the drop score thing. Is after the These here are the championship points. Anderson leads on 176
to 157. So what's the gap? 15735 19, isn't it? Instead of 16. So he has still extended the lead, but it would have been 23 or more.
But the best thing about the last round counting, or the last day counting, is that the drop scores are done before that, and it makes it much easier for us
yes,
to
but then
work
at that
out.
point we start going that this is the actual points. Yeah, this
rather
is
than
how it
going,
stands.
Because I always go back to someone having a shocker in the last round can actually work in your favour if it means you drop almost no points.
Just quickly look at this. Olofsson, Darback and Mounier really close together for P3. That P3 in the standings is wide open, taking into account the drop scores, and it might be even more open. Well, I reckon Ollie Eriksson can win this. Hang on a minute. I think there's more cars to come.
It's like the Hungarian Grand Prix a couple of years ago, isn't it, when only Lewis Hamilton started on the grid and everyone else was in the pit lane.
Was it? Yeah, brilliant. Go on, Lewis. Go on, Lewis. He's had a decent run, Lewis, recently, hasn't he?
Yeah, impressive.
Good. Yes, I'm a Hamilton fan. Slam me in the comments. I don't care. I'm British. It's fine. You can all be fans of your own people. It's good for people to be fans of their own people. Go for it. That's what we like. That's the Audi of Christensen pulling around. They have to reverse around here because the lock is limited on these cars. Fans here getting themselves ready. The rain never came. It's looking like it's threatening now, but it doesn't matter now because we are, what, 4.5 minutes away from finishing the day. Mats Oman pulls onto the grid. Eriksson's on the front row with Martin Enlund next to him. In terms of championship standings, remember it's Tapinen. Where is Tapinen? How? Where is he? Tapinen should be on row 2, and they've loaded Oman into the grid. So is Tapinen not going to make it? Did the car go back in?
They've left pre-grid. They've left the paddock. Sorry, I'm sure. Whether that's too late or not, I don't know.
If the thumbs up comes from the marshal, then Tapinen is out of this.
No, they're getting ready to.
But Maiko Tam's not there either, of course. Neither's Philip Martinson. So actually, at the minute, it's Enlund, isn't it? You see here, Enlund, who's equal on points with Martinson. Martinson didn't make it because he went out in the semi. So Enlund is potentially moving into a podium position here in the standings. Actually, Hal, I reckon Enlund's going to go ahead of Maiko Tam. Yes, isn't he? Enlund could move up into P2 here in the standings. He would very much like it if Tapinen doesn't make it to the grid, because if he doesn't, what would he get, 1 point for a DNS? Or 0? He doesn't show at the grid.
0 if you don't show, I think.
But this is
You'd have to check that. That's the minutiae of the point structure, isn't it?
This is kind of the beauty of RallyX, is they're going, give them a couple of minutes, we're all right, because we've only got to finish the noise. I think there's a noise curfew here of
so Tapinen is reversing out of the 10 at the moment in the paddock.
Oh wow, they are really late. What time's the noise curfew? 6:30? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we've got a few minutes to get this race away. We're going to be in trouble. Tapinen's pulling back into the tent from where we are. Cars are being clunked into gear. Championship leader Tapinen, we can see him in the paddock.
No, gone back
into
the
team are rolling
awning.
back in. He's gone back into the tent. Thumbs up from the marshal. Tapinen is not here. Advantage Martin Enlund. Can he do what Lucas Anderson didn't a few moments ago and really capitalise on this? He's up against Ollie Eriksson on the front row, and home driver Ulrik Lindemann on row 2. Lindemann got a good start but did the clutch twice. Eriksson on the inside of Enlund on the run to first corner. Enlund gets the Fiesta turned in, but he's surely going to end up in the back. Eriksson inside. Oman taps the back. Lindemann up the inside of Enlund. A little bit of contact. Lindemann goes sideways. Christensen nearly gets alongside him. Oman straight to the joke lap. Oliver Eriksson leads in the FC2.
That worked out beautifully for Ollie Eriksson, didn't it? That there was that fight between Enlund and Lindemann. Oh! Christensen's into the wall in the background. That's broken the right rear suspension on the Audi S1.
Puncture as well. The tyres off the rim. Regardless, he is going to be out of this. It's a three-way fight up at the front unless Oman can get back. Oman passes in the background, gets past Christensen.
Oman's been into the joke because now Omen can get the hammer down and try and catch these top three who are squabbling so hard up front. Enlund looks to the inside of Ollie Eriksson.
So Eriksson could cover off Omen early. You'd be a bit mad to do it. Okay, so Enlund goes. So for me then, Eriksson will respond to Enlund on the very next lap. This has got to be a great lap from Ollie Eriksson.
Do you give Linneman the clear air though? This is a risky strategy from OMSE because Linneman has been the fastest driver today in clear air.
Well, you mean so if you release Linneman, you're in trouble?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I love it. Great.
Linneman closing on Eriksson on the brakes. Ollie's so tight on the curb on the inside. Enlund so sideways in the background.
That's a mistake.
Definitely go again now. If OMSE have seen that, they'll see it on the stopwatch. So go again.
He's got breathing space. Hal's absolutely right. He's been given some breathing space. Now he gets a nudge from Linneman. Will Linneman go Joker? Linneman goes Joker. No, I'm surprised at that. So
this has to be the lap of Ollie Eriksson's career to try and beat Linneman now.
So he's got to get in. Linneman comes out in front. He needs to be under pressure from Enlund, and Eriksson has got to get this lap absolutely bang on. He's got to be perfect.
Ollie could really have done with Linneman being closer to Enlund, so they got caught in a little bit of a fight, but Ollie will be on a massive push.
So Eriksson, we think, will go this lap.
For sure,
Linneman,
he has to.
Yeah, of course he does. Linneman is tidy on his exit from the end of the straight, and the gap was 3.0 seconds. Somebody bobbed a little bit with a gear shift there into the braking zone. Watch for Eriksson now. Eriksson over the crest and goes into the Joker. He's going to tie on into the inside line. Watch for Eriksson coming through in the FC2. Linneman around the outside, racing at home in the Supercar. He edges him out. Linneman comes out in front of Eriksson.
What a lap from Jurek Linneman. He was so tidy coming into the corner before the Joker split. So easy to lose your head in that situation, but he did a great job.
Brilliant stuff. And look, he has lost his head a few times. We've seen some wild starts from Linneman. He has now got to not make any mistakes. Look at Osterberg earlier, how ran deep in a hairpin. We know the braking zones are tricky. We've got a lap and a half to go. This is not over yet.
Linneman, as you say, needs to be in control of this and nice and tidy again, unlike Enlund, who's still sideways in the background. How did the tyres on that car last? I have no idea.
But we like it.
Absolutely, it's
we
brilliant.
like it a lot.
Look how tidy Eriksson's driving as well.
I'm just going to say that, how coming out of the hairpin, he waited so long on the throttle, he's so patient. And look, this is, Enlund now, Enlund and Omen closing down, or trying to close down on Eriksson. We're into the last lap. Look how carefully Linneman's taking the braking zone. Omen trying it around the outside. Oh no, is he going to end up in the pond? He just keeps it out by use of the limiter.
At the rear.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Linneman on the brakes at the end of the straight. Into this hairpin now, it's going to come around the left-hander. Watch for any mistakes. That was the big culprit, that corner. Through the long right-hander. He's had a rough couple of weekends recently with big crashes. Finally, he's going to take a home win in front of a great field of drivers. Ulrich Linneman wins in Denmark. He lives 20 minutes from this track and he'll be on the top step of the podium tonight. Eriksson gets the best ever result for the FC2, equaling his result, of course, at Alspin. Fantastic, and it's donuts for Linneman in front of his hospitality area. Great stuff. What a way to end the day.
That was a great drive from Ulrich Linneman. One of the masters of the Super 1600 category in the European Championships, has stepped up to Supercar for quite some time. He's won here before, but it wasn't the win he wanted. It wasn't clean and on track like that was, and he beat one of the best rallycross drivers in the world in a head-to-head fight. Okay, they're working on the development of the FC2, but you still have to execute.
Yeah, you do.
You still have to beat him in a head-to-head. And Ollie Eriksson too. Great job from the OMSE squad to be working on this car and to be getting it to the point it's at. As Kevin described earlier on, they know they're 6/10 a lap off the Honda was last year.
Yes.
Take that out of the equation, that would have been so much closer come the end of the final.
It really would. It really, and you know, they've said to us today, so if you missed it earlier with Kevin, he was saying they're trying different suspension settings to meet European tracks. They want the suspension to work on both sides of the Atlantic, so you can pick one of these cars up. Look at Enlund. I mean, he was at 90 degrees to the barrier on the inside, and we love him for it.
He is having the most fun. Linneman did also well to recover from that moment, didn't he? Because that tap in the rear, you could lose your head there so easily. An overdrive.
It's the laps, isn't it? That you know, when the lap really counts, it's like this lap, sunshine, get it done. He got it done. I'm really pleased for him. Really pleased with him. I love a good story. I love a home win. It's always, you know, his guests are here, his sponsors are here. It's hard to raise the money to do this.
And remember the last time he turned up here with the Fiesta, he was breaking corners off it, and it was just all, and you sat trackside with his head in his hands, and you're like, what am I doing?
Yeah, brilliant.
You know, why am I putting not what am I doing as in the driving, but why am I putting all this effort in and it's still not going right? And today is one of those days where it's been hard fought as well.
Yes,
every driver wants to dominate, but winning when it's not all handed to you on a plate is all that more sweet.
Yeah, he had 2 session wins. Martinson had the one, of course, but yeah, so there's Tapinen's here, Tam's here. They haven't managed to get the job done. They haven't managed to get it together.
Rain.
Oh, it's raining now. Too late. Too late. Ulrich Linnemann takes the home win, 3:42.9. Oliver Eriksson is 1.4 seconds behind, and Martin Enlund finishes just a further 1.6 back from him. That was good fun. That was good fun. Tapinen still leads the championship on 136, but he's only gained 17 points here. Maiko Tam on 113 has only gained 7. That's not a great day for Maiko Tam. Enlund on 119 has gone up by 18 points, so he's gained the most points. He moves himself up into P2 in the standings from P4. He was equal in P4 on 97 points with Philip Martinson, who moves up to now be equal with Maiko Tam on 113. So actually, the fight certainly for second in the standings has come alive. I think Tapinen's got away with it, but yeah. Ace. What a good do, as one of my northern friends would say.
A reek good do.
What a good do. That's great, isn't it?
Some finals, they were brilliant.
Actually, there were, yeah, some good racing.
I think only the two-wheel drive AM final maybe didn't live up to its potential, but the rest of them, Crosscar Junior, Lights, they've all been, most of the finals have been brilliant today.
They have. The drivers are starting to come back up now.
And what a great track, because there's not many tracks in the world. I say this a lot. Rallycross tracks are epic. The cars have got too good. But there's a lot of very good cars here with the latest technology, and they're still compromised by this circuit. And you can't say that of Ullius, you can't say that of Kovala, you can't say that of Lydden, because the cars are amazing. But here, there's so many variables.
There's other thing. I was thinking about this. I was thinking to myself, it's a first corner joker. No, it isn't. It's a first corner joker and the last corner joker because of where the start comes in. Just write a set of rules on how to build a good rallycross track, and honestly,
I'm not knocking any of those other tracks because they're all amazing.
It's right. It's got gravel in the fast braking zones. It's got 2 fast braking zones.
Gravel, that's the key, isn't it? Because if you have gravel in the same place, then everyone can evolve to it.
Yeah,
when the track's constantly changing,
completely.
Naturally.
And where the start is, the fact that the start means that gravel comes out every time. Then if you lose the start, you can joker straight away. But then we don't get the boring thing of on the last lap. Oh, he's jokered first corner, and the whole of the last lap. There's still somebody can still joke on the last corner.
For the joker, isn't it? Because being on the outside of 2, makes it interesting.
Hollius actually works. Hollius as an early joker is my one exception to the rule that I don't like early jokers. I think Hollius is great,
but early joker works as well.
But it's early and late. That's the point. Is because of where the start comes in halfway through the lap. So that's I'm calling it. This is the template. I'm not saying it's the best rallycross track in the world, but I think if you were to write down a list of things you want, I think it's right up there.
Yeah.
We agree.
Wow. And there we end. I'm never coming back.
That's it. We have agreed. How well done, mate. At the start of today, I wasn't sure if it was going to be a long day of solo commentary, but some honey that we stopped at the local supermarket for appears to have done the trick. We've had quite a few teas today. We hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for being with us on YouTube. Loads of interaction as always. We do really appreciate it. Good fun. 3 rounds to go. Another one tomorrow. Make sure you join us then. We'll see you in the morning. Cheers.